Before we drift away, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more calming sleep stories. Sweet dreams await. The rain hadn't stopped for 3 days. Thick gray clouds hung over the town of Elmsbrook like a sagging tarp stretched too long, heavy with secrets. The kind of rain that didn't crash or thunder, but whispered endlessly, a steady hiss on rooftops, soaked leaves, and hollow roads. The trees along the edge of town bowed with the weight of it, the dense pine forest looking darker than usual, its shadows pulling longer even in the pale light of mid-afternoon. On the third day, Mara received the letter. She found it on her doorstep, soaked through but carefully wrapped in an oily kind of waxed paper, almost antique. No stamp, no return address. Just her name written in careful, looping script across the front, Mara Whitlock. Her fingers hesitated around the envelope. Her name wasn't common. Few people even knew she lived here, let alone exactly where. She glanced around. No footsteps in the mud, no car tracks on the gravel. The woods at the edge of her yard stared back, unmoved. Inside, the fireplace crackled, the only warmth in the small rental cabin she'd taken when she'd come to Elmsbrook a month ago. She hadn't expected to stay long. It was just meant to be a pause, time away from her old life, from city noise and headlines that mentioned her name too often. Mara peeled the envelope open slowly. The paper inside was a strange, fibrous material, like it had been made by hand. The ink had run slightly, but the words were still legible. They don't forget. The forest remembers. If you're reading this, it's already started. Stay away from the trail when the fog rises. And whatever you do, don't answer when it calls your name. No signature. Nothing else. She read it 3 times, heart tapping faster with each pass. At first, she thought it was a prank. Maybe a weird local tradition, some kind of joke they pulled on outsiders who rented cabins. But something about the message clawed at her. She could feel it under her ribs. The phrasing. The way it felt too personal. She set the letter down and looked out the front window. The trees on the other side of the dirt road stood like watchers, unmoving in the downpour. There was a fog curling low at their roots. It was early for it, usually fog came with the morning. But this one had crept in early, like it had somewhere to be. That night, Mara couldn't sleep. She sat by the fire with a cup of tea gone cold, watching the windows. The storm had let up, but the rain still whispered, just like before. The fog was thicker now, pressing up against the trees, swirling between the trunks. From her living room, she could barely see the wooden trail sign that marked the start of the old forest path. It was half covered in moss, its paint faded from years of neglect. Locals had warned her once, early on. An old woman at the market had said it in passing, like a joke, don't go wandering down that trail after dusk. Not unless you want to meet the ones who never left. She'd laughed at the time. Now, she didn't. At 2:12 a.m., something scraped against the side of the house. Not like a branch or a raccoon, but slow. Deliberate. Like fingertips brushing wood. Mara sat up straight, every part of her body tensing. She waited. Nothing. Then, tap. 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 3 soft knocks on the front door. Her breath stopped in her chest. Who the hell would be out here now? She crept to the door and peered through the peephole. Nothing. Just darkness and fog. The porch light barely reached beyond the railing. She flipped the lock quietly and opened the door a crack. The cold mist pressed in immediately. And sitting on the doormat was another letter. This time, the envelope was black. No wax paper. Just a single red thread tied around it. She didn't touch it right away. She looked out toward the road. Still nothing. No movement. No sound, except for the rain falling gently through the leaves. Heart pounding, she brought it inside. The thread fell away as soon as she picked it up. Inside the envelope was a torn scrap of an old map. No writing. Just a hand-drawn trail, marked in thick ink that bled outward like veins. At the end of the path, circled twice in dark charcoal, was a word, hollowing. And beneath it, another note. You've been called. The pines remember. Mara stared at the page for a long time, the fire crackling low beside her. Outside, the fog curled against the windows like breath. She should have left then. She should have packed her bag, driven back to the city, and forgotten Elmsbrook ever existed. But she didn't. Because somewhere deep down, she felt it. The forest was waiting for her. And something had already started. Mara didn't sleep at all. She tried, once. Just after 4 in the morning, when the sky had begun to hint at a pale, colorless dawn. She lay on the couch in the quiet, the map and notes folded tightly under a heavy book on the coffee table, the fire gone to low embers. But even with her eyes shut, her breathing slowed, and a blanket pulled tight around her, something in the air refused to let her drift. It was a feeling. Not fear exactly, not yet. More like something just beneath fear, a pressure in the gut, a sense that the world around her had tilted by a fraction, and if she moved too fast, she might fall through. By the time the light outside the windows turned gray-blue and the birds began to stir softly in the trees, she was still wide awake, heart quietly ticking. At 6:37 a.m., Mara stood at the edge of the front porch, one hand gripping the wooden post, eyes locked on the forest across the road. The fog hadn't lifted. It usually did by sunrise. That was something she'd noticed about Elmsbrook. The mornings cleared fast, especially after rain. But this mist clung low and thick, curling around the trees, hiding the forest floor. The trail sign was gone, swallowed in white. She couldn't even see the first few feet of the dirt path. She looked down at her boots. She'd already dressed, jeans, a thick sweater, rain jacket. A flashlight in one coat pocket, the black envelope in the other. The map was tucked into her phone case, which she'd wrapped in a plastic zip bag just in case. She wasn't entirely sure why she was doing this. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was something else. A kind of gravity she couldn't explain. Or maybe she just wanted answers. Before stepping off the porch, she paused and looked up at the trees. They were still. Completely still. Not even a breeze moved their needles. Mara crossed the road. The trail began as a narrow dirt path carved into pine needles and old roots. It wound between massive trees that rose like ancient towers, their trunks marked with old scars, slashes of bark missing, strange symbols carved in places too high for a knife to reach without a ladder. She walked slowly, keeping her steps light, careful not to trip. The deeper she went, the quieter it got. Even the birdsong faded. There were no crunches of animals in the underbrush, no buzzing of insects. Only the soft thud of her boots and the occasional drip of rainwater falling from a high branch. The fog swallowed sound. It curled around her legs, hovered at chest height, blurring the trees ahead and behind. At the 15-minute mark, Mara stopped. There was something ahead in the mist. She stood perfectly still, eyes narrowed, trying to make sense of the shape. It looked like a person. Not moving. just standing in the middle of the trail, facing her. Her breath caught. She took a small step back. "Hello?" she called, voice unsure. The figure didn't respond. She raised her flashlight and flicked it on. A pale beam sliced through the fog, and the figure vanished. Not stepped away. Not turned. Vanished. The path was empty. Mara's fingers gripped the flashlight tighter. Her breath came out shaky. She wasn't hallucinating. She knew what she'd seen. Someone, or something, had been there. She pressed on. Another few minutes and the trees began to change. They leaned closer together, their limbs tangled in strange ways, forming twisted arches above the path. Thick vines dangled from branches like ropes, many of them frayed at the ends. Mara shivered. She wasn't cold, not really. But there was something about the air now, it tasted metallic, stale. Then she heard it. A single footstep behind her. She spun around fast. Light up. Nothing. Just the empty trail disappearing into fog. She turned forward again. Another footstep, this time ahead. Then another behind her. Slow. Heavy. Not leaves or animals. Bootfalls. Mara's pulse kicked into high gear. She held her breath, listening. Then, softly, from somewhere too close in the trees. Mara. Her name. Whispered so faintly it might have been the wind. But the wind didn't speak. And it didn't know your name. She turned and ran. Branches scraped her coat. Roots snagged her boots. The flashlight beam bounced wildly, cutting slashes of light through the fog. The trees around her grew tighter, closer, almost deliberate in how they leaned inward. She didn't stop until she stumbled into a clearing, wide and circular, with a single rotted stump in the middle. The fog swirled around it, leaving the center strangely open. She dropped to one knee, gasping for breath, wiping sweat from her brow. Her heart thudded like it wanted out. When she looked up again, she saw the tree. It stood on the far side of the clearing, taller than the rest, its bark jet black and slick, almost wet. Carvings covered it from base to branch, deep spirals and interlocking runes she didn't recognize. And beneath it, tied to the trunk with red thread, was another envelope. She stepped toward it slowly. The envelope was thick and cold, sealed shut with a strip of charcoal-colored wax. Her hands trembled as she opened it. Inside was a photo. An old Polaroid, water-damaged but still visible. It showed a group of 6 people standing in front of the same tree. All of them smiling. All of them wearing hiking packs. She recognized one of them immediately. It was her sister. Emily. Dead for 4 years. Mara staggered back, breath catching in her throat. She stared at the photo again. It couldn't be. Emily had died in a car accident. That's what she was told. That's what the funeral had been for. That's what she buried. And yet here she was. Standing in front of the black tree in a forest Mara had never been in before. Alive. And smiling. The photo slipped from Mara's fingers and fluttered to the wet ground. Behind her, the trees creaked. And the fog began to move. Not drift. Move. Like it was alive. Like it was circling. Closing in. The fog didn't just hang in the air, it prowled. It curled around the trunks of trees like fingers, stretched in slow tendrils across the clearing, and wrapped itself around Mara's ankles with the softness of breath and the weight of something far more alive. She backed away from the black tree, her boots crunching over wet leaves and moss-slick roots, heart thundering so loud she could hear it in her ears. The Polaroid photo still lay face up in the dirt, Emily's frozen smile blurred slightly by the moisture soaking into the paper. The others in the picture, 5 faces unfamiliar to Mara, were half-faded, their eyes catching the flash like small mirrors. None of them looked afraid. That terrified her more than anything. They should have looked afraid. Something about the black tree was wrong on a level she didn't have words for. It radiated a presence, not just visual, but something she felt in her bones. Her thoughts, normally crisp and quick, had slowed in its presence, thick like syrup. Her skin prickled, her breath turned shallow. It was the kind of unease that screamed, "You're being watched." And then it moved. Not the whole tree, but a shift, a sway, even though the air was still. Its bark seemed to pulse, just once, as if the trunk had taken a breath. The runes carved into it shimmered faintly, a soft dull red beneath the damp surface. Mara's mind screamed to run. But her feet, as if caught in old roots, refused. Behind her, the forest groaned, a long, slow creak like an ancient door swinging open somewhere deep in the trees. And then, from behind the tree, a sound. Whistling. Low. Melodic. A haunting, circular tune that wound back on itself like a spiral. It wasn't cheerful. It was deliberate. Patient. A lullaby for something that didn't sleep. Mara slowly turned her head. The figure stepped from the fog. It was tall, dressed in rags soaked through with water and earth. A hood covered its face entirely, long and pointed like the beak of a plague mask, but made of stitched bark and shadow. Around its neck hung a string of bones, animal, maybe. Or not. In one hand, it held a wooden flute. And it was still whistling. The tune drifted toward her, curling into her ears like smoke. And with each note, Mara felt her legs weaken, her mind tugged toward numbness. Step back. Move. Don't listen. She ripped her gaze away and stumbled backward. Her heel struck a root and she nearly fell, catching herself on the stump in the center of the clearing. The music stopped. She looked up. The figure was gone. Only the black tree remained, its bark now completely still. The fog receded slowly, like something disappointed, withdrawing its reach. Mara stumbled out of the clearing, her legs shaky, her breath shallow, gripping the nearest trunk for balance. She didn't know how far she'd come or how long she'd been in the forest. It was still daylight, technically, but the light filtering through the canopy was dark, greenish, and cold. Somewhere deep in the woods, something laughed. She made it back to the cabin just before the sun dipped beneath the treetops. Mara slammed the door behind her and locked it, then bolted it for good measure. Her clothes were damp with sweat and mist, her palms scraped and her knees aching from the fall earlier. She collapsed on the couch and stared at the ceiling for a long time, the image of the tree burned into her mind. That tree, she was sure of it, was the Halloween. The place circled on the map. The name etched in the charcoal script. But what was it? A burial site? A shrine? A gate? Her thoughts raced in jagged spirals. But one thing she couldn't shake, not for a second, was her sister's face. Emily. Alive. In that photo, she hadn't just looked alive. She looked content. Like she was meant to be there. But Emily had never mentioned coming to Elmsbrook. never said a word about hiking or wilderness trails. In fact, she'd been terrified of the woods. They reminded her of something from childhood Mara had never fully understood. A memory flashed, Mara at age 12, Emily crying in her bed after a school camping trip. "The trees talk to me," she'd whispered that night, shivering under the covers. "They said they wouldn't forget." Back then, everyone assumed she'd just had a nightmare. Now Mara wasn't so sure. She unfolded the map again. The ink was dry but smelled faintly of something chemical, like burned sugar and mildew. The hand-drawn trail twisted and wound its way deeper into the woods, past the hollowing. Beyond that, no more landmarks. Just the curling edge of the paper, burned along the border. But at the bottom, something new had appeared. Words she swore hadn't been there before. To remember the forgotten, follow where the roots are blackest. The roots are blackest. Her eyes flicked toward the fireplace. The log she brought back from the trail the week before, the one she'd thought was ordinary pine wood, was darker than the rest. Almost black. The bark had peeled slightly at the edge, revealing something beneath that looked like old rope or veins. She got up slowly and poked at it with the fireplace iron. It hissed. Not the snap of sap or the crackle of wood. A hiss. Long and quiet. Like a breath behind glass. Mara stepped back, her hands shaking. Suddenly, the fire dimmed. Not in color or strength, but as if the light itself pulled inward. Shadows stretched across the room unnaturally, deeper than they should have. The corners of the cabin darkened. And then, in the far window, faint, but unmistakable, a face. Pale. Pressed to the glass. Watching. Mara froze. The face didn't move. Just stared. Its mouth didn't open. Its eyes didn't blink. But the skin was too smooth, too still, like wet clay left out in the rain. She blinked once. The face was gone. That night, Mara didn't sleep. The fire never warmed the room. And just before midnight, the forest whispered her name again. Not once, but 3 times. The whispers started just after midnight. Mara sat in the center of her small living room, all the lights on, the fire burning low again but still alive, and her back pressed to the wall as though proximity to solid things could anchor her. The window shades were down, every curtain drawn, but she could feel the forest outside, feel it, not just as trees and wind and damp ground, but as a presence. A pressure in the bones. A weight in her ears. Like being watched by something too large to see all at once. And then the whisper came. Her name, again. Mara. She clenched her jaw. It was soft, sliding just under the edge of audible, as if it came from beneath the floor or through the walls. It didn't sound angry. Worse, it sounded curious. Mara. She rose slowly and stepped toward the fireplace. The log from earlier still smoked, black sap oozing slightly at the edges, like veins leaking dark blood. It hadn't burned all the way through. It hissed softly, not with flame, but something deeper. And as she stared at it, she heard it again, not a voice this time, but a sound. A scratch. Slow, deliberate. From beneath the floorboards. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Her breath caught. She knelt down and pressed her ear to the wooden floor. At first, nothing. Then, faint and muffled, came the unmistakable sound of movement. A shuffle. A soft dragging. And then the sound of nails across wood again. She stood, grabbed the iron poker from the fireplace, and moved to the far corner of the room, near the old trapdoor and the floorboards. She'd noticed it on her first day in the cabin. A square of uneven wood beneath a dusty rug. She'd assumed it led to an old root cellar, one of those long-forgotten spaces common in rural cabins. She'd never opened it. Never needed to. Until now. The whisper came again. Right beside her ear. Mara. She gritted her teeth, bent down, and pulled back the rug. The hatch lay beneath, nailed shut with 4 thick, rusted iron nails, driven straight into the beams. Not normal nails, black iron, coarse and hand-forged. Not the kind you could find at a hardware store. Whatever was down there, someone had gone to great effort to seal it in. Or seal it out. She didn't want to open it. She was going to anyway. The iron poker wasn't sharp, but it was strong. She wedged the tip under one of the nails and pushed. Hard. It groaned and creaked. Finally, with a wrenching sound, the nail twisted out and rolled onto the floor. The whisper stopped. She hesitated. Was that good or bad? One by one, she removed the other 3. Then, holding her breath, she pulled open the hatch. A wave of cold air flooded the room. Not just cold, wrong. The kind of cold that wasn't just a temperature drop, but a shift in the feeling of things. Like entering a house just after something awful happened inside it. It was a silent kind of violence. A wooden ladder descended into darkness. She shone her flashlight down. The beam didn't reach the bottom. Just old stone walls, some of them weeping water. The space below looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. She descended. The cellar was wider than she expected. The ladder dropped her into a chamber of packed dirt and stone, ringed with old shelves filled with canning jars long gone to rot. The walls were carved with old markings, some looked like letters, others like symbols, circles inside spirals inside jagged lines that bled into one another. In the center of the cellar was a table. No, not a table. An altar. Small, made from stacked stones. On top of it sat a bowl, carved from a single piece of dark wood, its edges cracked with age. The bowl was full. Not with water. With pine needles. Dozens of them. All black. As Mara stepped closer, she saw something else nestled among the needles. Teeth. Human. Small. Yellowed. Carefully arranged like an offering. She stepped back too fast, bumping into the wall, and that's when she saw the door. It was at the far end of the chamber. Half buried behind loose boards and a crumbling shelf. A door made of heavy wood and bound in rusted metal, like something that should have belonged to a crypt. There was no handle. Only a keyhole. She stepped closer. The air around the door was colder. Thicker. She tried to shine her light through the keyhole, but all she saw was black. Not just dark, but wrong, like the light couldn't pass through. As she turned to leave, she noticed something etched into the inside of the door, just above the keyhole. A name. Emily. Mara didn't remember getting back up the ladder. She moved like a ghost, limbs numb, eyes wide, chest too tight to breathe properly. When she surfaced in the cabin, it was somehow morning again, pale light slipping through the shades, birds chirping as though none of this had happened. She closed the hatch and dragged a chair over it. Then she sat by the fire and stared at the floor, the word Emily burned into her thoughts. Her sister had never been buried. That's what the funeral director had said. The body had been too damaged, the accident too severe. It was a closed casket. Mara had accepted that. Grieved through it. But now she wasn't sure a body had ever been returned at all. And what if Emily hadn't died in a crash? What if the letter wasn't a warning, but a summons? Later that afternoon, the fog returned, thicker than before, and someone left another envelope at her doorstep. This time, it was sealed with a splinter of bone. Inside, a new message. She's still here. Beneath the roots. Bring what was hers. Underneath that note, a second page, an old photo of Emily as a teenager, wearing her favorite silver necklace. The one Mara kept in her drawer upstairs. She stared at the photo, numb, the whisper echoing again, this time inside her own head. The forest remembers. And maybe, just maybe, so did Emily. Mara didn't speak for the rest of the day. She sat by the fire, unmoving, the photograph clutched in one hand and the letter in the other. The silver necklace, Emily's, lay on the table, where Mara had placed it moments after retrieving it from the small wooden jewelry box in the upstairs bedroom. She hadn't even remembered she brought it. It was just there, in the drawer, tucked beneath folded clothes like it had followed her to Elmsbrook on its own. Outside, the forest pulsed with fog, so thick now that Mara could barely see the porch from the window. It wasn't natural. It didn't roll or drift like normal mist. It hung in layers, like gauze soaked in something heavy, shifting and curling around the edges of her vision. And in that fog, there were sounds. Not animals. Not wind. Voices. It began again just after dusk. Mara had dozed off in the armchair, the photograph still in her lap, the letter tucked into the book on the table. The fire had burned down to coals, a faint orange glow casting long shadows across the floor. The light outside had vanished entirely, swallowed by the pine curtain beyond the road. A noise stirred her. A soft crack, like a branch snapping just outside the window. She opened her eyes slowly. The room was darker than before. Colder. Another snap. Then a whisper. Faint. Sliding in through the fireplace like smoke. Mara. She sat up, her spine stiff from the nap, her hands numb. She didn't move at first. Didn't want to. Mara. This time the voice was different. Higher. Softer. Familiar. She stood and moved to the window, lifting the edge of the curtain slowly. Beyond the porch, the fog churned. And then, movement. A figure. No more than a shape at first, standing where the trail began, half concealed by the mist. A pale dress. Bare arms. Long, dark hair. Mara's heart stuttered. She leaned closer to the glass. The shape tilted its head. Then it spoke. Mara, it's me. The voice was Emily's. Exactly the way it had sounded before the accident. Mara's breath caught. She stepped back from the window. Her legs trembled. The world tilted slightly, as if the cabin had shifted on its foundation. She had imagined this, right? It couldn't be real. But the voice came again, closer now, directly outside the door. I need you, Mara. Please. I'm cold. And then a single knock. Soft. Gentle. Not the way a stranger knocks. The way a sister would. Mara didn't move for a full minute. Every instinct in her screamed to stay away. To not open the door. To hide. to pretend none of this was happening. But there was another feeling, too deep and old. Guilt. Love. Hope. She moved to the door and placed her palm against it. The wood was cold. "Emily," she whispered. Silence. She slowly turned the lock and opened the door a crack. The fog pressed inward immediately. The porch beyond was empty. No footsteps. No figure. Just the hollow sound of the forest breathing. She stepped out. The fog parted slightly, revealing the trail sign beyond the road. And at its base, something new, another envelope, pinned beneath a small stone. Mara picked it up, hands shaking. No seal this time, just a single strip of cloth tied around the middle. Pale blue. Emily's favorite color. Inside, a short note. "Follow the path you walk together. Bring the necklace. She remembers you." And beneath that, something else, a page torn from a journal, the ink smeared and wet, the handwriting unmistakably Emily's. "The hollowing is not a place. It's a memory. A space between. I saw their faces last night in the trees. They don't speak. They listen. I think I'm part of it now. But I'm not afraid, not of them. Only of forgetting who I was. I hope you remember me. If anyone finds this, tell Mara, tell her I tried to come back." Mara's knees gave slightly, her breath hitching in her chest. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring the words on the page. Her sister, her Emily, had been here. Maybe she still was. Alive. Changed. Trapped. She didn't know. But she knew one thing. She couldn't ignore this any longer. She packed quickly. A flashlight, a knife, a lighter, a canteen of water. She slipped the necklace into her coat pocket and folded Emily's journal page into the front of her bag. As the sun dipped fully beyond the horizon and the forest was drowned in mist, Mara crossed the road and stepped once again onto the path. This time, the trail was different. It no longer felt like it looped through a natural forest. It curved too precisely. The trees leaned in with deliberate angles, their branches forming archways overhead like ribs. The ground beneath her feet was spongy, wet, almost warm. And as she walked, the fog whispered. Not words. Not voices. Memories. She heard them like faint echoes behind glass, Emily's laughter, a door closing from their childhood home, the creak of a swing set from summers long gone. And then, beneath all that, a different sound. Crying. Faint and low. Just ahead. She followed it, moving carefully, until the trail widened into another clearing. This one was different from before. Wider. Colder. The trees around its edge bent inward as if leaning to hear. In the center stood a stone well, old and crumbling, half buried in moss. And someone sat beside it. A figure in a white dress, knees pulled to her chest, hair hanging over her face. Crying. Mara stepped closer. Emily. The figure stopped. Lifted her head. And smiled. But it wasn't Emily's smile. Not really. Too wide. Too still. And behind her eyes, something else. Something that wasn't human anymore. The figure stood slowly. Her mouth opened. And the forest whispered all at once, dozens of voices overlapping, crashing like waves. She remembers. Do you? Mara stumbled back. The figure took a step toward her. and the well behind her began to breathe. The sound coming from the well wasn't wind. It wasn't animal or water or any natural thing. It was breathing. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Slow. Deep. Rhythmic. Mara stood frozen at the edge of the clearing, eyes locked on the girl by the well. Or the thing that wore Emily's face. It still looked like her, same dark hair, same pale skin, same small frame. But the mouth didn't move right when it smiled. The eyes didn't blink. The angles were all slightly wrong. As if someone had studied Emily in photographs and built a mannequin to resemble her, but didn't quite understand what made a person real. And now that figure was walking toward her. Each step was deliberate. Slow. The white dress brushed against the wet grass, leaving no footprints behind. The air grew colder, and Mara's breath came out in short, white bursts. "You came," the figure said. The voice was soft, musical. And still, it was Emily's. But behind the tone, there was a distortion. A subtle echo, like another voice riding beneath it. Mara's hands clenched into fists at her sides. "What are you?" she whispered. Are you her?" The figure tilted its head, smiling again. "I'm who you remember." The well behind her pulsed, another long breath in, another out. The moss-covered stones rattled slightly with each exhale. The sound was wet, like lungs coated in water. Like something breathing through a flooded mouth. The figure extended her hand. "You brought the necklace." Mara nodded slowly, unwilling to speak. Her coat pocket felt impossibly heavy now, as if the silver chain weighed more than it should have. Her fingers brushed the metal. It felt cold. Colder than ice. "What happens if I give it to you?" she asked. The figure didn't answer. Instead, her hand dropped to her side and she stepped closer. Just one step, but it was enough for Mara to smell the thing's breath. It wasn't Emily's scent. It was soil. Rot. Waterlogged leaves. Something old, buried, unearthed. Mara took a shaky step back. "I want to help her," she said, voice stronger now. "But not if it means giving something else you want." "What are you really?" The figure blinked. Once. Slowly. And then, without warning, it collapsed. Just dropped to the ground like a marionette with cut strings. Mara startled backward, stumbling into the underbrush. The figure didn't move. Didn't breathe. And then, it twitched. Jerked upright on its knees. Its head lolled backward, mouth wide open in a silent scream. From its throat poured a thick cloud of fog. But this fog was darker. Grayer. It hissed as it flowed upward, and within its spirals, Mara saw faces. Dozens of them. Some screaming. Some silent. Some laughing. All drifting upward from the thing that had worn her sister's body. Then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The figure collapsed again, this time, flat to the earth. Still. The breathing from the well slowed. Shallow now. Then silence. Mara didn't move for a long time. She stood there, one hand gripping the handle of her flashlight, her legs rooted to the ground like the trees themselves. Only when the last tendril of fog vanished into the canopy did she finally force herself to step forward. She moved toward the well cautiously, one eye still on the crumpled body in the grass. The well was ancient. The stones worn and slick. No bucket, no rope. just the hollow mouth gaping wide beneath the moss. She leaned over slowly, raising the flashlight to shine downward. The beam vanished into blackness. She couldn't see the bottom. No walls. No reflection. Just endless dark. Then, scraping from deep below. Mara held her breath. Another scrape. Metal on stone. A shuffling. Then, a voice. Mara. Not a whisper. A cry. Desperate. Her sister's voice. Mara, I'm here. I'm trapped. It's me. Her breath caught. The flashlight shook in her hand. Where are you? She shouted into the well. Down here, Emily sobbed. I'm cold. I don't know how long it's been. Please help me. You're the only one who remembers. How do I get to you? Silence. Then. Bring it. Bring the necklace. Drop it in. It'll open the rest. The rest? Mara's heart pounded. This sounded like Emily. She sounded real. Not like the thing from before. But something didn't feel right. The ground beneath her feet pulsed faintly, like it was part of something larger. A throat. A living thing waiting to swallow. She pulled the necklace from her pocket. The silver glinted in the low light, delicate and perfect. This was yours, she said aloud. You wore it every day until the crash. Until they said you were gone. From the well. I'm not gone. She looked at the necklace. And for a moment, just a flash, she saw something reflected in its surface. Not herself. A room. Stone walls. A door. A figure crouched in the corner. Dirty. Thin. Holding their knees to their chest. Emily. Real. Alive. Trapped. Mara's breath hitched. Her hand moved. Then stopped. Because behind that reflection, just a flicker, was something else. A shadow. Tall. Watching. Smiling. She stepped back. No, she said. The voice from the well turned harsh. Give it to me, it snarled. You called. You remembered. That's the price. Mara backed away further. If Emily's really down there, I'll find another way. I'm not feeding you. The well screamed. The ground shook. The trees bent backward as if recoiling from the sound. Mara turned and ran. She didn't look back, even as the breathing resumed, louder now, more frantic, more monstrous. The path behind her cracked and split. Roots erupted from the soil. The air filled with whispers. You were warned. You were called. You remember. And now, it remembers you. She burst from the forest into the clearing behind her cabin just as the first light of dawn began to cut through the fog. She didn't stop. She ran straight into the cabin, slammed the door, and threw the lock. She collapsed on the floor, the necklace still in her hand. Behind her, in the fireplace, the blackened log cracked open, and something inside it moved. The morning light crept into the cabin, weak and gray, filtered through the thick fog that still clung stubbornly to the edges of Elmsbrook. Mara lay on the cold wooden floor, the silver necklace heavy in her palm, the pulse of dread still hammering in her chest like a trapped bird beating against cage bars. She could hear nothing except her own ragged breathing and the faintest creak from the fireplace behind her. She dared not move. The blackened log, once just a piece of dead wood, had shifted slightly while she was curled in exhaustion. Now a faint crack had appeared across its charred surface, a narrow split that hadn't been there the night before. The sound was soft, almost too quiet to hear, but unmistakable. It was the sound of something stirring. Her fingers trembled as she reached out, the cold iron poker resting against the hearth as her only defense. Slowly, cautiously, Mara leaned forward. The log's crack widened, revealing a glimpse of dark, wet flesh underneath, something organic, alive. She swallowed hard and pulled back. The log groaned. A thin plume of smoke rose, smelling not like burning wood, but something older and fouler, like decayed roots dragged from the earth and soaked in ash. Suddenly, a hand shot out. Pale. Thin. Bone-white fingers grasping frantically at the edges of the firebox, leaving wet streaks on the soot-blackened bricks. Mara screamed and stumbled backward, crashing against the wall. The hand disappeared. Then another appeared, then two. A pair of hands clawed free, pulling a thin, emaciated figure from the hearth. It was a girl. No older than a child, perhaps 8 or 9, with tangled hair matted with dirt and pine needles, and eyes wide with terror. Her skin was as pale as winter frost, almost translucent, veins dark beneath the surface. She shivered violently in the cold cabin air. Mara's heart nearly stopped. Who are you?" she whispered, voice shaking. The girl blinked slowly, then spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "I'm the last." "The last what?" Mara asked, kneeling and offering her hand. The girl flinched but didn't pull away. "The last, remember." Her eyes flicked to the fireplace. "I was trapped in the blackened heart. The place where they forget. The hollowing." Mara's mind reeled. The hollowing. The black tree. The well. All pieces of the same terrible puzzle. "How long were you down there?" The girl's lips trembled. "I don't know. Time doesn't move there. It's a place outside the world. Between roots and earth and memory." She shuddered. I heard her voice. Emily's. She tried to call me back. But I escaped. I remember. Mara took a shaky breath. "I've been trying to find Emily. She's trapped in the well." The girl's eyes darkened. "The well is a mouth. It eats memories, feeds on what's forgotten. Your sister, she's not lost. She's changed. Part of the forest now. Part of the hollowing. How do I save her?" Mara asked urgently. The girl looked away, fear shadowing her face. "You can't. Not entirely. The forest takes what it wants. But you can bring her back, bring her part of her. You need to offer what was hers, what she left behind." Mara clenched her jaw. "The necklace?" The girl nodded slowly. "Yes. But that's not enough." She reached into her tattered dress and pulled out a small bundle wrapped in cloth. "This too." Unwrapping it, Mara saw a handful of pine needles, black and brittle, and a single, tiny tooth, yellowed and cracked. "What is this?" Mara asked, confusion growing. "A piece of her," the girl said. "The last fragment the forest let me keep." Mara looked down at the necklace in her hand. "I'll take this to the well." The girl nodded, but her eyes warned her. "Be careful. The forest remembers everything. And it wants to remember you." That afternoon, Mara prepared for the journey back. She packed supplies carefully: water, food, a knife, matches, and wrapped Emily's necklace and the bundle from the girl in a small cloth pouch. The fog had lifted, but the forest remained heavy with silence. No birds sang. No animals stirred. The path was slick with rain and shadows. As Mara stepped onto the trail, the girl followed silently behind, moving like a ghost. The deeper they walked, the heavier the air grew, until the trees seemed to close in on every side, their branches forming a dense canopy that blocked out the sun. Mara felt the weight of unseen eyes watching, waiting. The forest whispered in languages she couldn't understand. Hours later, they reached the clearing with the well. The blackened figure was gone. Only the well remained, silent and gaping like a wound in the earth. Mara approached slowly, heart pounding. She untied the pouch and held it over the well. "Here," she whispered. "For Emily." She dropped the necklace, the pine needles, and the tooth into the darkness. A cold wind spiraled up from the depths, and the ground trembled beneath her feet. The well exhaled, a breath like a storm. The forest seemed to hold its breath. And then the water at the bottom of the well glowed, a faint, eerie blue. Mara watched in awe and fear as the glow spread upward, illuminating the ancient stones. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the depths. "Thank you, sister." Mara's heart clenched. "Emily." The voice was faint but real. "I'm here. I'm waiting." The forest around them stirred. The trees bent low, leaves brushing against Mara's face like whispered secrets. The girl's voice came softly. "The Hollowing has accepted her return, but the price is not paid." "What price?" Mara asked. "The forest demands a sacrifice, a memory, a promise, a piece of yourself to seal the bond." Mara's mind raced. What would she give? Her life? Her sanity? Or would the forest take more? As night fell, the fog rolled back in, thick and suffocating. Mara and the girl camped beside the well. The forest whispered around them, calling, waiting. And Mara realized the journey was only just beginning. Night had deepened its hold on the forest by the time Mara and the pale girl, who still hadn't told her name, settled near the ancient well. The fog had thickened again, pressing in on them like a living shroud, muffling the sounds of the world beyond the trees. The fire Mara had made crackled feebly, struggling against the damp, smoky air, casting flickering shadows that danced like restless spirits on the gnarled bark of the pines. The girl sat cross-legged beside Mara, eyes distant and glassy, watching the fire with a hollow intensity. "You don't know my name," Mara said softly, breaking the heavy silence. The girl smiled faintly, a ghost of a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "I'm called Lila," she whispered. "But it's not really my name anymore. It's what the forest lets me be." Mara nodded, understanding too well how names could fade, slip away in places like these, forgotten like memories lost beneath thick layers of earth and shadow. The night pressed closer around them. The well loomed like a dark, yawning mouth just a few feet away, its surface still glowing faintly with that eerie blue light from earlier, as if it breathed in rhythm with the forest itself. Mara's mind churned with the girl's words, the price the forest demanded to reclaim her sister. What kind of sacrifice? Mara asked, fingers tightening around the pouch holding the necklace and the strange bundle. Lila's eyes flicked toward the well, where the shadows seemed to ripple unnaturally. "It's not always clear. Sometimes the forest wants a memory, one you hold dear, something that defines you. Sometimes it wants a secret, something you've hidden away so deep you barely remember it yourself. And sometimes, it wants more. Mara shivered despite the fire's warmth. More like what? The girl's gaze darkened, the faint glow of the well reflecting in her eyes. Like a promise you didn't know you made. Like a piece of your soul. The weight of that hung between them like a thick fog. I don't know what I can give, Mara admitted. You'll know, Lila said quietly. The forest will show you. Hours passed with little else said. The fire died down to embers, and the mist thickened until the trees around them vanished in a swirl of gray. Then, just as Mara's eyelids began to droop, a soft rustling stirred the leaves behind the well. She jolted upright. Did you hear that? Lila nodded slowly. The forest is waking. It's testing. From the depths of the well came a sound, low, like the distant growl of some ancient beast stirring from slumber. Mara's heart hammered. She pulled the pouch close, feeling the cold metal of the necklace against her palm. Then, without warning, the ground beneath them trembled. The earth cracked open, thin fissures spiderwebbing across the dirt and rocks. From the cracks, thin tendrils of black roots slithered out, curling toward them like serpents hungry for warmth. Mara scrambled backward as the roots reached up, brushing her boots, wrapping around her ankles. She kicked and pulled, heart pounding with panic, but the roots gripped tighter, pulling her down. Lila stood calmly, eyes closed, murmuring words that sounded like a language lost to time. The roots retracted slowly, releasing Mara just as suddenly as they had grabbed her. The forest is demanding, Lila said, voice steady but distant. It's trying to claim you. Mara's breath was ragged, her limbs trembling with adrenaline. She looked at the well again. From its glowing depths, a voice, soft and sweet, whispered. Remember. 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 The word echoed inside Mara's head, spinning like a cyclone of memories and emotions. Suddenly, her mind was flooded. Scenes from her childhood, the laughter of her and Emily running through the sunlit woods near their old home, the smell of pine and earth after rain, the warmth of their mother's kitchen, the sharp sting of loss when Emily died. Among the memories, one stood out sharply. A promise. Long forgotten. A secret promise Mara had made as a child, buried deep beneath layers of guilt and grief. She had sworn to protect Emily. To never forget. To never leave her alone. The forest was calling her back to that promise. Lila's voice broke through the whirlwind. You see it now. The price is remembering what you forgot. Mara knelt by the well, pulling the necklace and bundle from the pouch. I'm ready. She dropped the items into the well. The glow pulsed brighter. The ground trembled again. And the forest whispered 1,000 voices all at once, rising in a crescendo. You remember. You pay the price. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through Mara's chest, like icy fire ripping through her ribs. She gasped, clutching her heart. Her vision blurred. Then darkness. When Mara opened her eyes, she was no longer by the well. She stood in a forest that was not quite real. The trees were taller, monstrous in scale. The fog hung like a curtain, but inside it, shadows flickered. Whispering. Mara saw faces in the mist, faces of those who had been lost, forgotten, claimed by the hollowing. Some smiled. Some wept. Some reached out with skeletal hands. And there, among them, was Emily. Standing still, eyes hollow but glowing faintly. Mara. The voice was both her sister's and not. Thank you for remembering. Mara stepped forward, heart full of hope and fear. I'm here. and the forest closed around her. The moment Mara stepped through the fog, the air changed. It thickened around her like liquid, cold and heavy, pressing against her skin and seeping into her lungs with every breath. The scent of pine and damp earth was still there, but beneath it ran something deeper, something ancient and sorrowful, like the earth itself was weeping. She blinked, trying to clear the haze from her eyes. The trees towered impossibly high above her, their trunks like pillars holding up the sky. Their bark was gnarled and blackened, twisted with strange runes glowing faintly with an eerie, bluish light. The canopy was so dense that no sunlight could break through. Instead, the forest was bathed in a dim, ghostly glow that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Voices echoed through the trees, not spoken words, but murmurs, sighs, laughter, and cries all woven together like a dark symphony. Mara's heart thudded in her chest. She was no longer in the forest she knew. This was the hollowing itself. In the distance, a figure waited. Emily. But she was different here. Her eyes glowed faintly, an unnatural light illuminating their depths. Her hair floated as though underwater, and her skin was pale, almost translucent. Mara's throat tightened. Emily, she whispered. The figure smiled, a smile that was both warm and chilling. You came. I brought you back, Mara said, stepping closer, trying to hold on to the memory of her sister as she had known her. Emily tilted her head. Back? She asked softly. I'm not sure that's what happened. The forest doesn't give things back. It changes them. Then what am I supposed to do? Mara asked, desperation creeping into her voice. You're here because you remembered, Emily said, voice echoing like a melody caught in a breeze. Because you remembered, the forest opened this place to you. But now, you must decide what you're willing to lose. Mara's eyes darted around. The mist thickened, swirling, shapes forming and dissolving in the haze, faces of those long forgotten, trapped in this twilight realm. I don't understand, Mara said. Emily's gaze grew distant. The hollowing is not a place but a threshold, she explained. Between worlds, between time, between memory and forgetting. Here, the past lives alongside the present. Here, those lost find a home, though it is no home at all. Mara swallowed hard. And me? You are a visitor now, Emily said, stepping closer. A memory bearer. You can cross back to the world you know. Or you can stay and become part of the hollowing. But if you choose to stay, you must give something in return. Mara's breath hitched. What do you want from me? Your memories. The trees around them shivered. The ground beneath Mara's feet pulsed softly, like a heartbeat. The whispers rose to a chorus. Remember, forget, remember, forget. Mara's mind flooded with images, fragments of her life, moments she'd held dear, slipping like sand through her fingers. Faces of friends, laughter, the smell of rain on dry earth, the warmth of her mother's kitchen, Emily's smile on sunny days long gone. She felt herself slipping away. Her memories were the price the forest demanded. Emily's voice softened. You don't have to lose everything. Only what you're willing to give. Mara's fingers clenched, holding tight to the silver necklace in her pocket, the last tangible connection to her sister, and to the life she hoped to return to. Is there a way to bring you back? To save you and not lose myself? Emily's eyes gleamed. There is always a way. But it is never easy. You must find the heart of the hollowing, the blackest root, the deepest shadow. There, the past and present are bound. There, you will find the truth. Mara nodded, determination blooming. Where is it? Emily reached out, brushing Mara's cheek gently. Follow the roots. Follow the whispers. But beware, the deeper you go, the more you become part of the forest. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Mara stumbled, grabbing a tree for support. The trees groaned, and from the mist emerged shadowy figures, wraith-like shapes with glowing eyes and twisted limbs. They circled, silent and watchful. They are the forgotten, Emily warned. Those who lost their memories completely, trapped between worlds. They will try to take yours. Mara's heart raced. I'm not afraid. Emily smiled sadly. You should be. Mara turned toward the darkest part of the hollowing, where the runes glowed brightest and the fog was thickest. The roots beneath her feet seemed to pulse with energy, guiding her forward like a living path. The Forgotten watched her from the shadows, their empty eyes tracking every step. With every breath, Mara felt memories slipping away, faces, names, places blurring like a fading photograph. But her grip on the necklace tightened. The forest whispered secrets, ancient and cruel, promising power, reunion, or oblivion. Mara pressed on. For Emily. For herself. Hours passed in this twilight realm. Time was fractured, seconds stretching into eternity. At last, Mara reached a colossal black root twisted around a massive stone. It pulsed with dark energy, veins glowing with blue light, like the heart of the forest itself. The whispers crescendoed. Remember. 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 Mara knelt and placed her hand on the root. Images flooded her mind, Emily's crash, the funeral, the loneliness that followed, the dreams of the forest calling her sister home. A voice echoed. Give us your memory of her. Let the past live here. Mara hesitated. The price was clear. The choice was hers. She closed her eyes and let the memories flow. She saw Emily's laughter on a sunny day. Her last smile. The promise Mara made long ago. As the memories poured into the root, the forest's glow intensified, and the forgotten faded away, their eyes closing like candles snuffed out. The black root pulsed once more, then released a gentle warmth. Mara opened her eyes. Emily stood before her, whole, real, and shining with light. Thank you, Emily whispered. Mara smiled through tears. Welcome home. The forest sighed, and the fog lifted. The trees bowed as Mara and Emily walked hand in hand toward the edge of the hollowing, their path home. The moment Mara and Emily stepped beyond the threshold of the hollowing, the world seemed to tilt and blur, like the moment between waking and sleep. The dense forest, shrouded in fog moments before, began to clear. Trees thinned, the light shifted from that ethereal blue to the warm, golden hues of dawn. Birdsong timidly returned, and somewhere deep in the distance, a woodpecker began its steady tapping. Mara blinked, feeling the cold mist melt away from her skin. She squeezed Emily's hand tightly. Her sister's fingers were warmer than she remembered, trembling slightly but alive, real. For a moment, everything was silent, and the world felt fragile, as if the slightest breath might shatter the spell. Is this really happening? Mara whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. Emily looked around, eyes wide and unsteady. I don't know, she replied, voice soft. I've never been here before. Mara searched her sister's face. It was the face she had carried in her heart all these years, but something lingered beneath, something hollow, as if part of Emily was still lost in the depths of that twisted forest realm. I'm here now, Mara said firmly. We're going home. The trail they followed wound back through towering pines, their needles dripping with early morning dew. The forest floor was soft beneath their feet, scattered with fallen leaves and tangled roots. Yet the air was heavy, thick with unspoken warnings. As they walked, Mara felt an unshakable sense of being watched. Shadows slipped just beyond her vision, fleeting movements that vanished when she turned her head. The silence was broken suddenly by a low, rumbling growl from behind. Mara spun around, heart pounding. The fog thickened again, swirling into shapes, long limbs and glowing eyes. The Forgotten. The wraith-like figures from the hollowing had followed them, crossing the boundary between worlds. Mara stepped in front of Emily, pulling the knife from her pack. Her hands shook, but she held it steady. "Stay behind me," she ordered. The Forgotten closed in slowly, their forms flickering between solid and smoke. One reached out, claws scraping the bark of a tree, releasing a sound like shattered glass. Mara held her breath. "Why are they here?" Emily asked, fear tightening her voice. "Because the forest never forgets what you take," Mara said grimly. The creature's eyes burned with hunger, not for flesh, but for memories. One by one, they circled closer, whispering fractured fragments of voices, snatches of Mara's childhood, pieces of her past woven with Emily's memories. Mara gritted her teeth. She had traded some memories for Emily's return, and now the forest wanted more. The leader of the Forgotten, a towering figure cloaked in shifting shadows, stepped forward. Its voice was a rasping echo. "You carry the burden of remembering. The forest claims what is owed. Give us what you cannot lose." Mara's fingers tightened on the knife's handle. "I won't let you take my memories." "You have no choice," the shadow hissed. "The price is due." Suddenly, the ground beneath Mara cracked open, thick roots twisting and writhing like serpents. She stumbled but caught herself on a tree. The Forgotten advanced. In a desperate move, Mara grabbed a fallen branch and struck out, the wood splintering as it connected with one of the shadowy forms. The creature shrieked, dissipating into a mist that vanished on the wind. But more came. Emily's eyes filled with tears. "There has to be a way to stop them." "There is," Mara said, voice steady despite the fear. "But it means going deeper into the hollowing, finding the source. The heart of the forest." Emily nodded, wiping her tears. Together, they ran, weaving between trees as the Forgotten gave chase. They reached a clearing where the ancient black root Mara had touched earlier emerged like a gnarled hand from the earth. Here, the energy was thick, almost unbearable. The glowing runes pulsed brighter. Mara knelt and pressed her palms against the root, feeling the pulse of the forest's dark heart. "We have to bind the forest's hunger," she said. "Seal it." Emily searched the pouch they had carried, pulling out a small knife, the one Mara had brought from the cabin. Together, they carved a circle in the dirt around the root. Mara recited the words Lila had whispered earlier, a chant of memory and binding, lost language that sounded like wind through leaves. The roots writhed violently but did not break the circle. The Forgotten screamed in frustration, their forms flickering between solidity and smoke. As the last word left Mara's lips, the ground shook violently. A burst of blue light exploded from the root's core, blinding and pure. When it faded, the forest was still. The Forgotten were gone. The fog lifted completely. Mara looked at Emily. Her sister's eyes were clear now, whole. They hugged, the long years of loss and fear melting away in the embrace. "You saved me," Emily whispered. "We saved each other," Mara said. They walked home together, the forest behind them peaceful and still, the trees whispering farewell. The sun broke through the canopy, warming their faces. For the first time in years, Mara felt hope. But as they reached the edge of the forest, Mara's gaze lingered on the shadowed tree line. Because she knew the forest would always remember. And so would she. Mara and Emily's footsteps fell softly on the mossy forest floor as they made their way back to the edge of Elmsbrook, the village where they had grown up. The early morning sun filtered weakly through the thinning mist, dappling the path with pale light, a stark contrast to the dark shadows that had clung to them only hours before. Though the forest had momentarily released its hold, the air still felt heavy with secrets and the residue of ancient sorrow. For Mara, every step away from the hollowing was a step back into a world she once knew, but no longer recognized. The village was quiet, too quiet. Windows shuttered, doors bolted. Mara's heart sank as she noticed the peeling paint on the abandoned houses and the rusted sign hanging crookedly above the general store. "Where is everyone?" Emily whispered, clutching Mara's hand tightly. "I don't know," Mara admitted, scanning the empty streets. The eerie stillness was unsettling. There was no chatter, no laughter of children playing, no creak of rocking chairs on porches. Only silence. Mara led Emily toward the old town square, hoping to find some sign of life. At the center stood the ancient clock tower, its hands frozen at 3:13. Time had stopped here, or at least refused to move forward. A cold chill ran down Mara's spine as she realized that the village itself was caught in some kind of limbo, a place where the world beyond the forest had not quite caught up with reality. They reached the village church next, its heavy wooden doors shut tight. Mara tried the handle, locked. Her breath caught. "Maybe they left," Emily suggested, voice barely a whisper. "Or maybe something's keeping them away." Mara's mind raced back to the warnings Lila had given her about the forest's hunger, about memories lost, promises broken, and the price paid in silence. Suddenly, a low moan echoed from the shadows of the churchyard. Mara spun around, pulling Emily close. From behind a crumbling gravestone emerged a figure, hunched, ragged, eyes sunken deep into its skull. It moved with a staggering gait, limbs twisting unnaturally as it dragged itself toward them. "No," Mara gasped. "Not again." The figure was one of the forgotten, those lost souls trapped between memory and oblivion, cursed to wander in endless twilight. Its hollow eyes locked on Mara, its voice a rasping whisper. "You remember. You cannot forget. The hollowing calls you back." Mara gripped Emily's hand tighter. "We're not going back," she said, voice trembling but resolute. The creature's mouth twisted into a ghastly smile. "The forest never forgets. And neither shall you." Mara and Emily ran through the deserted streets, the forgotten limping behind, gaining ground despite their grotesque movements. They ducked into an old bookstore, the door creaking shut behind them. The dusty shelves smelled of forgotten stories and aged paper. "We need answers," Mara said, searching through the cracked spines for anything that might explain this nightmare. She found a leather-bound journal, its cover etched with symbols she recognized from the runes in the hollowing. Flipping through the brittle pages, Mara read aloud. "The hollowing is a place where memories are preserved, twisted, and claimed. It feeds on those who remember what should be forgotten. Those taken by the forest become its servants, shadows bound by loss and pain." Emily shivered. "Is there a way to free them?" Mara's eyes darkened. "Only by breaking the cycle of memory and sacrifice." Outside, the moaning grew louder. The forgotten had followed them to the bookstore, pounding on the windows, their voices a chorus of grief and rage. Mara's mind raced for a plan. She recalled the chant Lila had taught her, words of binding and release. "We have to try," she said, grabbing Emily's hand. Together, they began to recite the ancient words, their voices trembling but growing stronger. The runes on the journal began to glow faintly. Outside, the pounding stopped. The Forgotten retreated, their forms dissolving into mist as the first light of dawn broke over Elmsbrook. As silence returned, Mara and Emily stepped outside. The village remained empty, but the oppressive weight lifted. For now, Mara knew the forest's hold was not over. The hollowing was still alive. And it was still waiting. The village of Elmsbrook lay shrouded in a fragile silence, the morning sun casting long, hesitant shadows over empty streets and shuttered windows. Though the immediate threat of the Forgotten had faded with the dawn, a heavy unease settled in Mara's chest, a warning she could not ignore. The hollowing had not been defeated. It had only drawn back, waiting for the right moment to reclaim what it considered its own. Mara and Emily made their way toward the town's edge, toward the small cottage of old Thomas, a man known to be the village's unofficial keeper of stories and secrets. He was the last living link to Elmsbrook's forgotten past, a recluse rumored to have survived his own brushes with the hollowing. If anyone could offer answers, it was him. The path was littered with fallen leaves and broken branches, remnants of a storm that had passed during the night. As they approached the crooked little house, Mara's steps slowed. The air around the cottage felt different, charged, almost alive with anticipation. Emily glanced at her sister, uncertainty in her eyes. "Do you think he'll help us?" Mara nodded, though her heart was heavy. "We need to find out what we're truly dealing with." The door creaked open before they could knock, revealing old Thomas. His face was weathered, eyes sharp but tired, framed by wild white hair and a tangled beard. Despite his age, there was a strength in his posture, a resilience born of years surviving the forest's dark whispers. "I heard you might be coming," he said, voice gravelly but steady. Mara stepped inside, the dim interior smelling of old wood, herbs, and smoke. The walls were lined with shelves cluttered with ancient books, jars of strange ingredients, and faded photographs of the forest. Thomas gestured to a worn armchair near the hearth. "Sit. There's much you need to know." For hours, Thomas spoke, weaving a tapestry of history, myth, and warning. He told them of the hollowing's origins, a rift in the earth formed centuries ago when a terrible ritual went wrong, tearing a hole between the world of the living and a shadow realm where memories were trapped and twisted. "The forest feeds on memories," Thomas explained. "It remembers those who enter, but it also hunts those who remember too much. It's a place where the past refuses to die, and the forgotten scream to be heard." Mara listened, absorbing every word. The weight of the forest's hunger pressed down on her like a physical force. Thomas's eyes darkened. "Your sister's return is a blessing, and a curse. The forest's grasp is long, and it will not let go easily. How do we stop it?" Mara asked, voice steady despite the dread knotting her stomach. "You can't stop the hollowing," Thomas said quietly. "But you can make a bargain with it. A binding. Offer it something precious in exchange for your freedom." Emily's face paled. "Like what?" Thomas hesitated, then reached under the table to pull out a small wooden box carved with the same glowing runes Mara had seen in the forest. "This," he said. "The heart of the forest's binding. Inside lies the seed of the old magic that created the hollowing. It can seal the rift, but only if you are willing to sacrifice what you hold most dear." Mara's breath caught. The necklace, the memories, the promise. The price they had already begun to pay. Thomas's gaze bore into hers. The forest is patient. It waits for the right moment to claim what it is owed. If you do not act soon, Elmsbrook will become lost to the hollowing forever. The weight of his words settled over Mara like a storm cloud. She glanced at Emily, whose eyes were shining with unshed tears. "We'll do whatever it takes," Mara said, voice firm. Thomas nodded. "Good. But beware, the path will not be easy. The forest will test you in ways you cannot imagine." Night fell outside the cottage, the wind rising to howl through the trees. Mara sat by the hearth, the wooden box resting heavy in her hands. Emily lay curled on a blanket nearby, exhausted but safe, for now. Mara's thoughts raced, haunted by the forest's whispers and the faces of the forgotten. She understood now that the battle was far from over. The hollowing was a living thing, a force of memory and loss that demanded a price beyond imagination. And Mara feared what they might have to give. As the fire sputtered low, Mara looked out the window into the dark woods beyond. The trees swayed, as if breathing in the night air. And somewhere deep within the shadows, the forest waited. Remembering. The cold night air pressed against Mara's skin as she stepped out of old Thomas's cottage, the wooden box tucked tightly beneath her coat. The moon hung low, a pale lantern casting silver light through the thick canopy overhead. The forest beyond the village whispered in the wind, the voices barely audible but unmistakable, a chorus of distant memories, half-remembered promises, and unseen eyes watching from the shadows. Mara's grip tightened on the box as she followed Emily's slow, uncertain steps toward the edge of Elmsbrook. The village still felt suspended in time, caught between the living and the forgotten. Somewhere deep in her gut, Mara knew that the forest's hunger was far from sated, and the hollowing's grip was tightening like a noose. They reached the boundary where the mossy ground gave way to thick, tangled roots that twisted like giant serpents beneath the surface. Here, the air was heavier, charged with a strange energy that prickled the skin and tugged at the heart. Mara knelt beside the largest root, the one old Thomas had called the heart of the forest's binding. Its black bark was slick with moisture, veins pulsing faintly with an eerie blue glow. She opened the wooden box slowly. Inside lay a seed, small, dark, and almost alive, pulsing softly with an inner light that seemed to breathe with the forest's rhythm. Emily watched silently, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and hope. "Is this really going to work?" Emily asked, voice barely above a whisper. "It has to," Mara said. "It's the only way to seal the hollowing's rift and stop the forest from consuming everything." Mara reached out, pressing the seed against the root's surface. The forest seemed to hold its breath. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the ground trembled beneath their feet, low groans echoing through the trees like the forest itself was awakening. Roots around them writhed, twisting upward like grasping hands. A sudden chill filled the air as shadows slithered between the trunks. Mara stood, pulling Emily close as the darkness deepened. Shapes began to emerge from the mist, forms familiar and terrifying, the forgotten, the lost souls caught between worlds. They circled the sisters, their hollow eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "You bring the seed," one whispered, voice like dry leaves scraping stone. "But the forest demands sacrifice." "We're ready," Mara said, voice steady despite the fear coiling in her chest. "Not ready enough," another hissed. "The forest wants your memory of her. The promise you made. The love you hold." Mara's breath hitched. The weight of the forest's hunger pressed on her mind, threatening to unravel the fragile threads of her memories. The shadows closed in. Mara and Emily backed toward the root heart, the glowing seed pulsing brighter. "Hold on to me," Mara said, taking Emily's trembling hand. Together, they began to chant the ancient binding words taught by old Thomas. The runes on the seed flared, casting a pale light that pushed back the darkness. The forgotten screamed, a sound of lost time and broken promises, as the shadows retreated into the mist. The root pulsed once more, and then split open, swallowing the seed into its core. The forest sighed, a long, deep breath that shook the leaves. For a moment, silence. Then the fog lifted. The air lightened. The oppressive weight of the hollowing lifted, replaced by a fragile peace. Mara looked at Emily, tears of relief streaming down her face. "It's over," she whispered. Emily smiled weakly. "For now." But as they turned to leave, Mara noticed something strange. The necklace she had kept close, the last link to her sister, was gone. Her heart clenched. "The forest always remembers," Lila's voice echoed in her mind. "And it always takes what it is owed." Mara knew the price was not paid in full. The hollowing had been sealed, but its hunger remained. And the forest's shadows would return. The dawn crept slowly over Elmsbrook, casting soft golden light across the sleeping village. The oppressive weight that had hung over the town for weeks seemed to lift, but Mara knew better than to believe the nightmare was truly over. The forest had always been patient. It took what it wanted, when it wanted. And it was still watching. Mara and Emily walked silently through the village, their footsteps echoing on empty streets. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, but beneath it lay something else, a subtle trace of smoke, and a faint metallic tang Mara couldn't place. Her fingers instinctively went to the empty spot around her neck where the silver necklace used to rest. The necklace, the last link to her sister's past, was gone. Taken by the forest, a reminder that some debts remained unsettled. They made their way back to the cabin on the edge of the woods. It stood alone, surrounded by towering pines that stretched endlessly toward the sky. Mara pushed open the creaking door, the familiar scent of wood smoke and moss greeting them. For the first time in weeks, the cabin felt like a refuge. Emily sank into a worn armchair by the hearth, exhaustion pulling her under. Mara busied herself with lighting a fire, the flames flickering warmly but failing to chase the cold from her bones. As the fire crackled, Mara's thoughts turned to Lila, the pale girl who had appeared from the hearth and warned them of the forest's hunger. Where was she now? Had she escaped the hollowing completely, or was she still trapped somewhere in the roots and shadows? The quiet was shattered by a soft tapping at the door. Mara froze. No one had come to the cabin in days. Cautiously, she opened the door a crack. There, standing in the morning mist, was Lila. Her pale face was drawn, eyes wide and haunted. "I'm back," she whispered. "The forest, it's not finished." Mara stepped aside to let her in. "What do you mean?" she asked. Lila's voice trembled. The hollowing's heart beat still. The binding seed, it slowed the spread, but it did not stop it. The forest remembers your promise. It wants more. Mara's chest tightened. The price they had paid was only the beginning. Lila pulled from her cloak a small, twisted branch wrapped in black vines. "This is a token," she said. "A piece of the hollowing's root. It's alive, connected to the forest's will. If you carry it, you are bound to the forest forever." "Bound how?" Mara asked, dread pooling in her stomach. "You will hear its whispers in your mind. Feel its hunger in your blood. And when it calls, you must answer." or lose yourself to the hollowing. Mara glanced at Emily, who nodded slowly, understanding the gravity of the situation. "What do we do?" Emily asked. Lila's eyes darkened. "You fight. But the forest is patient. It waits for you to falter. To forget. To let go." Days turned into weeks. Mara and Emily lived in a fragile balance, the forest's whispers never far from their thoughts. The twisted branch pulsed with dark energy, a constant reminder of the bargain they had made. Mara's dreams were haunted by shadowed faces and broken promises. She saw glimpses of the forgotten, reaching out with skeletal hands, begging for release, or vengeance. The necklace was gone, but its absence was a wound Mara carried deep within her soul. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest darkened, Mara heard a voice calling her name. Soft. Urgent. Mara. She followed the sound into the woods, the twisted branch burning cold against her skin. The trees seemed to close around her, branches reaching like fingers, shadows lengthening. "Come," the voice whispered. She pushed forward, heart pounding. In a small clearing, bathed in silver moonlight, stood Emily, but not the Emily she knew. This Emily's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. Her smile was sad. "The forest calls me," she said. "And I must go." Mara reached out, tears streaming. "No. You promised you'd stay." "I did," Emily said softly. "But the forest never forgets." The hollowing was not done with them. Its shadows lingered. Its hunger remained. And Mara knew their fight had only just begun. The night air was thick with fog as Mara stood alone at the edge of the clearing, her breath visible in the cold. The twisted branch from the hollowing pulsed faintly against her chest, a relentless heartbeat she could neither escape nor ignore. The weight of the forest's hunger pressed down on her, heavier than any stone she had ever carried. Somewhere deep inside, the voices of the forgotten echoed, whispers of sorrow, regret, and longing, calling her back into the darkness. Emily's glowing eyes haunted her mind. The sister she had fought so hard to save was slipping away, pulled by a force older than time itself. Days earlier, when Emily first spoke those chilling words, Mara felt the ground shift beneath her feet. The promise they had made, sealed in blood and memory, was unraveling faster than she could grasp. "The forest calls me," Emily had said, voice trembling but resolute. "I won't let it," Mara had replied, desperation thick in her throat. But Emily had only smiled sadly. "You can't fight a shadow that remembers everything. I'm part of the hollowing now." Mara had spent restless nights by the cabin hearth, the flickering firelight throwing her own shadow against the walls, twisting and dancing like the spirits of the forest. She wondered what Emily truly meant. Was her sister trapped between worlds? Was she slowly fading, becoming one with the hollowing? Every memory Mara had sacrificed to the forest clawed at her sanity. The necklace was gone. The seed had been planted. And still, the forest whispered. One night, the whispering grew louder, voices threading through Mara's dreams like a suffocating fog. She awoke to find the twisted branch glowing brighter than ever, its black vines writhing like living things. Without thinking, Mara clutched the branch and stepped outside into the forest, the mist curling around her ankles like smoke. The trees leaned in, their branches reaching as if to grasp her soul. She followed a path she did not recognize, guided by the pulsing light of the branch and the eerie voices that called her name. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to close around her, the canopy thickening until no stars pierced the night sky. Suddenly, she came upon an ancient tree, larger than any she had seen before. Its bark was cracked and glowing faintly with the same runes she had encountered in the hollowing. Roots burst from the earth, tangled and blackened, pulsing with dark energy. Mara knelt and placed the twisted branch at the base of the tree. "I offer you this," she whispered. "Take it, and leave my sister be." The forest seemed to hold its breath. Then the ground trembled. A deep voice echoed through the woods, neither male nor female, old as the earth itself. "The price is not yet paid." Mara's heart froze. "What more do you want?" "A promise." "I give you mine," she said firmly. "I will protect Emily. I will carry the burden." The voice was silent for a long moment. Then it spoke again. "Very well. But remember, promises made in shadow bind forever." As Mara rose, the forest around her began to change. The trees shifted, their bark growing lighter, the mist thinning. She felt a flicker of hope. But it was fragile, easily broken. Returning to the cabin, Mara found Emily sitting by the fire, eyes now dimmer, less glowing, but filled with sorrow. "Did you make the promise?" Emily asked. "Yes," Mara replied. "Then the forest may spare me, for now." Emily reached out, taking Mara's hand. "But promises are heavy." "I know," Mara said, squeezing her sister's hand tightly. In the days that followed, Mara found herself caught between two worlds, the village slowly waking from its trance, and the ever-looming presence of the hollowing just beyond the trees. She was bound to the forest by the promise she made, carrying the weight of memories lost and sacrifices yet to come. The necklace was gone. The past was buried. And the future was uncertain. But Mara would fight. For Emily. For Elmsbrook. For the memories that still remained. Days slipped into weeks with a slow, creeping dread that settled over Elmsbrook like a thick fog. Though the village's people had begun to stir from their enchanted slumber, a deep unease clung to the air, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for the next move in a game that had already been played many times before. Mara could feel it in every rustling leaf, every whisper of wind. The hollowing was awakening, gathering strength in the shadows, its hunger far from sated. The promise Mara had made lingered in her mind, an invisible chain linking her to the forest's ancient heart. She had vowed to protect Emily, but with every passing day, that vow felt more like a weight dragging her down, threatening to pull her into the depths alongside the forgotten. The twisted branch she had planted at the ancient tree remained embedded in the earth, pulsing faintly, a beacon and a barrier, fragile and impermanent. One evening, as twilight bled into night, Mara stood at the edge of the woods, staring into the dense darkness where the trees converged like a cathedral of shadows. Her breath formed clouds in the cold air. She knew what awaited her there, the whispered calls of the hollowing, the spectral eyes watching from beyond the veil. "Mara," the voice came soft and urgent, carried on the wind. She turned sharply, heart pounding. Emily emerged from the mist, her steps hesitant, eyes clouded but determined. "You should not come here," Mara warned. "It's not safe." "I have to," Emily said, voice shaking. "The forest calls to me still. I feel it in my bones." Mara reached out, gripping her sister's arm. "We'll face it together." Together, they stepped into the forest's embrace, the world around them shifting with every step. The trees towered above, their branches tangled like grasping fingers. The ground was soft and uneven, carpeted with moss and fallen leaves. The scent of pine was thick, mingled with damp earth and something metallic, blood, or memory. "Do you hear it?" Emily whispered. "The voices?" Mara nodded. The forest was alive with whispers, fragments of old songs, forgotten names, laughter and tears woven into the very fabric of the woods. Suddenly, the forest grew darker, the mist swirling into shapes that twisted and coiled. The forgotten appeared, their eyes glowing with desperate hunger. They reached for Mara and Emily, their hands like brittle branches, faces half-formed and broken. "You promised," one of them rasped. "But promises can be broken." Mara raised her voice, chanting the ancient words of binding taught by old Thomas. The runes on the twisted branch pulsed fiercely. The forgotten screamed, recoiling as light pushed back the darkness. But as the shadows retreated, a new figure emerged from the mist, taller, more solid than the rest. Cloaked in darkness, eyes burning like embers. "You cannot hide from the forest's heart," it said, voice like grinding stone. "Your promise binds you, but the hollowing demands more." Mara's blood ran cold. The figure stepped forward, and the ground beneath them trembled. Roots erupted from the earth, twisting and writhing like serpents. The ancient tree Mara had planted the seed beside groaned, its bark splitting to reveal a hollow glowing with eerie light. "Come," the shadow commanded. "The hollowing's heart awaits." Mara glanced at Emily, whose hands were clenched tightly. "We have to go deeper," Mara said. "There's no turning back now." As they followed the shadow's lead, the forest seemed to pulse with dark energy, the whispers growing louder, more insistent. The path became treacherous, roots tangled like traps, the air thick with unseen eyes watching. Mara's mind raced with memories, the faces of those lost, the promises made, the sacrifices yet to come. The hollowing was alive, hungry, and patient. And it was coming for them all. Mara's footsteps faltered as the forest around her darkened to a shade that seemed almost unnatural, the dense canopy blotting out the last remnants of moonlight. The air grew colder, heavier, saturated with an ancient sorrow that seeped into her bones. Every breath she took felt thick with the weight of unseen eyes watching, waiting. Emily's hand tightened around hers, a fragile tether holding her to the world she knew, and to the sister she was desperate to save. They had followed the shadowed figure deep into the forest, where twisted roots and gnarled branches wove a labyrinth no map could chart. The path beneath their feet pulsed faintly with an eerie blue light, echoing the glow from the twisted branch Mara had planted days before. The heartbeat of the hollowing. Ahead, a massive tree towered above all others, its bark blackened and cracked, glowing faintly with ancient runes that pulsed like a living thing. Roots the size of rivers snaked from its base, burrowing deep into the earth, seeming to pulse in rhythm with the thudding in Mara's chest. This was the heart of the hollowing. The shadow figure stopped here, its ember eyes fixed on Mara. "This is where the forest's soul resides," it said, voice a grinding whisper. "The source of memory and loss. Here, the past and present are bound, and the price is paid." Mara swallowed, heart hammering. She knew what was coming. "What price?" she asked, voice trembling but steady. "What you offered was but a thread," the shadow said. "To seal the rift, a sacrifice must be made. One life for many, one memory for all." Emily's grip faltered. "No," she breathed. "You can still choose," the shadow said. "But the forest does not wait." Mara looked down at the twisted branch glowing faintly in her hand. The seed inside it pulsed like a heartbeat, and she felt the weight of the promise she had made, one that bound her to the forest's will. "What must I do?" Mara asked. The shadow pointed to the roots, which writhed and parted, revealing a cavernous hollow beneath the tree's massive trunk. "Enter," it said. "Place the seed in the heart. Offer your memories freely, and the rift will close. Refuse, and the forest will claim all. Mara exchanged a glance with Emily. Her sister's eyes were dark but resolute. Together, they stepped toward the hollow, the air growing colder, thick with whispers, memories of those long lost, voices begging to be heard. Inside the hollow, the walls pulsed with the same eerie blue light, veins of ancient magic coursing through the wood. Mara could see faces flickering in the shadows, echoes of the forgotten, and hear the cries of those who had been claimed by the hollowing. With trembling hands, Mara placed the twisted branch at the center of the cavern. The seed within glowed brighter, sending tendrils of light weaving through the roots and into the earth below. "Give us your memories," 1,000 voices whispered. "Let the past live." Mara closed her eyes, feeling her mind flood with images, faces, names, moments from her life and Emily's. She held tight to the memory of their mother's smile, their childhood laughter, the promise she had made to bring Emily back. She felt herself slipping, memories unraveling like threads in the wind. "No," Emily said softly, taking Mara's hand. "Remember who you are." "I remember," Mara whispered. The cavern trembled as the seed absorbed the memories, pulsing with a light that grew until it filled the entire hollow. The ground shook violently, roots twisting and cracking as the forest's heartbeat slowed, then stilled. Outside, the fog lifted. The oppressive weight that had hung over Elmsbrook lifted like a breath released. Mara and Emily emerged from the hollow, the forest around them bathed in a new light. The trees seemed less menacing, the air lighter. The hollowing's hunger was stilled, for now. But the cost had been paid. Mara felt hollow where the necklace had been, a void where memories once lived. She looked at Emily, whose eyes were clear but sad. "We saved each other," Mara said. "But the forest never forgets," Emily replied. As they walked back through the forest, Mara realized their battle was not over. The hollowing's heart might be stilled, but the shadows lingered. And the forest would always remember. The forest seemed to breathe around Mara and Emily as they retraced their steps from the hollowing's heart. Though the oppressive weight had lifted, the atmosphere remained thick with a residual sorrow, as if the trees themselves mourned the sacrifice made within their roots. Mara's hands felt empty without the silver necklace that once rested there, a symbol of the memories now lost to the forest's hunger. Yet, despite the ache inside her chest, a fragile hope flickered in her heart. But the hollowing, she knew, was never truly gone. Back in the village of Elmsbrook, life was slowly returning. The sun touched the rooftops with warmth, birds sang tentative songs in the morning, and the townsfolk began to stir from their long, unnatural sleep. But Mara noticed the subtle shifts, conversations held in hushed tones, eyes darting toward the darkening woods, and an unease that clung to the air like a stubborn fog. One evening, Mara found herself alone in the town square as the sun dipped below the horizon. The air was cool, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. She could hear faint whispers carried on the wind, memories from the hollowing reaching out, reminding her that the battle was far from over. A soft crunch of footsteps made Mara turn. Standing before her was old Thomas, the village's keeper of stories, his eyes clouded but clear with purpose. "You did well at the hollowing's heart," he said, voice low. "The rift is sealed, for now." Mara nodded, the burden of the promise weighing on her shoulders. "But I feel like something's still wrong. The forest, it's still hungry." Thomas sighed deeply, settling onto a nearby bench. "The forest's hunger is endless. It feeds on memory, yes, but it also thrives on fear and regret. It will find new ways to claim its due." "What can we do?" Mara asked. "We must remember to resist," he said. to hold on to what the forest wants to erase, and to protect those who still have a past worth fighting for. That night, Mara sat by the fire in the cabin, Emily resting beside her. The silence between them was heavy, filled with unspoken fears. "Do you think the forest will come back for me?" Emily asked quietly. Mara took her sister's hand. "I don't know. But we'll face it together. No matter what." The fire crackled, shadows dancing on the walls like ghosts from their past. Days later, Mara awoke to a strange stillness outside. The birds were silent, the usual morning breeze absent. A low mist crept through the village streets, curling around doorways and lampposts. Drawn by a strange instinct, Mara stepped outside, the cold air sharp against her skin. As she moved toward the edge of the woods, a figure emerged from the fog. It was Lila. Her pale eyes glimmered with a mixture of fear and urgency. "The hollowing stirs again," she said. "Its roots grow deeper, its hunger wider. The price will rise." Mara's heart clenched. "What do you mean?" "New memories will be taken," Lila explained. "And some will be lost forever." Over the coming weeks, strange things began to happen in Elmsbrook. People woke with gaps in their memories, names forgotten, faces blurred, moments that slipped away like water through fingers. The village itself seemed caught in a fragile balance, teetering on the edge of forgetting. Mara and Emily felt the pull of the forest grow stronger with each passing day. The promise Mara had made tethered them both, a lifeline and a chain. One night, as a storm raged outside, Mara sat by the window, watching lightning flicker across the sky. The twisted branch from the hollowing pulsed faintly in the corner, a reminder that the forest's hunger never truly slept. A soft voice whispered from the shadows. "Remember, Mara," it said. "The price of memory is eternal." Mara's eyes filled with tears. She understood now that some battles were not won with a single sacrifice. The hollowing was patient. It waited for cracks to appear, for memories to fade, for promises to weaken. And it would come again. The village of Elmsbrook stirred uneasily beneath a sky bruised with heavy clouds, the wind whispering secrets through the towering pines like ancient voices carried across time. Days after the storm's fury, the forest seemed to pulse with a restless energy, as if it was awakening from a long slumber to reclaim what was promised but never fully paid. Mara could feel it deep in her bones, the hollowing's hunger returning like a slow, creeping sickness that no flame could fully chase away. She stood at the edge of the village, her gaze fixed on the dark line where trees clawed at the horizon, shadows gathering beneath the heavy canopy. Emily was silent beside her, eyes distant and haunted, as if struggling to hold on to the fragile thread tethering her to the world of the living. "Do you feel it too?" Mara asked softly. Emily nodded, swallowing hard. "It's like a storm inside me, restless and cold." Mara reached out, squeezing her sister's hand. "We've fought this before. We can fight it again." But neither of them knew how many battles lay ahead, or what cost the forest would demand next. That evening, a gathering was held in the village square. The townsfolk, still shaken by the recent events, came together with lanterns and whispered prayers, hoping to find strength in unity against the creeping darkness. Old Thomas stood among them, a pillar of knowledge and resolve, while Mara and Emily watched from the sidelines, feeling both hope and dread intertwined. Thomas spoke quietly but firmly. "The hollowing feeds not just on memories, but on fear, regret, and silence. It thrives when we turn away from each other, when we forget the bonds that tie us." He looked directly at Mara. "The promise you made holds weight, but promises alone will not save us. We must remember. We must speak. We must share. As the night deepened, Mara felt the forest's presence grow stronger. The twisted branch, once dormant in the corner of the cabin, pulsed with a fierce urgency. The whispers grew louder in her mind, a chorus of lost voices pleading to be heard, remembered, and freed. Sleep evaded her, replaced by visions of shadowy figures reaching through the trees, eyes burning with hunger and sorrow. Faces from the past emerged, friends lost, memories stolen, promises broken. Days passed, and the forest's hunger grew bolder. Strange happenings became common in Elmsbrook. People found objects missing or misplaced, familiar paths seemed to twist into unfamiliar mazes. Shadows flitted just beyond sight, and the forest's whispers threaded into the wind like a haunting melody. Mara and Emily realized the hollowing was not content to wait quietly. It was gathering strength, preparing for a reckoning. One night, Mara awoke to the sound of cracking branches and rustling leaves outside. The wind carried a voice, soft, beckoning, and laced with ancient sorrow. She dressed quickly and stepped outside into the chill night air. The forest loomed before her, a dark sea of whispering shadows. "Mara," the voice called again. With a deep breath, Mara stepped into the darkness, the twisted branch glowing faintly in her pocket. Each step echoed with memories, both hers and the countless souls claimed by the hollowing. Deeper and deeper she walked, the forest closing around her like a living maze. Suddenly, the ground beneath her trembled. Roots erupted, twisting upward like grasping hands, and from the shadows emerged the forgotten, half-formed specters with hollow eyes and desperate cries. "Remember us," they pleaded. "Remember what was lost." Mara's voice rang out, chanting the ancient binding words. The glowing runes on the branch flared brightly, pushing back the shadows. The forgotten screamed, retreating into the mist. But as the last shadow vanished, a cold voice echoed through the trees. "This is only the beginning." Mara knew then that the hollowing was far from finished. The storm was gathering. And the fight for Elmsbrook's soul had only just begun. The morning after the gathering dawned gray and heavy, as if the sky itself bore the weight of the forest's sorrow. Mara sat by the window of the cabin, staring out at the pines swaying in a restless breeze. The twisted branch rested on the table before her, faintly glowing like a heartbeat, an ever-present reminder of the price paid and the promise yet to be fulfilled. Her mind churned with questions that had no easy answers. How many more memories would the hollowing claim? How many souls were still trapped, their whispers lost in the endless roots beneath the earth? And most painfully, what was the true cost of the promise she had made? Emily stirred in the next room, her footsteps soft as she entered the kitchen. Her eyes, though clearer than before, still held the distant look of one caught between worlds. "Mara," Emily said quietly, "I feel it, growing inside me. The forest's hunger isn't just outside. It's inside." Mara reached across the table, taking Emily's hand in hers. "We've come this far together. We'll find a way to fight it, to protect you, to protect all of us." Emily gave a small, sad smile. "I want to believe that. But the hollowing is patient. And it remembers every promise broken, every memory lost." Days passed in a tense rhythm, the village slowly regaining its routine but never quite shaking the shadow that hung over it. Mara and Emily worked with old Thomas to gather the villagers, teaching them the ancient words, encouraging them to share their stories openly, defying the silence the forest demanded. At night, Mara dreamed of the hollowing's depths, a vast cavern where lost memories swirled like smoke, faces flickering in the darkness, calling out for release. She felt the pull of those shadows, cold and insistent, tugging at her own fading memories. One evening, as the sun dipped low and the forest was bathed in golden light, Mara ventured to the ancient tree where she had planted the binding seed. The twisted branch throbbed with power in her pocket. The roots beneath the tree pulsed faintly, almost alive. She knelt and placed her hand on the bark, feeling the forest's heartbeat beneath her palm. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a voice echoed from the roots. "The price is rising." Mara's breath caught. The hollowing demanded more than she had anticipated. As twilight fell, Mara returned to the village with a new determination. The fight was no longer just for survival, it was a fight to reclaim what the forest had stolen. She called a meeting in the square, where the villagers gathered with wary eyes and hopeful hearts. "We cannot let the hollowing consume us," Mara declared. "We must remember, together, and stand as one against the darkness." Old Thomas stepped forward, his voice steady and clear. "The forest's hunger feeds on fear and silence. Speak your truths. Share your stories. Only then can we bind the hollowing and protect what remains." That night, as the village sat around fires sharing tales of the past, laughter and tears mingling in the flickering light, Mara felt a fragile hope kindle within her. But she knew the hollowing was watching, waiting for the moment to strike again. As she lay in bed, the twisted branch pulsed softly on her bedside table. A whisper brushed her ear, soft, ancient, and filled with sorrow. "Remember, or be lost." Mara closed her eyes, steeling herself for the battles yet to come. The first light of dawn crept softly through the cracks in the cabin's wooden walls, casting pale ribbons of gold over the scattered pages of old Thomas's ancient books. Mara sat cross-legged on the worn rug, her hands trembling as she traced the faded symbols etched onto the twisted branch resting in her lap. The pulse of the hollowing echoed faintly beneath the surface, a low, steady rhythm that seemed to sync with her own heartbeat. Though the rift was sealed and the worst seemed behind them, Mara felt the unyielding weight of a lingering darkness, one that thrived not only in the woods but in the very marrow of those who had crossed its path. Emily lay curled on a blanket nearby, her breathing uneven as sleep fled her. Mara's eyes flicked to her sister's pale face, so fragile and yet so stubbornly alive, and a fierce determination kindled in her chest. The hollowing might hunger, but they had a weapon more powerful than any root or shadow, the bond between them. Mara rose, moving to the window to peer out at the forest's edge. The pines stood silent and stoic, their dark silhouettes outlined against the morning sky. Despite the seeming calm, Mara could almost hear the forest's whispered secrets, memories long buried, aching to be freed or consumed. Suddenly, a sharp breeze swept through the trees, rustling leaves and carrying with it a faint, haunting melody. It was a song she had heard in dreams, sung by voices both distant and familiar. The hollowing was calling again. Her resolve hardened, Mara prepared herself to venture once more into the heart of the forest. She wrapped the twisted branch securely in cloth and tucked it into her satchel alongside old Thomas's journals, filled with ancient lore and protective spells. Emily stirred, opening her eyes to meet Mara's gaze. "Where are you going?" Emily's voice was weak but steady. "Back into the hollowing," Mara answered. "We can't wait for it to come to us." Emily nodded, her expression a mix of fear and fierce trust. "Then I'm coming with you." Together, they stepped into the forest's embrace, the ground soft beneath their boots, carpeted with moss and fallen needles. The trees closed in around them, their branches weaving a vaulted ceiling that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns. The air was thick with the scent of earth and decay, mingled with something sweeter, the faint trace of forgotten memories. As they ventured deeper, the whispers grew louder, voices threading through the air like fragile threads of silk. Mara felt a tug at her consciousness. Images flickered at the edges of her mind, moments from her childhood, laughter and tears, the warmth of family dinners and the sting of loss. Each memory was precious, yet fragile, threatened by the forest's insatiable hunger. They reached the clearing where the ancient tree stood, the heart of the hollowing, its bark now scarred and cracked, the runes dimmed but still glowing faintly. Mara knelt, placing her hand on the root's rough surface. "It's weaker," she whispered. "But not gone." A sudden rustling in the underbrush made them both turn sharply. From the shadows emerged a figure, gaunt and spectral, yet unmistakably human. It was one of the forgotten, a soul trapped between worlds, its eyes pleading. "Help us," the figure begged. "Remember us." Mara's heart ached. The forest's hunger was not just for memories, but for redemption, for release. Drawing a deep breath, Mara began to chant the ancient binding words taught by old Thomas. The twisted branch pulsed in response, sending tendrils of light weaving through the roots and into the earth. The forgotten's form shimmered, growing clearer, until it smiled, a fleeting moment of peace before fading into the morning light. Emily reached out, placing a comforting hand on Mara's shoulder. "We're making a difference," she said softly. Mara nodded, though a shadow of doubt lingered. The hollowing was patient, and the price of memory was steep. As they made their way back to Elmsbrook, Mara felt the whispers in her mind growing louder, echoes of the past demanding to be heard. She knew their fight was far from over, but with each memory reclaimed, each soul freed from the forest's grasp, hope blossomed amidst the darkness. The village awaited them, fragile but alive. And Mara's promise burned brighter than ever. The village of Elmsbrook lay shrouded beneath a thick blanket of mist that clung stubbornly to every tree and rooftop. The soft gray haze muted the sounds of the waking world, wrapping the town in a silent stillness that felt almost sacred, or perhaps sinister. Mara stood at the edge of the woods, the damp chill settling deep in her bones. The twisted branch pulsed faintly in her palm, a slow, steady heartbeat entwined with the forest's own rhythm. Though the morning sun had risen hours ago, the fog refused to lift, swirling around the ancient pines like a restless spirit. The hollowing's presence was heavier here, its hunger echoing in every whisper of the mist. Mara's footsteps were muffled as she moved through the forest, each step a cautious dance on the moss-covered earth. Emily walked beside her, eyes wide and alert, clutching Mara's hand tightly. The promise Mara had made bound them both, an invisible tether stretching between past and present, memory and oblivion. As they ventured deeper beneath the canopy, the air grew colder, tinged with the metallic scent of damp earth and something darker, decay mingled with forgotten sorrow. The whispers intensified, threading through the mist like a symphony of voices caught between worlds. "Do you hear them?" Emily asked, voice barely above a whisper. Mara nodded. "They're calling. Lost memories, souls trapped in the forest's roots." Ahead, the trees opened into a clearing Mara did not recognize, though it felt ancient and familiar. In the center stood a stone altar, covered in tangled vines and weathered by time. Carved into its surface were symbols that glowed faintly with an otherworldly light, runes of binding and release. Mara approached cautiously, placing the twisted branch on the altar. The seed within pulsed brighter, sending tendrils of light weaving into the stone and spreading beneath the forest floor like veins of hope. "This place," Emily murmured. "It's a gateway." Suddenly, the mist thickened, swirling violently around them. From its depths emerged shapes, figures half-formed and shifting, their faces twisted in sorrow and fear. The forgotten had come again, their voices rising in a chorus of despair. "Remember us," they cried. "Remember who we were." Mara closed her eyes, feeling the weight of countless memories pressing against her mind. She began to chant the binding words, her voice steady despite the tremor in her heart. The runes on the altar flared, and the forest trembled. The Forgotten's forms solidified, their faces softening as they were released from their torment. One by one, they stepped into the light, a release that brought tears to Mara's eyes. But the peace was fleeting. A low growl rumbled from the shadows, and the forest around them darkened once more. From the mist emerged a towering figure cloaked in darkness, eyes burning with ancient fury. "You think you can undo what has been sown?" it hissed. "The hollowing is eternal. It feeds on the forgotten and the forsaken." Mara stood her ground, gripping the twisted branch tightly. "We will remember," she declared. "We will fight." Emily stepped beside her, courage shining through her fear. Together, they faced the embodiment of the forest's hunger, a force as old as the trees themselves, relentless and unforgiving. The battle was fierce and exhausting. Shadows clashed with light as Mara and Emily chanted the ancient words, the twisted branch pulsing with power. The figure writhed and screamed, but the bond between the sisters held strong, weaving a shield of memory and love. As dawn broke, the forest fell silent once more. The towering shadow dissipated into the mist, leaving behind a fragile calm. Breathless and shaken, Mara and Emily returned to Elmsbrook, knowing the Hollowing's hunger was quelled but never fully satisfied. The forest would always remember, and so would they. The battle for the past, present, and future was far from over. The days following the battle beneath the mist-laden canopy were filled with uneasy calm. The forest around Elmsbrook seemed to breathe easier, its shadows receding just enough to allow sunlight to kiss the moss-covered ground. But Mara knew better than to trust the fleeting peace. The Hollowing's hunger was a slow, simmering ember, one that could ignite without warning and consume everything in its path. Inside the cabin, Mara pored over old Thomas's journals, the brittle pages illuminated by the soft glow of a lantern. Each line of faded script held fragments of forgotten history, ancient rites, and whispered warnings about the Hollowing's true nature. It was a forest older than the village, older than the land itself, a living memory of pain and loss, bound to reclaim what had been lost through sacrifice and sorrow. Emily sat nearby, tracing patterns in the dust on the wooden floor. Her gaze was distant, haunted by the battles they had fought and the memories they had lost. "Do you think we'll ever be free?" Emily asked quietly. Mara looked up, determination etched in her features. "Maybe not," she said. "But as long as we remember, the Hollowing can't take everything." That night, as the village settled into uneasy slumber, Mara was roused by a soft tapping at the door. She opened it to find Lila standing in the moonlight, her pale eyes reflecting the stars above. "I've come with a warning," Lila said. "The Hollowing stirs in places we haven't yet seen. It seeks to unravel the threads that bind us all." Mara invited her inside, and Lila spoke of other villages, other forests, places where the Hollowing's shadows had begun to creep, claiming memories and silencing voices. "It's spreading," Lila said. "And soon, it will be unstoppable." The weight of this knowledge settled heavily on Mara. Their fight was no longer isolated to Elmsbrook, it was a battle against an ancient force sweeping across the land, threatening to erase the past and reshape the future. Determined to find answers, Mara and Emily prepared to journey beyond the familiar woods, seeking those who might hold the key to stopping the Hollowing for good. Before they left, old Thomas pressed a small, worn talisman into Mara's hand. "This will guide you," he said. "It holds a piece of the forest's heart, a link to the memories you protect." With heavy hearts but unyielding resolve, the sisters set out under a sky heavy with stars, stepping into the unknown. As they walked, the forest whispered around them, echoes of the past weaving through the night air, urging them onward. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger and shadow. But Mara knew one truth above all. Memory was their weapon. And they would wield it until the hollowing was no more. Mara and Emily stepped beyond the familiar bounds of Elmsbrook, their footsteps sinking softly into the mossy earth beneath towering pines that stretched endlessly toward a darkening sky. The village they left behind was wrapped in silence, the fragile peace tenuous as a candle flickering against a growing storm. The weight of the talisman in Mara's hand was both a comfort and a reminder. This journey was more than a search for answers. It was a battle for the very essence of memory and identity. The forest thickened as they pressed onward, shadows lengthening like the fingers of forgotten ghosts. Every rustle in the underbrush, every distant crack of a branch, set their senses on edge. Emily's hand never left Mara's, the sisters bound by a shared determination and fear. "How far do we have to go?" Emily asked, voice low but steady. "As far as it takes," Mara replied. "Old Thomas said there are others who have faced the hollowing. We need to find them." Their path led them through tangled thickets and over ancient stone bridges that spanned misty ravines. The air grew colder, the scent of pine mingling with something darker, the sharp tang of decay and sorrow. The whispers returned, faint but persistent, threading through the night like strands of a forgotten song. At times, the voices seemed almost human, calling their names, weaving memories they'd thought lost. One evening, as twilight bled into darkness, Mara and Emily stumbled upon a clearing illuminated by the pale glow of lanterns hanging from gnarled branches. Figures moved silently within, cloaked and hooded, their eyes reflecting the firelight with cautious curiosity. "Travelers," one voice said, low and steady. Mara stepped forward, holding the talisman aloft. "We seek those who have fought the hollowing," she said. "Those who remember." A tall figure approached, lowering her hood to reveal silver hair and eyes sharp with knowledge. "You are not the first," the woman said. "But the hollowing grows stronger. Come, we have much to discuss." The sisters joined the circle around a crackling fire, the night alive with murmured stories and shared memories. The others spoke of lost villages swallowed by shadow, of loved ones consumed by forgetfulness, and of ancient bonds fractured by the forest's hunger. Each tale was a thread in a vast tapestry of loss and resilience. Mara listened, heart heavy but resolute. She realized their fight was part of something far greater, a struggle across time and space to preserve the fragile threads that wove the world's memory. The woman with silver hair, named Silva, explained that the talisman Mara carried was a shard of the original heart of the forest, a remnant of a time when the forest and the people lived in harmony. To heal the hollowing, Silva said, you must find the source, the place where memory first took root, and offer it the truth of your hearts. As the fire's glow danced on their faces, Mara and Emily shared a look of understanding. The journey ahead would be perilous, filled with shadows and sacrifice. But they were not alone. Under the watchful eyes of the stars, the sisters prepared to leave the circle and continue their quest, their spirits bound tighter by the stories and strength shared that night. The forest whispered around them, a chorus of hope and warning intertwined. The battle for memory was far from over. The night air was heavy with moisture as Mara and Emily left the warmth of the fire circle behind, their breaths rising in pale clouds beneath the ancient boughs of the forest. The path ahead was uncertain, a twisting maze of roots and shadows leading toward a place spoken of only in whispered legend, the source, the heart of the hollowing, where memory and oblivion intertwined beneath the veins of the earth. The talisman nestled against Mara's chest pulsed softly, its glow barely piercing the dense darkness. With every step, the forest seemed to grow quieter, the usual symphony of nocturnal life stilled as if holding its breath. The sisters moved in near silence, the weight of what lay ahead pressing down like the oppressive canopy overhead. As they pressed deeper, the air grew colder and the earth beneath their feet turned soft and spongy, soaked with the ancient waters of forgotten time. A faint luminescence began to seep from cracks in the soil, blue-green light pooling like liquid stars spilled across the forest floor. It was a sign they were drawing close to the source. Mara paused, crouching to touch the glowing earth. The light pulsed faintly beneath her fingertips, as though responding to her very presence. A low hum filled the air, not a sound but a vibration felt deep in the bones, a heartbeat that was older than the trees themselves. "This is it," Mara whispered. Emily nodded, eyes wide and wary. "I can feel it, like the whole forest is alive, waiting." Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the roots twisted and writhed, forming an enormous archway that led downward, into the very veins of the earth. The sisters steeled themselves, clasping hands tightly before stepping into the cavernous hollow below. The air grew thick with the scent of damp stone and ancient secrets. The walls of the cavern were lined with glowing runes, their light casting eerie patterns that danced like spirits along the rocky surface. Pools of liquid memory shimmered in the dark, fluid mirrors reflecting moments from lives long past, faces smiling and weeping in silent testament. "The source," Emily breathed. "It's beautiful, and terrifying." From the depths of the cavern emerged a figure, ethereal and shifting, its form composed of light and shadow intertwined. Its eyes held galaxies, stars born and dying in endless cycles of memory. "You have come far," the figure said, voice like 1,000 whispered stories. "But the hollowing is not simply a hunger. It is a wound, deep and ancient." Mara swallowed hard. "How do we heal it?" "By truth," the figure replied. "By offering your memories freely, without fear or regret. Only then can the forest be whole again." Mara felt a profound understanding settle over her. The forest's hunger was not a curse to be fought but a pain to be acknowledged, a wound needing the salve of remembrance and acceptance. With trembling hands, she took the talisman and placed it into the pool of liquid memory. Light surged forth, enveloping them in a warm glow that washed over every shadow, every forgotten sorrow. Visions flooded Mara's mind, her childhood laughter, the bond with Emily, the faces of those lost to the hollowing. She offered them without hesitation, the memories weaving into the light, stitching the wounds of the forest with threads of hope. As the last memory flowed into the source, the cavern pulsed with renewed life. The glowing runes brightened, roots above twisting and blossoming with fresh green leaves. The forest exhaled, a breath of release that swept through the trees and beyond. The hollowing was healing. Outside, dawn broke over Elmsbrook, the village bathed in golden light. The oppressive shadows had lifted, replaced by a vibrant, living energy that promised renewal. Mara and Emily emerged from the forest, forever changed but unbroken. The battle was won, for now. But the forest would always remember. And so would they. The first golden rays of dawn spilled through the gaps in the cabin's wooden walls, casting long, warm beams across the floor where Mara lay awake, eyes fixed on the ceiling. The events at the source had changed everything, or so she hoped. The forest outside seemed to breathe with renewed life, the oppressive silence replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and distant bird calls. But inside her chest, an uneasy stirring persisted, like a shadow clinging stubbornly despite the light. Emily was still asleep in the next room, her breathing deep but restless. Mara's thoughts drifted to the memories they had offered, the ancient wounds they had tried to heal. The forest was healing, yes, but at what cost? That morning, Mara ventured outside, stepping into the vibrant world reborn from shadow. The village was alive with cautious smiles and tentative greetings. Neighbors who had once avoided one another now gathered in small clusters, sharing stories and rekindling bonds that the hollowing had threatened to sever. Yet Mara's gaze remained drawn to the forest edge, where the towering pines stood sentinel, their dark needles whispering secrets on the breeze. As she walked through the village square, she noticed old Thomas seated quietly by the fountain, his eyes closed as if listening to a melody only he could hear. "You seem troubled," Mara said, approaching him. Thomas opened his eyes slowly, a shadow of sadness flickering across his face. "The hollowing is healing, yes," he said softly. "But shadows never fully vanish. They linger, waiting for a moment to return." "What do you mean?" Mara asked. Thomas gestured toward the forest. "There are places where the darkness still breathes, pockets untouched by the light of memory. We must remain vigilant." That evening, Mara and Emily returned to the forest, drawn by an unshakable pull. The twisted branch, now dull but still warm in Mara's pocket, seemed to hum faintly. The air was thick with the scent of pine and something darker, the faint trace of old fear. As they moved deeper into the woods, the shadows grew longer, twisting into shapes that danced just beyond sight. The whispers returned, softer but more insistent, threading through the trees like a warning. Suddenly, a figure stepped from the shadows, a woman cloaked in tattered robes, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "You have healed much," the woman said, voice like wind through dead leaves. "But the hollowing's heart still beats. I am its keeper." The keeper's presence sent a chill through the air. Mara felt the forest tighten around them, roots shifting beneath their feet. "Why have you come?" Mara demanded. "To remind you that balance must be maintained," the keeper replied. "For every memory restored, a shadow must be embraced. The forest remembers both light and dark." Emily stepped forward, voice firm despite the fear in her eyes. "We fight to protect the memories that make us who we are. We will not let darkness consume us." The keeper smiled, a sad, knowing curve of her lips. "Then prepare, for the hollowing's shadow is long, and the night is never truly over." As the keeper vanished into the mist, Mara and Emily knew their journey was far from complete. The battle for memory was not a single victory but a continuous struggle, a delicate dance between light and shadow. They would need every ounce of courage, every memory they held dear, to face the lingering darkness waiting in the depths of the forest. The days that followed the encounter with the keeper passed like a slow, unsteady breath. Mara and Emily found themselves caught between relief and apprehension. The forest seemed to pulse with a restless energy, sometimes soft, like a lullaby, other times sharp and biting, as if warning them of a storm yet to come. The villagers of Elmsbrook tried to resume their lives, but the weight of the hollowing's memory lingered like a shadow stretching across the village square. One afternoon, Mara sat beside the ancient well in the heart of the village, tracing the worn stones with her fingers. The sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light on the cobblestones. She felt the talisman warm against her skin, a reminder that the battle was never truly over. Emily approached quietly, her eyes scanning the edge of the forest. "There's something in the clearing," she whispered. "I heard voices." Mara's heart tightened. The clearing was the place where the forest's hunger had first taken root, the place where the hollowing had clawed into their lives like a ravenous beast. "We should go," Mara said, standing and grabbing the twisted branch. Together, they made their way toward the clearing, the undergrowth thick and tangled. The air was heavy with the scent of pine and earth, and faint whispers echoed around them, like fragments of forgotten stories. As they neared the clearing, shadows twisted between the trees, elongated shapes that moved with unnatural grace. Mara's pulse quickened, her senses heightened. The forest was alive with whispers of fear and longing. In the center of the clearing, a flickering fire burned, casting eerie light on figures cloaked in gray. The firelight danced on their faces, pale, gaunt, eyes hollow and haunted. The forgotten, Emily breathed. Mara stepped forward, holding the branch aloft. The fire seemed to dim, the shadows recoiling. "Why have you returned?" Mara demanded. One of the figures stepped forward, a woman whose eyes shone with sorrow and fury. "The hollowing never leaves," she said. "We are its echoes, bound to the pain it causes. We remember what the living forget. We fight to protect memories," Mara replied. "To keep the forest from consuming us." The woman's gaze softened, but her voice was firm. "Memory is not always salvation. Sometimes, forgetting is mercy." The clearing fell silent, the fire's glow flickering against the encroaching dusk. Mara realized then that the struggle was not between light and darkness alone, but between the desperate need to remember and the equally powerful need to forget. The hollowing was a reflection of both, a wound that bled memories and a shadow that offered escape. As the figures faded into the gathering night, Mara and Emily stood alone in the clearing, the weight of their burden settling deeper into their bones. The forest was patient, its hunger endless. But Mara's promise burned bright, a beacon against the creeping dark. They returned to Elmsbrook under a sky thick with stars, their resolve strengthened yet tempered by the knowledge that the hollowing shadows were as much a part of them as their memories. The fight was far from over. And the echoes in the clearing whispered still. The moon hung low and heavy over Elmsbrook, casting silver light that shimmered through the dense canopy of ancient pines. The village seemed smaller in the quiet night, houses shadowed by the towering trees that whispered secrets carried by the cool wind. Mara stood at the edge of the forest, the twisted branch warm in her palm, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat syncing with the rhythm of the earth. Her breath came slow and steady, yet inside, a tempest brewed, a storm of uncertainty and resolve. The warning from the forgotten in the clearing lingered in her mind. Memory and forgetting were two halves of the same coin, and the hollowing demanded a price neither the forest nor its people could escape. Mara felt the burden of the promise she had made, a vow to protect what remained while facing the relentless tide of oblivion that threatened to swallow them all. Beside her, Emily's eyes reflected the pale moonlight, fierce and unyielding despite the growing weight of shadows in her heart. "Do you think the hollowing can ever truly be stopped?" Emily whispered. "I don't know," Mara admitted. "But we have to try. Because if we don't, there won't be anything left to remember." That night, the forest seemed to breathe with a deeper rhythm, a pulse felt beneath the roots and rocks, like a slow tide rising beneath the earth's skin. Mara and Emily followed the trail deeper into the woods, guided by a faint glow emanating from the twisted branch. Their steps were soft but purposeful, each movement a defiance against the creeping forgetfulness. As they moved, the whispers became voices, fragmented memories woven through the rustling leaves and the sighing wind. Faces and places flickered at the edges of their vision, childhood laughter, lost friends, forgotten promises. Each memory was a fragile flame fighting against the encroaching dark. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shuddered. A wave of darkness surged upward like a tidal swell, swallowing the faint glow of the branch and cloaking the forest in an eerie shadow. The hollowing was waking, its hunger stirred by their intrusion. From the blackness emerged figures, faces pale and hollow, eyes devoid of hope. The forgotten pressed close, their voices rising in a mournful chorus. "Forget us," they pleaded. "Let the past slip away. Mara's heart ached as she grasped the branch tightly, drawing strength from the memories she held dear. She began the ancient chant, her voice steady and clear despite the growing darkness. Light surged from the branch, weaving through the roots and into the soil. The forgotten forms wavered, caught between despair and hope. One by one, they faded into the light, released from their torment. As the darkness receded, Mara and Emily stood breathless in the clearing. The tide of forgetting had crashed, but the light of memory had held. Yet, the Hollowing's hunger was patient and eternal. It would return, and the fight would go on. Back in Elmsbrook, dawn painted the sky in shades of pink and gold. The village stirred with cautious optimism, but Mara knew the truth buried beneath the morning light. The forest remembers all, the love and the loss, the light and the shadow. And so must they. The chill of early morning settled over Elmsbrook like a thin veil, wrapping the village in a fragile quiet that felt almost sacred. The sky above was a muted canvas of gray, the sun struggling to break through the dense clouds hanging low over the pines. Mara stood at the edge of the forest, the twisted branch warm in her hands, its glow faint but steady, a pulse beating in time with her own. Beside her, Emily shivered slightly, pulling her coat tighter against the cold, but her eyes held a fierce determination that never wavered. The events of the past weeks had etched lines of exhaustion and sorrow across their faces, yet their spirit remained unbroken. The village had begun to heal, but Mara knew the Hollowing's shadow still lingered, a dark pulse beneath the surface of everything. She had spoken with old Thomas that morning, his weathered hands gripping the edges of the table as he shared a revelation that chilled her to the bone. "There is a way," Thomas said quietly, "a pact older than the forest itself. A promise between the people and the Hollowing, sealed with blood and memory." A pact? Mara's voice was sharp with disbelief. "Yes," Thomas nodded solemnly. "Long ago, before the village was born, the forest demanded balance. The Hollowing was both protector and predator, it claimed what was forgotten, but it spared those who honored the pact." Mara's mind raced as she pieced together the fragments of history buried in Thomas's words. The promise she had made was only part of a larger, ancient agreement, one that had been broken and forgotten, unleashing the hunger that now threatened them all. Determined to understand more, Mara and Emily prepared to seek the source of the pact, a sacred grove said to lie beyond the oldest part of the forest, a place where memory and magic intertwined in a fragile dance. Their journey through the forest was slow and deliberate, the canopy above filtering the pale sunlight into shafts of gold and green. The air was thick with the scent of earth and pine, and the distant call of birdsong offered a fleeting sense of peace. Yet beneath the beauty, Mara felt the forest's restless pulse, a heartbeat entwined with the shadows that clung to the roots and rocks. As they reached the grove, a circle of ancient stones rose from the mossy ground, etched with symbols older than any living memory. The air shimmered with an unseen power, and Mara sensed the weight of countless promises made and broken. At the center of the grove stood a stone altar, worn smooth by time and ritual. Mara placed the twisted branch upon it, feeling the pulse of the Hollowing sync with the ancient magic flowing beneath the earth. A voice echoed through the clearing, soft, yet filled with an undeniable power. "Who comes to honor the pact?" Mara stepped forward, her voice steady despite the trembling of her heart. "We seek to restore balance, to remember what has been forgotten and protect what remains." The forest held its breath. From the shadows emerged a figure, tall and cloaked in woven vines, eyes glowing like embers. The keeper of the pact, guardian of the fragile truce between light and shadow. "The Hollowing hungers," the keeper said, "but it is bound by the promise of those who remember. To honor the pact, you must offer not only memory but sacrifice, a willingness to bear the burden so others may live." Mara and Emily exchanged a glance, the weight of the promise settling like stone in their chests. "We accept," Mara declared. The keeper nodded, extending a hand that glowed with the light of 1,000 stars. As Mara reached out to grasp it, a surge of warmth and power coursed through her, a binding force that linked her heart to the forest and to the hollowing itself. The forest sighed, the ancient magic weaving a new thread into the tapestry of memory and shadow. Returning to Elmsbrook, Mara and Emily felt the shift deep within the earth. The hollowing's hunger was tempered, held at bay by the silent pact renewed. But the forest's whisper remained, a reminder that the balance was fragile, and the shadows were never far. The fight for memory was eternal. The days following the renewal of the pact passed in a hazy blur, the village of Elmsbrook stirring back to life with cautious hope. The oppressive shadows that once clung to the edges of the forest seemed to retreat, replaced by a gentle, almost reverent calm. Yet beneath this fragile peace, Mara felt an ever-present tension, as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting. Inside the cabin, Mara sat at the wooden table, the twisted branch resting before her like a sacred relic. She traced the faint carvings etched into its surface, symbols of binding, memory, and sacrifice. The talisman glowed softly in the dim light, a heartbeat in her palm that mirrored the pulse of the forest. Emily was nearby, poring over old Thomas's journals. Her fingers trembled slightly as she read passages about ancient rites, lost knowledge, and the burden carried by those who remember. "It's more than memory," Emily said quietly. "It's a responsibility." Mara nodded, eyes distant. "Every memory we protect, every story we tell, it's a thread holding the fabric of this world together." That night, the forest called again. This time, the summons was quieter, less urgent, but no less powerful. Mara and Emily stepped into the moonlit woods, the ground cool beneath their feet, the air alive with the scent of pine and earth. They walked in silence, the twisted branch glowing faintly as if guiding their path. The whispers of the hollowing were present but softened, a mournful lullaby woven with hope. Deep within the heart of the forest, they reached a place Mara had never seen, a small glade encircled by ancient trees, their branches intertwining like fingers reaching toward the sky. In the center lay a pool of still water, its surface reflecting the stars above. Mara knelt beside the pool, her reflection shimmering alongside the night sky. "This is where it all began," she whispered. As she spoke, memories surged through her, a flood of faces, voices, laughter, and tears. The joys and sorrows of generations, each moment precious and fragile. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, the keeper of the pact. Her eyes held a deep sadness tempered by wisdom. "The hollowing is not just a hunger for forgotten memories," she said. "It is a guardian of balance. To carry the weight of remembrance is to accept both the light and the shadow within." Mara listened, heart heavy but resolute. "What must we do?" she asked. The keeper smiled gently. "Remember. Share your stories. Let memory be a light that guides the lost home." Mara and Emily spent hours at the glade, sharing their memories aloud, their voices weaving a tapestry of light that shimmered against the darkness. The forest seemed to breathe in response, the hollowing's hunger easing with each story told. As dawn approached, Mara felt a profound peace settle over her, a fragile but enduring hope. Returning to Elmsbrook, the sisters knew their journey was far from over. The forest would always remember, and so would they. The burden of memory was heavy, but it was also a gift, a light against the darkness. And as long as stories were told, the hollowing could never consume them all. Night had fallen thick over Elmsbrook, draping the village in a blanket of deep indigo pierced by the cold glint of stars. The ancient pines surrounding the settlement stood tall and silent, their silhouettes casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the soft earth. The moon hung low, pale and watchful, illuminating the forest with a ghostly silver light. Mara stood at the edge of the woods, the twisted branch clasped tightly in her hand. It pulsed faintly with a soft, blue glow, like a distant heartbeat in the depths of the night. Beside her, Emily's breath came in slow, deliberate puffs, visible in the crisp night air. They were both wrapped in layers of worn fabric, their eyes wide and alert, watching for the signs of the Hollowing's restless stirring. The village had finally begun to heal from the relentless grip of the forest's hunger, but Mara knew the peace was fragile. The echoes of the forgotten still whispered beneath the surface, threading through the roots of every tree, lingering in the spaces between moments. Their memories were a fragile shield, and the Hollowing was patient, endlessly weaving shadows into the fabric of the night. A sudden rustle from the underbrush made Mara's heart leap. She tightened her grip on the branch as a low, mournful sound drifted through the stillness, a call unlike any they had heard before. It was the voice of the forest itself, ancient and aching, filled with a longing that stretched beyond time. "It calls to us," Emily whispered. "A summons from the deepest roots." Together, they stepped cautiously into the shadows, moving deeper into the woods where the trees grew close, their branches tangled like the memories Mara and Emily fought to protect. The soft hum of the twisted branch grew stronger, guiding them through the thickening mist that swirled around their feet. As they ventured farther, the whispers grew louder, voices from long ago, fragmented and haunting. Faces flickered in the periphery, a child's laughter, a mother's lullaby, a lover's desperate plea. Each echo was a thread tugging at the edges of Mara's mind, weaving a tapestry of sorrow and hope. They reached a clearing bathed in silver light, where the air shimmered with an otherworldly glow. In the center stood a massive tree, its bark twisted and scarred, roots sprawling like veins into the earth. The tree's heart pulsed faintly, a rhythm that echoed the beat of the twisted branch. Suddenly, a figure stepped from the shadows, a woman clad in flowing robes woven from leaves and shadows, her eyes glowing with an ethereal light. "You have come," she said, voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "The forest remembers you." Mara felt a shiver run down her spine. The woman was the guardian of nightfall, a being as old as the forest itself, keeper of memories lost and found. "Why do you call us here?" Mara asked, voice steady despite the tremor in her heart. "To remind you," the guardian replied, "that the battle between light and shadow is eternal. Every memory reclaimed feeds the Hollowing, but every forgotten moment strengthens the darkness." Mara's gaze hardened. "Then how do we fight a hunger that grows stronger with every victory?" The guardian's smile was sad but resolute. "By embracing the paradox. Remember and forget, hold close and let go. The forest's heart beats not just with memory, but with the balance between. And if we fail?" Emily's voice broke the silence, a fragile thread of fear. "Then the shadows will consume all, and the forest will fall silent forever." The gravity of the guardian's words settled heavy on Mara and Emily. They realized that their fight was not only for themselves or their village, but for the very soul of the forest, a battle of endless tides between remembering and forgetting, light and dark. The night deepened, and the sisters stood beneath the ancient tree, feeling the pulse of the Hollowing in their veins, the weight of memory pressing on their hearts. The twisted branch in Mara's hand glowed brighter, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. "We will fight," Mara vowed, voice firm with unshakable resolve. "We will remember. And we will protect." As the first light of dawn touched the horizon, the guardian of nightfall faded into the mists, leaving Mara and Emily alone with the whispered echoes of the forest. The Hollowing was patient. And the night was far from over. The dawn broke slowly over Elmsbrook, the sky a soft wash of rose and gold that seemed to promise calm and renewal. But beneath this fragile morning, the forest whispered of unrest. The trees stood taller, their branches swaying as if stirred by an unseen wind, and the ground beneath the village trembled faintly, a subtle heartbeat echoing through the earth. Mara awoke before the sun fully rose, the twisted branch glowing faintly on the bedside table. The weight of the previous night's encounter with the guardian of nightfall pressed heavily on her mind. That lingering warning, the balance of light and shadow was fragile, and the Hollowing's hunger far from quenched, had settled like a stone in her chest. Emily joined her quietly, eyes shadowed with worry. Together, they prepared for the day, each step heavy with the knowledge that the peace they had fought so hard to achieve was tentative at best. "The forest is changing," Emily said softly as they stepped outside. "I can feel it. The shadows are gathering." Mara nodded grimly. "We need to be ready." Their first stop was the village square, where old Thomas had gathered a small group of elders and hunters. The usually bustling square was subdued, the villagers exchanging anxious glances as if expecting the forest to reach in and snatch them away. Thomas's weathered face was drawn tight, his usual calm replaced by a solemn urgency. "The Hollowing is stirring again," he announced. "Stronger than ever. We must unite if we are to withstand what comes." Plans were quickly made, patrols through the forest, protective wards placed around the village, and a gathering at the ancient stone circle to renew the pact once more. As the sun climbed higher, Mara and Emily joined the patrol through the edge of the woods. The forest seemed alive with tension. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves put them on edge. The twisted branch pulsed brighter with each step, its heartbeat syncing with the rhythm of the forest's unrest. Suddenly, a chilling scream shattered the air, echoing through the trees like a banshee's wail. The patrol froze, hearts pounding as shadows twisted and coalesced ahead. From the darkness emerged figures, not fully human, their forms distorted and wreathed in mist. The Hollowing had birthed new horrors, creatures bound by forgotten memories and primal fear. The battle was fierce. Mara and Emily fought alongside the villagers, the glow of the twisted branch cutting through the shadows like a beacon. Each strike was a desperate fight to protect the memories that bound them, each fallen shadow a reminder of the Hollowing's insatiable hunger. The clearing where the fight took place became a battlefield of light and darkness, echoes of screams and the clash of wills reverberating through the night. When the last shadow dissolved into mist, silence fell heavy. The cost was clear: bruised bodies, shattered nerves, and the deep, aching knowledge that this was only the beginning. Back in the village, the elders gathered once more beneath the ancient stone circle. Mara and Emily stepped forward, the twisted branch glowing brighter than ever. "The Hollowing grows," Mara said. "But so does our resolve. We renew the pact, not just to survive, but to protect what makes us who we are." As the village joined hands, the forest around them seemed to pulse with renewed energy. The shadows retreated, but the tension remained, a gathering storm on the horizon. That night, Mara sat alone beneath the towering pines, the cool earth grounding her as she breathed deeply. The weight of memory was heavy, but it was also her greatest strength. The Hollowing would come again. It always did. But so would they. The morning fog clung to Elmsbrook like a shroud, thick and damp, muting the colors of the village and softening the edges of the world. The dense mist swirled lazily around the ancient pines, weaving between their gnarled roots and slipping into every corner like a restless spirit. To an outsider, the village might have seemed peaceful beneath the gray veil. But for Mara and Emily, the fog was a warning, an omen of the Hollowing's subtle advance. The night's battle had left its mark on the village. The lingering tension was palpable, an unspoken fear that pulsed beneath every glance and word. Yet amidst the unease, the villagers had drawn closer, united by a shared resolve. They gathered in small groups, whispering of ancient stories and forgotten lore, seeking strength in the threads of memory that Mara and Emily fought so fiercely to preserve. Mara woke before dawn, the cool air heavy with moisture. She wrapped a shawl around her shoulders and stepped outside, the damp earth soft beneath her boots. The twisted branch hung from her neck, its faint glow barely piercing the fog. As she moved toward the forest's edge, she felt the familiar pull, the forest's heartbeat syncing with her own. The hollowing stirred, restless and patient. Emily joined her silently, her breath visible in the cold air. "The fog," Emily said quietly, "it's like the forest is trying to hide something." Mara nodded. "Or warn us." Together, they stepped beneath the towering trees, the fog swallowing their footsteps and muffling their voices. The forest felt different here, older, deeper, as if guarding secrets that had slipped beyond even the hollowing's reach. As they ventured farther, the fog thickened, twisting into shapes that seemed almost alive. Shadows flickered at the edges of their vision, and faint whispers floated through the air, fragments of lost memories and half-forgotten dreams. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled. The mist parted to reveal a sunken clearing, its center dominated by a gnarled tree unlike any they had seen before. Its bark was cracked and scarred, roots sprawling like veins into the earth, and from its branches hung countless faded ribbons, tokens left by those who had sought to remember, to hold on against the hollowing's tide. Mara stepped forward, reaching out to touch one of the ribbons. As her fingers brushed the worn fabric, a flood of images surged through her mind, faces she had never seen, places she had never visited, memories that were not her own but felt impossibly familiar. The forest was speaking, not just to her, but through her. A sudden movement caught Emily's eye. From the fog emerged a figure, tall and cloaked in shifting shadows, eyes glowing faintly beneath the hood. "You seek answers," the figure said, voice echoing like a distant wind. "Yes," Mara replied, steady despite the chill creeping along her spine. "Then listen," the figure said. "For beneath the veil of fog lies the truth, a truth that binds memory and forgetting in a dance older than the trees." The figure gestured toward the twisted tree. "This is the heartwood," it continued. "The source of the hollowing's power and its curse. To heal the forest, you must confront the past buried beneath its roots and embrace the shadows that have taken root in its heart." Mara's breath caught. The weight of the revelation settled heavily on her. "How do we begin?" Emily asked. "By stepping into the roots," the figure said. "By facing the memories the forest has tried to bury." With a solemn nod, Mara and Emily approached the heartwood. As they touched the rough bark, the fog thickened, swallowing them whole and pulling them into a world where past and present collided, a place where memories danced with shadows, and the hollowing's true hunger awaited. The moment Mara and Emily pressed their hands against the ancient bark of the heartwood, the world around them shifted. The damp chill of the forest floor gave way to a surreal, shadowed realm beneath the roots, where light flickered like dying embers and time folded in on itself. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of earth and forgotten dreams, and the distant murmur of voices, whispers of lives long past, threaded through the darkness. They descended into this subterranean world, the roots above like twisted arches woven by an unseen hand. Each step was swallowed by the thick, loamy soil, their feet sinking slightly with every movement, grounding them to a place between worlds. "It's like the forest's memory itself," Emily murmured, eyes wide with awe and fear. "Alive and breathing." "And waiting," Mara added, voice steady but shadowed with uncertainty. Around them, the roots pulsed faintly, glowing veins of light that traced the hidden pathways beneath the earth. Faces flickered in the shadows, glimpses of those who had once lived, loved, and lost beneath the canopy above. The hollowing was not just a force of destruction, it was a guardian of memories, a collector of forgotten souls. As they moved deeper, the whispers grew louder, forming fragments of stories, laughter, sorrow, regret, hope, woven together in a tapestry of life and death. Suddenly, the path split, roots twisting like serpents into two diverging tunnels, one bathed in a soft, golden glow, the other steeped in deep, inky darkness. Mara hesitated, torn between the light of remembrance and the shadow of forgetting. "Which way?" Emily asked quietly. "Both," Mara replied, determination hardening her voice. "We can't ignore either." They stepped into the tunnel of light first. Warmth embraced them, memories blooming like flowers in spring. Here, they saw glimpses of joy, children playing beneath the sun, families gathered in laughter, the simple moments that wove the fabric of community. But beneath the beauty lurked fragility, the fleeting nature of these memories, vulnerable to the encroaching darkness. Next, they ventured into the shadowed tunnel. The air grew colder, heavy with the weight of sorrow and loss. Ghostly figures drifted silently, their eyes hollow, trapped between worlds. Here, the forest's hunger was raw and unyielding, a reminder that forgetting was as much a part of the cycle as remembering. Mara felt the pull of despair, the temptation to give in and let the shadows consume all. But Emily's grip on her hand was a lifeline, a promise that they would face the darkness together. Deeper still, the tunnels converged at a cavernous chamber where the heart of the hollowing pulsed like a great, wounded beast. The twisted branch in Mara's hand flared with radiant light, matching the rhythm of the cavern's eerie heartbeat. "This is where we must stand," Mara whispered. The chamber walls shimmered with the memories of countless lives, fragile threads of existence entwined with the forest's breath. "To heal this wound," Emily said, voice steady despite the weight of the moment, "we must offer everything, light and shadow alike." Together, they stepped into the pulsing heart, voices rising in an ancient chant, a plea for balance, a vow to hold memory and forgetting in fragile harmony. The chamber trembled as their voices echoed, the roots thrumming with renewed life. Light and shadow swirled around them, weaving a tapestry that stretched beyond time and space, binding past and present. When the chanting ceased, silence enveloped the chamber. The heavy weight lifted, replaced by a fragile peace, a promise that the forest's hunger could be soothed, not by battle, but by acceptance. Mara and Emily emerged from the roots changed, bearers of the forest's memory and its shadow, bound forever to the pulse of the hollowing. Back in Elmsbrook, dawn's first light broke through the trees, casting long rays across the village. The forest stood quiet, watching, waiting, but for the first time in a long while, it felt alive with possibility. The battle was not over. But hope had taken root. The first light of dawn crept softly over Elmsbrook, filtering through the dense canopy of pines like delicate threads of gold weaving their way into the shadows. The village stirred with the quiet sounds of life, chickens clucking in their coops, children's distant laughter, and the steady rhythm of feet on cobblestone. Yet beneath this peaceful veneer, Mara could still feel the tremor of what lay beneath, the restless heartbeat of the hollowing pulsing just beyond the veil of perception. The twisted branch, now worn smooth from countless touches, hung around Mara's neck like a beacon, a reminder of the path she and Emily had chosen, a path that twisted and turned like the veins of the forest itself. That morning, Mara and Emily met with the village elders beneath the great oak in the center of the square. The elders' faces were etched with lines of wisdom and worry, their eyes reflecting the burden carried by generations before them. Old Thomas spoke first, his voice gravelly yet steady. The hollowing's wound is vast, deeper than any of us imagined. But you too, Mara and Emily, you have walked the roots, touched the heart. That gives us hope. Hope, Mara echoed softly, feeling the weight of those words settle deep within her. The elders shared stories long forgotten, tales of the forest's cycles, the rise and fall of seasons, the dance of growth and decay. The hollowing, they explained, was not simply a force of destruction but a guardian of balance, a necessary darkness to the light. But balance, Emily added thoughtfully, is fragile. It can tip with the smallest touch. Exactly, Thomas nodded. And now that you've opened a path, the forest's veins pulse with new life, and new danger. Determined to protect their home, Mara and Emily set out once more, this time following the pulse of the forest's veins, the hidden waterways beneath the earth where life and memory flowed intertwined. The journey was long and treacherous. The roots twisted beneath the surface like serpents, weaving labyrinthine paths through damp soil and ancient stone. The air grew heavy with the scent of moss and decay, and faint whispers curled around them like smoke. As they traveled, Mara felt the forest's heartbeat grow stronger, a steady rhythm echoing through the veins beneath their feet. The twisted branch pulsed in response, casting a warm glow that illuminated the darkness. But the deeper they ventured, the more Mara sensed the presence of something watching, a shadow lurking just beyond sight, patient and waiting. Suddenly, the ground shifted beneath them, and the forest seemed to exhale a breath heavy with ancient power. The walls of the earthen tunnel shimmered, revealing glimpses of memories long buried, faces frozen in time, moments of joy and sorrow intertwined in the forest's living archive. From the darkness emerged a figure, tall and regal, woven from vines and bark, eyes glowing with the light of 1,000 suns. The guardian of the veins. You walk the paths few dare to tread, the guardian said, voice like rustling leaves in a storm. The forest's veins carry its lifeblood, its memories and its shadows. What do you want from us? Mara asked, heart pounding but voice steady. Balance, the guardian replied. The hollowing grows because the veins are tangled. To heal the forest, the flow must be restored. Mara and Emily listened as the guardian revealed the truth of the forest's condition. The veins were clogged with forgotten pain and unspoken fear. To untangle the flow, they would have to face these buried memories, some sweet, some bitter, all necessary. The sisters steeled themselves for what lay ahead. Their task was clear: journey through the veins, confront the shadows, and restore the flow of memory and forgetting. It was a journey not just through the forest's depths, but through the very soul of Elmsbrook itself. With the guardian's blessing, Mara and Emily stepped into the pulse of the veins, ready to face whatever shadows awaited. The veins beneath Elmsbrook twisted and pulsed like the unseen arteries of a living creature, winding deep beneath the roots and stones, carrying with them the lifeblood of the forest's memory. Mara and Emily descended once more into this subterranean labyrinth, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and the faint metallic tang of forgotten tears. Each step echoed softly, swallowed by the cavernous space that hummed with ancient power. The twisted branch at Mara's neck pulsed with a steady glow, its warmth a tether to the world above, a fragile link between memory and oblivion. The deeper they traveled, the more the darkness seemed alive. Shadows writhed along the walls like whispered secrets, twisting and reforming, fleeting glimpses of faces lost to time. The voices rose and fell in haunting cadence, soft lullabies, desperate cries, half-forgotten promises, an orchestra of echoes that told the story of the hollowing's hunger. It's like the forest itself is speaking, Emily murmured, clutching Mara's arm. Telling us what it has lost. Mara nodded, Her gaze fixed ahead as the passage opened into a vast chamber where currents of light and shadow wove like ribbons through the air. In the center of the chamber floated a shimmering pool, its surface dark yet reflective, alive with shifting images. The pool was the heart of the veins, a wellspring of memories and regrets pooled over centuries. "This is the currents of the lost," Mara whispered. "All the forgotten things flow here." As they approached, the pool rippled, drawing their reflections into a swirl of faces, loved ones lost, moments erased, lives forgotten. The Hollowing's feast was on these memories, consuming them to grow stronger. Suddenly, the waters churned violently. From the depths emerged a figure, part shadow, part mist, its form shifting, ephemeral but terrifying in its intensity. The Wraith of Forgetting. "You come to reclaim what must be lost," it hissed, voice like wind through dead leaves. "Memory is pain. Forgetting is freedom." Mara squared her shoulders, holding the twisted branch aloft as it flared with radiant light. "Memory is life," she declared. "We fight not to forget, but to remember, and to protect." The wraith moved like a living shadow, swirling with anger and despair. It lashed out with tendrils of darkness, seeking to snuff out the glow of the branch. The chamber trembled as light and shadow clashed in a desperate battle. Emily stepped forward, chanting an ancient song learned from the elders, a melody woven from hope and sorrow. The words seemed to pierce the darkness, unraveling the wraith's form, weakening its hold on the currents. The battle waged for what felt like hours, the forest's heartbeat syncing with their own. Each strike of light pushed back the darkness, but the wraith's fury grew, feeding on their fear and doubt. Just when hope seemed to waver, Mara reached deep within herself, drawing strength from the memories of those she loved, her village, her family, the stories told beneath the stars. The twisted branch pulsed wildly, bursting forth with a wave of pure light that engulfed the wraith. With a final, agonized scream, the shadow dissolved into the currents, leaving the pool calm and clear once more. Breathless but resolute, Mara and Emily stood by the pool, the weight of victory mingling with the exhaustion of battle. "The currents are clearing," Emily said, voice soft but steady. "The veins are flowing again." "But this is only one battle," Mara replied, eyes scanning the shadows still lurking beyond the light. "The Hollowing will not rest." As they ascended from the depths, the first rays of dawn filtered through the forest canopy. The air smelled fresher, lighter, the forest breathing a tentative sigh of relief. Back in Elmsbrook, the villagers gathered once more, their faces illuminated by hope and determination. Mara looked to Emily, a fierce resolve burning in her eyes. "We fight for every memory," Mara said. "Because as long as we remember, the forest can never consume us. The Hollowing may hunger eternally, but so does the light of remembrance." The morning sun filtered weakly through heavy clouds as Mara and Emily stood at the edge of the village, gazing toward the thick forest beyond. Though the currents of the lost had been cleansed and the veins of the forest stirred with fresh life, Mara knew that the fight was far from over. The Hollowing was patient, endless in its hunger, and the balance they had begun to restore was delicate, fragile as the thin veil of mist still lingering over the pines. The village had awakened to whispers, soft murmurs of shadows gathering, of cold winds that carried faint voices not meant for the living. The elders spoke in hushed tones about old warnings and long-forgotten omens, tales woven into the fabric of Elmsbrook's history, stories once dismissed but now echoing with renewed urgency. "The Hollowing's shadow stretches farther than we see," Thomas said gravely, eyes scanning the horizon. "We've pushed back its hunger, but it is gathering forces, waiting for a chance to strike back harder." Mara's jaw tightened. She had felt it herself, a shiver in the forest's breath, a twisting of the tree's silent song. It was as if the very air was thickening, heavy with unseen menace. That evening, as dusk deepened into a starlit night, Mara and Emily set out again, this time with a small band of villagers, hunters, storytellers, and elders alike, each carrying a token of memory, a flame to light the way against the darkness. The forest welcomed them with an eerie stillness, the usual chorus of night creatures silenced beneath the oppressive weight of shadow. The twisted branch around Mara's neck pulsed faintly, a heartbeat steady and sure. It was their compass, their connection to the forest's fragile balance. They moved cautiously along a narrow path where the trees leaned inward, their branches intertwining like clasped hands, forming a vaulted ceiling of whispering leaves. From the depths of the woods came a low rumble, like the growl of some ancient beast waking from slumber. The ground beneath their feet vibrated subtly, the pulse growing stronger, matching the pounding of their own hearts. Suddenly, figures emerged from the darkness, twisted shapes that flickered like smoke, their forms barely human but undeniably alive. They were the Hollowinks' new emissaries, shadows born from forgotten memories and untold fears, their eyes burning with cold hunger. The group drew weapons, torches flaring to life as they prepared for the inevitable clash. Mara gripped the twisted branch, its light flaring as she chanted a protective word taught by the elders, words old as the forest, binding and powerful. The battle was fierce and desperate. Shadows moved like water, shifting and flowing, attacking from every direction. The villagers fought with courage and resolve, their memories fueling their strength, their flames pushing back the encroaching darkness. Mara found herself face to face with one of the shadowy figures, a wraith-like form with hollow eyes that seemed to pull at her soul. Raising the twisted branch, she unleashed a burst of light, searing through the darkness and forcing the shadow to recoil with a scream that echoed like breaking glass. But the hollowing was relentless. More shadows poured from the forest depths, their hunger unyielding, their forms shifting and multiplying. The battle waged on, a desperate dance of light and shadow beneath the towering pines. Amidst the chaos, Emily's voice rang out, a song of remembrance, woven with hope and defiance. Her melody pierced the darkness, unraveling the shadow's grip and bolstering the villagers' spirits. Together, Mara and Emily channeled the forest's pulse through the twisted branch, creating a radiant beacon that surged outward, cleansing the clearing of the Hollowing's presence. When silence finally fell, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The shadows had retreated, but the scars of battle remained, broken branches, scorched earth, and the heavy weight of exhaustion on every heart. Mara looked around at her companions, faces grim but unbroken, eyes alight with fierce determination. "This is far from over," she said quietly. "The Hollowing will return, stronger, hungrier. But so will we." As the group made their way back to Elmsbrook beneath a sky beginning to pale with the first hint of dawn, Mara felt the twisted branch pulse with a new intensity, a heartbeat joined with theirs, a promise of resilience in the face of the gathering storm. The forest remembered everything, its light and its shadows intertwined in an eternal dance. And Mara knew they would fight until the very last ember of memory was guarded against the Hollowing's endless hunger. Night fell heavy over Elmsbrook, blanketing the village in darkness so complete it seemed the stars themselves had been swallowed by the thick canopy of ancient pines. The air hung still, oppressive with a silence that clawed at the edges of the soul, a silence unlike any Mara had known before. It was as though the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. Mara sat by the fire outside her small cabin, the twisted branch glowing faintly at her chest. The warmth of the flames flickered against her face, but her eyes were fixed on the shadows beyond the light's reach. She felt the pull of the forest's heartbeat, the pulse that had become both a guide and a warning. Emily joined her, the weight of exhaustion visible beneath her eyes but overshadowed by a steely resolve. "Something is coming," Emily whispered, her voice barely audible. "The Hollowing's hunger is no longer patient." Mara nodded, her fingers tightening around the branch. "We've felt the hunger growing for weeks now. It's changing, learning." The village was restless, its usual nighttime chorus replaced by an uneasy quiet. Doors were barred, windows shuttered, and lanterns burned bright against the encroaching darkness. Stories and warnings passed from mouth to ear like a wildfire, each tale adding to the mounting dread. "The forest remembers," old Thomas said during the evening gathering. "And it's angry." As midnight approached, Mara and Emily led a small group of villagers deeper into the forest, the twisted branch their only source of light and hope. The path was narrow and winding, swallowed quickly by mist that curled around their ankles like living smoke. The deeper they ventured, the heavier the silence became, broken only by the soft crunch of their footsteps on fallen leaves and the occasional distant cry of a night bird. Suddenly, a sharp crack shattered the stillness, a tree limb snapping under unseen weight. Shadows flickered at the edge of their vision, coalescing into shapes both terrifying and otherworldly. The Hollowing's emissaries had come, but these were different, more cunning, more vicious. They moved like smoke, drifting through the trees with unnatural grace, their eyes glowing with cold malevolence. Mara raised the twisted branch high, its glow intensifying to a brilliant white. She began to chant the ancient word of protection, her voice steady despite the racing of her heart. The words flowed like water, binding light around them in a protective circle. The creatures surged forward, and the battle erupted into a chaotic dance of fire and shadow. Torches blazed, arrows flew, and the cries of both the living and the lost echoed through the night. Amid the chaos, Mara found herself separated from the group, the forest swallowing her in an eerie silence. The twisted branch pulsed wildly in her hand, casting long shadows that twisted and stretched like tendrils reaching out. Suddenly, a figure stepped from the darkness, tall and draped in tattered robes, face hidden beneath a hood. Its presence was both terrifying and sorrowful, a living embodiment of the Hollowing's hunger. "You fight for memories that will fade," it whispered, voice like the rustle of dead leaves. "But even memories die." Mara's breath caught, but she stood firm. "Memories are the light that guides us through the darkness," she said. "Without them, we are lost." The figure paused, then slowly reached out a hand, fingers brushing the twisted branch. A shock surged through Mara, a flood of visions, faces of those she had lost, moments she had fought to hold on to, the fragile threads of hope and fear entwined in the forest's pulse. The figure stepped back, the sorrow in its eyes deepening. "Then hold fast," it said. "For the Hollowing will break you if you let go." As it vanished into the mist, Mara felt a renewed strength, a burning determination to protect the memories that defined them all. Reunited with Emily and the villagers, Mara led them back through the forest as dawn's first light broke over the horizon. The battle had left scars, both seen and unseen, but their resolve was unshaken. The Hollowing's hunger was fierce, but so was their will to remember, to fight, and to survive. The dawn was slow to come, casting a pale, hesitant light over Elmsbrook. The village lay quiet beneath the weight of a restless night, the echoes of battle lingering like a fading dream. Mara stood by the edge of the forest, the twisted branch warm against her chest, its faint glow a reminder of the tenuous bond between memory and shadow. Despite the villagers' courage, the Hollowing's hunger had not waned. It had changed, evolving like the forest itself, more subtle, more cunning. It no longer relied solely on brute force, but on whispers and doubts, preying on fears hidden deep within the heart. Mara and Emily knew the fight was no longer just against shadows but against the very silence that threatened to consume them. Their journey that morning led them to the Whispering Hollow, a place spoken of only in hushed tones, a small glade deep within the forest where the trees bent inward, their branches tangled in a permanent embrace. The air here was thick with mist, and the silence was so profound it seemed to press against their skin. The elders warned that the hollow was a place where the forest's forgotten memories gathered, swirling like leaves caught in an endless wind. As they stepped into the glade, the temperature dropped sharply. The twisted branch pulsed with a deep, steady light, illuminating faint shapes moving just beyond sight, fragments of memories long buried, flickering like distant lanterns in the fog. Mara's heart quickened. This was the source of the hollowing's growing strength, the forgotten moments that had slipped through the cracks of time, feeding the hunger with their silence. A sudden breeze stirred the mist, carrying with it soft whispers that wound around Mara and Emily like a serpent's coil. The voices were fragmented, snatches of laughter, cries, and warnings. They felt both familiar and alien, like echoes of a dream slipping away upon waking. "We must listen," Mara said, voice barely above the whisper of the wind. "The forest speaks in memories." They followed the whispers to the center of the glade, where a pool of still water reflected the gray sky. As Mara gazed into its depths, the surface rippled, revealing visions, faces of those lost to time, moments of joy and sorrow suspended like fragile glass. The pool was a mirror of the forest's soul, fragile and fractured. Suddenly, the mist thickened, and a figure emerged, a woman draped in robes woven from shadow and light, her eyes shining with ancient wisdom. "I am the keeper of the hollow," she said softly. "I tend the memories that others have forgotten, the stories lost between breaths. The hollowing feeds on these silences, but they can also be healed." Mara felt a chill as the keeper's gaze bore into her. "How do we heal what has been broken?" Emily asked, voice trembling. "By speaking the stories aloud," the keeper replied. "By sharing the light hidden in the shadows, we restore balance." Together, Mara and Emily began to tell the stories of their village, of love and loss, courage and fear, moments both small and profound. Their voices wove through the hollow, stirring the memories like leaves caught in a gentle wind. The mist around them shimmered and brightened, the hollow's silence broken by the sound of remembrance. But the hollowing was not defeated. From the edge of the glade, shadows gathered, twisted shapes born of forgotten fears, drawn to the light of the stories. A fierce battle erupted beneath the ancient pines, the clash of memory and shadow echoing through the forest. Torches blazed, arrows flew, and the villagers fought with desperate determination. When the last shadow fell, the hollow stood transformed, no longer a place of silence, but a sanctuary of light and memory. The forest seemed to breathe anew, its pulse steady and strong. Mara and Emily returned to Elmsbrook, the twisted branch glowing softly, a beacon for the stories yet to be told. The fight was far from over, but the forest's heartbeat had changed. And so had they. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine resin, a smell that wrapped around Mara like a familiar cloak as she stood once more at the edge of the forest. The sun was a dim orb behind heavy clouds, casting a muted light over Elmsbrook, a village weary but unbroken, its people bound by memories both fragile and fierce. Mara's fingers brushed the twisted branch resting against her chest, its steady pulse a reminder of the journey that had brought them here, and the battle yet to come. For weeks, the hollowing had stretched its reach, testing the village's defenses, probing the fragile balance Mara and Emily had fought so hard to restore. Shadows lurked just beyond sight, whispers of forgotten fears and lost moments that threatened to unravel everything. But Elmsbrook had not stood alone. The villagers, bound by stories shared beneath the stars and flames, had become guardians of memory, each flame a beacon against the encroaching darkness. Mara and Emily gathered the village at the ancient stone circle, where the earth's power was strongest, and the line between past and present thinnest. The stones were worn by time, etched with symbols that spoke of cycles, birth and death, memory and forgetting. Here, they would confront the Hollowing's heart, the source of its endless hunger. Tonight, Mara began, voice steady and clear, we face the Hollowing not with fear, but with remembrance. Every story told, every memory shared, is a spark against the dark. The villagers formed a ring, hands joined, flames held high. Mara and Emily stepped to the center, the twisted branch glowing brighter with each breath, its light weaving through the air like threads of pure energy. The forest around them seemed to lean in, the ancient pines silent witnesses to the moment. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a chill swept through the clearing. From the shadows emerged a towering figure, an embodiment of the Hollowing's hunger, its form shifting and writhing, eyes burning with cold fire. It was the last ember of the darkness, a tempest of forgotten sorrow and rage. Mara raised the twisted branch, its light flaring in a brilliant surge that cut through the darkness. She began to chant the ancient words of binding, her voice strong and unwavering, echoing through the forest. Emily joined, her psalm weaving around Mara's words, a melody of hope and defiance. The figure roared, tendrils of shadow reaching out to snuff the light. But the villagers' voices rose, a chorus of memories, laughter, tears, courage, that wrapped around the Hollowing like a net of flame. The battle was fierce, a clash of light and shadow that shook the very ground beneath them. Mara felt the pull of despair, the temptation to yield, but the warmth of the twisted branch and the strength of the villagers' stories held her fast. With a final surge of energy, the light from the branch burst forth, enveloping the Hollowing in a radiant blaze. The shadow screamed, fracturing into shards that scattered like dying stars, dissolving into the night. Silence fell, deep and profound. The forest seemed to exhale, its heartbeat steady and strong once more. The vines and roots shimmered with renewed life, the air alive with the scent of new beginnings. Mara lowered the branch, its glow soft but steady. Around her, the villagers smiled, tired but triumphant. The Hollowing is no more, Emily said, voice thick with emotion. But our fight to remember never ends. As dawn broke, painting the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Mara looked out over the forest, ancient, alive, and forever intertwined with the memories it held. The twisted branch pulsed gently, a lasting ember of light against the dark. In Elmsbrook, stories would continue to be told beneath the stars, flames flickering in the night, each one a promise that memory would endure. And so, the forest remembered. The rain had started sometime after dusk, soft at first, then heavier, blurring the road and swallowing the town signs into the dark. Nina's phone had no signal. Her GPS had frozen hours ago, stuck on a stretch of unnamed road somewhere between two towns she'd never heard of. She hadn't planned to take the scenic route, but one wrong turn on the highway had led her into a patch of forest so thick that it felt like driving through a tunnel carved from rotten roots. The forest eventually thinned into a clearing, but the relief was short-lived. The engine coughed. Then sputtered. Then died altogether. Steam hissed from under the hood. Nina sat in silence for a moment, watching the wipers sweep uselessly across the windshield. The road was empty. No houses. No lights. Just the sound of rain hammering the roof and a long stretch of black trees that seemed to lean closer with every heartbeat. She climbed out, boots sinking into the soaked gravel, and reached for her jacket in the back seat. The rain stung her cheeks as she pulled it over her shoulders. In the distance, past the bend in the road, she spotted the glow of an old sign swinging in the wind. Cresswell's Auto, it read. Half the letters were missing. She walked toward it. The service station had clearly been abandoned years ago. One of the garage doors was jammed open at an angle, revealing the hollowed-out remains of a car that had been gutted for parts. Broken glass crunched under her feet as she stepped into the office. Dust blanketed the counter. A fly buzzed lazily in the corner. But there was a voice. Not clear at first, just a cough from the far end of the garage. Then a scraping sound. A stool dragged across concrete. An old man in blue coveralls emerged from behind a row of rusted cabinets, as if he'd been sitting back there, waiting. His eyes were glassy. His skin was pale, loose like old wallpaper peeling away. He didn't seem surprised to see her. "Car trouble?" he asked, voice flat. "Yeah," she replied. "I think it overheated. Do you have a phone I could use?" The man blinked slowly. "No phones work out here," he said. "But you can wait the night. There's a place up the hill. The Carver House. It's still open, more or less." "More or less." He didn't answer. Just handed her a small slip of paper with a sketched map, the ink smeared with grease. He pointed up the road, where the trees gathered thick again. "Follow the bend. Third turn. You'll see it." And just like that, he turned away, disappearing back into the garage like fog. Nina hesitated only a moment before heading toward the hill. The Carver house appeared suddenly. 1 minute there was only trees and storm and dark, and the next, the treetops parted and the silhouette of the house rose like a wound against the clouds. It was tall. Too tall. With sharp windows that looked like they belonged in a church built for mourning. The porch creaked even though she hadn't stepped on it yet, as if warning her off. The light above the door flickered dimly, powered by something that probably shouldn't have worked anymore. She raised a hand to knock, but didn't get the chance. The door opened on its own, just a few inches. Just enough to let her know she was expected. And then she heard it. A whisper. Her name. From deep inside. Nina. She froze. Every part of her wanted to step back. To return to the car. To wait until morning. But the cold had settled into her bones, and her feet seemed to carry her forward before her mind could catch up. The door creaked wider. Inside, the air was warm. Too warm. Thick with the smell of burnt wood and something faintly sweet, like old flowers left to rot in a vase. The walls were covered in dark wood panels, and above the fireplace hung a portrait of a man with eyes far too detailed, too lifelike, staring down at her with a gaze that followed. There was no sign of a desk. No bell. No one standing to greet her. Just the sound of ticking. A grandfather clock at the end of the hallway, slow and deliberate. Its pendulum swung in time with the sound of her heartbeat. She took a step forward. The floor groaned beneath her. Then, another whisper. Nina, upstairs. Her breath caught in her throat. She turned to leave, but the door had closed behind her. Locked. She wasn't alone. Nina's fingers trembled as they grazed the doorknob. Cold metal. Unmoving. Locked. No sound came from the other side now. No rain. No wind. No whisper. Only the steady, breathless silence of a house that felt like it had been holding something in for years, and had just exhaled. She turned back toward the hallway. The clock at the far end let out a low chime. Not the usual bright bell. This was dull, almost muffled, like it had been struck underwater. It echoed once, then faded into the walls. There were no lights on, but a faint glow spilled from under a door upstairs. Faint and golden, like a candle behind old glass. It shouldn't have been comforting, but something in her chest tightened with the sense that going up was better than staying down here. She moved carefully. Each step on the staircase creaked louder than the last, as if the house needed to announce her presence with every inch of elevation. The wooden railing was smooth, worn down by too many hands. The air grew warmer as she climbed, but also heavier, not in temperature, but in feeling. Like walking deeper into a place that knew things it wasn't supposed to. At the top of the stairs, the hallway opened like a throat. 7 doors lined either side, there would mismatched, one peeling paint, another with deep claw-like gouges across the center. None of them were labeled, and none of them had handles that looked recently used. Except the last one on the left. It was open just a crack. Behind it, the golden glow pulsed slightly. Candlelight. Nina hesitated. And that's when she saw them. The eyes. Not real ones, not at first. But paintings. Dozens of them. Framed portraits lining the hallway walls. All black and white. All faded. Men. Women. Children. Some wearing clothes from different eras, as if the house had collected them across time. But each and every one of them had the same detail. Their eyes were vivid. In color. Green. Blue. Hazel. Even red. And they were all staring at her. She stepped backward instinctively, and knocked over a small table beside her. It hit the wall with a crash, and the sound seemed to echo longer than it should have. Then it got quiet again. Too quiet. She turned to the open door, and saw that it had swung open fully. The candle inside flickered, casting shadows along the floor. A small room. No furniture, just an antique twin bed in the center with clean sheets. White. Tucked neatly. A ceramic bowl on the nightstand. A worn book beside it, spine cracked with age. The window was shut, curtains pulled tight. At first, she thought she was alone. But then something moved in the corner. A chair. And someone was sitting in it. Nina froze. Her voice caught in her throat. She couldn't see the figure clearly, only the silhouette. Shoulders slumped. Head tilted forward as if in thought or prayer. Hands folded in its lap. No motion. No breathing. The figure was completely still. Then, its head turned. Just slightly. Just enough to face her. She wanted to speak, to say sorry, to ask if this was the wrong room, to explain she was only here for shelter. But she couldn't. Because when the figure looked at her, its face was wrong. Not monstrous, but familiar. Her nose. Her lips. The shape of her jaw. It was her face. A reflection, but aged. Tired. Twisted by something unspoken. Its mouth opened slowly, and its voice came out, cracked like dried leaves. You shouldn't have come. Nina stumbled back. Her heel hit the edge of the hallway, and she nearly lost balance. The door slammed shut in front of her, not by wind, but by force. The air pressure burst outward like something had exhaled from inside. She ran. Down the hallway. Past the paintings. past their eyes that now glowed faintly, as if lit from behind. But the stairs were gone. Not broken. Gone. Where the staircase had been, there was only wall. Painted over. Seamless. Like it had never existed. She pounded her fist on it, heart hammering. And from behind the walls, deep inside the wood, she heard it again. A whisper. Not her name this time. Not one voice. But many. All at once. All guests, return. Nina backed away from the wall where the stairs had been, eyes wide, breath catching in her throat. Her hand reached instinctively for the wall, pressing against it, searching for seams, cracks, any indication that the staircase hadn't just vanished into the house's skin. But there was nothing. Just wallpaper, pale yellow, peeling in long strips, curling at the edges like it was trying to escape. It was impossible. She had just come up. She had walked these stairs. She turned, scanning the hallway again. The portraits still lined the walls, but something was different. Some of the frames had changed. One was missing entirely. Another, a photo that once showed an older woman, now showed only a chair. The eyes in the rest of the portraits were no longer colorful. They were closed. Nina felt her legs start to move before she even made the decision. She stumbled forward, pulse roaring in her ears, fingers grazing each doorknob as she passed, hoping for one, just one, to turn, to open, to offer a place to think, to breathe, to wake up from whatever kind of nightmare this was. The third door on the right gave way with a soft groan. It opened into a bedroom. Not like the first, this one was lived in. The bed was unmade, sheets crumpled and stained with dark patches she didn't want to investigate. A single oil lamp flickered on the dresser, its glow warm but dim, as if it could only survive in the room it knew. There were books on the floor. Scattered pages torn from their spines. A small table by the window with a cracked teacup, still full, though the liquid inside had gone black and still. And beside the window, hung low on the wall, was a mirror. Not a decorative one, not with a gilded frame or silver border, just a slab of aging glass held in place by tarnished nails. It leaned slightly, too heavy for its mount. And in it, Nina saw herself. But just for a second. Because the image blinked, and didn't. Her own reflection remained still, mouth slightly open, eyes wide and staring directly at her, not with fear, but with recognition. Her reflection didn't follow her movements. It simply watched. Like it was waiting. She stepped closer. So did the still version of herself. The closer she got, the more she noticed something wrong with the face. The details weren't sharp. The eyes were too wet. The lips too pale. And then the reflection whispered. But its mouth never moved. "You've been here before." Nina jerked back, heart leaping into her throat. The whisper didn't come from behind her. It came from the glass, deep inside it, like the sound of a memory surfacing. "I haven't," she said aloud, voice hoarse. But the glass said nothing more. She stepped away and turned to leave, but something caught her eye. On the far wall, behind the curtain of the room, was a mural. Not wallpaper, a full painting. And not modern. It was old, cracked in places, faded with time and damp, but clear enough to see the subject. It was the house. The same sloping roof. The same crooked porch. But this version was different. People were outside it. A crowd. Dozens of them. Children, women, men. all with their backs to the viewer, as if they were staring up at the building. Some pointed. Others looked frozen mid-motion. None of them had faces. All blurred. And in every window of the painted house, someone was watching from inside. Too many faces to count. All painted in with haunting precision, trapped behind the glass. The longer she stared, the more the painted house began to look like now. The curtain beside the mural shifted. Not from her movement, not from wind. From breath. Something behind it moved. Nina reached forward and pulled the curtain back in one quick motion, and saw the bare wall. Nothing. No one. But on the inside of the curtain, scrawled in black ink, was a name. Her name. Nina Grace Elliott. Room 3B, returning guest. Her heart slammed against her ribs. She hadn't told anyone her full name. She turned, and this time she ran. Back into the hallway. Back past the now dark paintings. The carpet below her feet seemed longer now, like the hallway had stretched while she was gone, the way bad dreams do when you try to escape. She passed a new door. One she hadn't seen before. It was open. Inside, the walls were covered in writing. Names etched into the plaster with what looked like fingernails. Hundreds of them. Maybe thousands. Some faded. Some fresh. One was still wet. Nina leaned in and read the one closest to her face. I heard myself whisper from inside the walls. MG, 1962. The next. This house remembers everyone. LT, 1944. Then. She came back in my skin. I'm not me anymore. Nina G, 1999. Her legs buckled. That was her name. Her initials. And the year. 1999, the year she was born. Her breath came in ragged pulls. Someone had been here before. Someone who looked like her. She turned away, slamming the door shut and stumbling down the hall. But the hallway didn't end. It twisted. It bent. And the ceiling above her stretched higher, wider, bending into arches lined with candle sconces that lit by themselves as she passed. The air felt colder. Older. Her footsteps began to echo, not just in the hall, but from behind her. Someone was walking. Mimicking her pace. She turned. No one. But the echoes kept going. She walked faster. The echoes walked faster. She ran. And from far behind, a voice rose up. Not whispered now. Clear. Feminine. Wrong. I remember you. Nina stopped. Dead in her tracks. And from just a few feet away, from one of the closed doors, came a sound. A slow, dragging scrape. Like someone's fingernails across wood. And then, the click of a latch. The doorknob began to turn. The doorknob kept turning, inch by inch, slowly, deliberately. It clicked with each shift like a clock ticking towards something inevitable. Nina stepped back, breath caught halfway up her chest, her heels brushing the frayed edge of the hallway carpet. She had nowhere to run. The hallway behind her had collapsed into shadow, thick, oily black that seemed to move when she blinked. And now the door before her groaned open. At first, she saw only darkness. Then a single footstep landed on the threshold. Bare. Pale. Human. Another followed. And then it emerged. It was her. Or something wearing her shape. But not the Nina of today, not the one soaked from the rain, heart pounding with fear. This version looked wrong. Too clean. Too calm. Skin waxy. Hair dry and perfectly brushed over her shoulder. She wore a faded nightgown, the kind Nina hadn't worn since she was 10. Her lips were slightly parted, like she was just about to speak but never had the chance. Her eyes, Nina's eyes, were wide and still. Too still. "Who are you?" Nina whispered. The thing tilted its head. The exact same motion Nina made when confused. Perfectly mirrored. It didn't blink. Instead, it took a step toward her, and the floor creaked like it might collapse beneath them both. The thing raised a hand and pointed toward her chest, not in threat, but in something colder. Recognition. "I've waited so long," it said. Its voice was breathy. Hollow. Like wind passing through a keyhole. Nina backed away, shaking her head. "You're not real." "You came back," the thing whispered. "You left me here. But I kept your place warm." Its hand dropped to its side. "I dreamed your life," it added, voice now curling into a soft, childlike lilt. "I saw what you saw. I was the echo in your mirror. The breath behind the glass. But now..." It stepped closer. "You're here." Nina spun and bolted back down the hallway. The lights behind her sputtered out one by one. The thing didn't run. It simply walked, but somehow, the echo of its steps stayed close, always just behind her. She reached another door and threw it open. This room was massive. Wrongly massive. It couldn't possibly fit inside the house. The ceilings arched up into black, and the walls were lined with stacked furniture, beds, desks, chairs, all heaped into towering shapes like altars. At the center of the room was a mirror. No frame. No backing. Just a sheet of glass suspended upright by unseen hands. As she stepped inside, her reflection stepped forward. But this time, it wasn't her. Not even the twisted, pale version from the hallway. This reflection looked older, decades older. Aged into her 60s, maybe 70s. Her hair silver. Wrinkles carving deep lines across her face. But the eyes, they were alive. Scared. Mouth moving in slow, silent speech. "Get out." Nina reached toward the mirror, and her fingers passed through it. Not onto glass. But into air. Cold, dry air. She stepped forward and fell. Fell into the mirror. She landed hard on her side, grass scratching her arms. The air was damp and smelled of pine. A forest. A real forest. She stood slowly. No house. No hallway. Just trees. Wind. But in the distance, she saw something glowing through the fog. A street lamp. And then, a figure. An old man. The mechanic. He was standing beside an old rusted truck, staring at her with wide, glassy eyes. Just like before. Except something was different. The truck wasn't parked. It was crashed. Smashed head-on into a tree. Steam hissed from the hood. And there, through the cracked windshield, was her reflection again, her face staring out in shock and pain. There was blood on her forehead. Nina stumbled back. "No. That's not real. That's not real." The mechanic turned his head toward her slowly, and his mouth opened in a slow, mechanical way, jaw unhinging too far. "She never left," he said. "She died on that road. You're the one who came after." She turned and ran. Through the trees. Through the thick, coiling fog. Branches tore at her arms. Roots snagged her boots. She didn't know how long she ran, maybe minutes, maybe hours, until she crashed through a wall of brambles and found herself back in the hallway. Same peeling wallpaper. Same cold floorboards. Same flickering candlelight. She turned behind her, no forest. Just another door, closed and humming softly, as if breathing. Nina leaned against the wall, heart pounding, sweat on her brow. A quiet voice whispered from overhead. "Every guest lives here forever, eventually." She looked up. The ceiling above her pulsed. Something was moving inside it. Crawling. Slithering. And then, slowly, a thin crack formed along the plaster, and a single drop of blood fell to the floor by her feet. The single drop of blood landed with a soft patter on the floorboards near Nina's boot. She stared at it, frozen, heart thudding so violently in her chest she could barely breathe. The dark red stain sank slowly into the wood, disappearing into the cracks like the house was thirsty for it. She didn't move. Above her, the crack in the ceiling widened. Just slightly. More blood followed. Drip. Drip. Steady now, like a leaking pipe in some unseen attic above her. But there had been no upper floor, not really. Just the hallway. The doors. The stretching walls. Rooms that grew and shrank on their own whims. Nothing in the Carver house obeyed structure or space. She stepped back from the blood, looking up. Something shifted in the ceiling. Something long. Something heavy. She could see the outline of it, a form pressing outward against the cracked plaster. Limbs? Or were they roots? Then the whisper returned, almost inaudible, almost like a thought not entirely her own. "The house has a memory. And it is hungry." Nina stumbled away from the wall, eyes darting left, then right. None of the doors were familiar anymore. Not the one with the scratched brass knob. Not the black wood one, with symbols etched into the frame that looked like they had been carved in desperation. Not the tall, white one that seemed to sway slightly, even though there was no wind. Each of them pulsed faintly now. Alive. Breathing. Watching. She didn't want to open any of them. But staying still wasn't an option either. The ceiling crack had spread to the far corner now, and the dripping had turned into a slow, sticky stream. Somewhere behind her, floorboards groaned, not from her movement, but from weight. Heavy. Crawling. Approaching. She darted toward the door with no handle. Her fingers found a small groove in the frame, just enough to pry it open. It creaked, reluctantly, and beyond it, darkness. Pitch black. A different kind of dark. Not the absence of light, but the presence of something else. And then she heard it. Breathing. Not hers. From inside the room. Steady, slow, wheezing, like lungs filled with dust. Her hand shook as she reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone, thumb shaking over the flashlight icon. Somehow it still had battery. She tapped it. The light cut through the dark, only a narrow cone, but enough. And what it landed on made her stomach twist. A hospital bed. A real one. Rusting metal frame. Peeling white paint. Stained sheets pulled tight. Medical wires snaked down its side, though they connected to nothing. A table sat nearby with old prescription bottles, the labels worn blank. On the far wall, an 4-stand leaned like a tree struck by lightning. And in the bed, someone lay completely still. She stepped forward, every part of her screaming not to. The figure was frail. Thin limbs. Eyes closed. But it was her. Again. Older. Even older than the version in the mirror. Pale lips. Chest rising in slow, struggling breaths. The face was unmistakable. She stared, unable to move. And then, without opening its eyes, the body in the bed whispered, "You're late." Nina stumbled backward, hitting the wall. The lights in the room flickered once, not her phone light, but somewhere above, like old fluorescent bulbs blinking to life in a forgotten basement. And then the machine beside the bed, one she hadn't noticed before, let out a long, flat beat. The woman in the bed exhaled. And didn't inhale again. The breath lingered in the air like a fog. And that's when Nina saw something else. Carved into the metal frame of the hospital bed, scratched so deep the words had rusted into the surface. "The first time I died was here." She backed out of the room, phone shaking in her hand, light swinging wildly across the hallway. The door shut behind her. And she didn't close it. The handleless door sealed itself with a soft click, as if it was satisfied. Like it had finally shown her what it needed to. The hallway had changed again. Longer. The carpet now completely soaked, each step squelching with unseen moisture. The portraits were gone, replaced with windows. But no light came through them. Only fog. Thick, suffocating fog that clung to the glass like breath on cold mirror. She peered through one and saw something moving outside. A tall figure. Thin. Faceless. Wearing a black coat. It stood perfectly still at the edge of the tree line, visible only when the fog thinned for half a second. And in its hand was a lantern. Dim, flickering. Its flame moved rhythmically, not swaying with wind, but pulsing like a heartbeat. And then the figure turned. And began walking toward the house. Nina gasped and stepped away from the window. From another room nearby, she heard a sound. Soft. Like someone humming. A woman's voice. Old, slow, like a lullaby from a language no one spoke anymore. Drawn forward by fear or some deeper instinct, Nina moved toward it, reaching a cracked wooden door that stood barely ajar. She pushed it open with 2 fingers. The room inside was round. Not square like the others. A study, maybe. Shelves lined the curved walls, each crammed with books so old their spines had rotted. Pages curled. Moths fluttered toward the lanterns above. At the center of the room sat a rocking chair. And in it, a woman. Back to Nina. Gray hair in a long braid. A wool blanket over her legs. She rocked slowly, back and forth, humming that same melody. Nina didn't speak. The woman did. "You remember the fire, don't you?" she asked. "The one you started." Nina's mouth opened, but she didn't know what to say. She hadn't started a fire. Had she? The woman turned just her head, revealing only one eye, and it was blind, clouded with gray. "You shouldn't have come back," she rasped. And then she stood. Slowly. Unfolding like something that had waited too long in one position. And when she turned fully to face Nina, her face wasn't human. Not anymore. No eyes. No mouth. Just smooth, stretched skin and a hollow sound escaping her throat like a scream muffled inside glass. Nina ran back into the hallway. But the house was shifting again. Rooms sliding past her. Walls bending. Doors slamming shut ahead of her, one by one. And from deep inside the walls, that same chant began to rise. She's returned. She's returned. She's returned. A final door remained. One door. Black iron. Cold to the touch. She reached for it. And behind her, from somewhere impossibly close, the thing that wore her name screamed. You belong to me. Nina grabbed the iron doorknob. It was freezing, like grabbing bare metal in winter, and it burned her skin with the cold. She didn't care. Behind her, footsteps pounded down the hall. Not quick ones. Not like running. These were deliberate. Heavy. Purposeful. As if whatever was chasing her didn't need to hurry because it knew she had nowhere left to go. The knob turned. The door swung open. And without looking back, Nina dove through. It slammed shut behind her. Darkness swallowed her whole. Not the quiet kind. The kind that presses in, thick, endless, suffocating. She blinked. Nothing changed. No shapes. No outlines. No ground beneath her. No ceiling. No walls. Just black. Even the air felt wrong. Thin. Artificial. Like breathing in something pretending to be oxygen. Her heartbeat filled the space, pulsing in her ears, louder than her thoughts. And then came the sound. A click. One small, metallic click. She turned toward it, or at least she thought she did. There was no sense of direction here. But another click followed. Then a rattle. Like keys jangling. Then, a soft giggle. Childlike. Distant. Wrong. She backed away, or forward, she couldn't tell. Her feet touched nothing. The floor was gone. She was standing, but there was no resistance beneath her. Like being held in place by strings she couldn't feel. Another giggle. Closer now. Then, a flicker. Far ahead, or below, or inside her. A faint light. A warm one. A candle flame. Just one. It hovered in the dark, not casting light outward but burning in place, as if it existed in a different layer than everything else around it. She moved toward it. It didn't grow closer. She walked faster. Still the same distance. She ran. Nothing changed. And then a voice, soft and ancient, came from the direction of the flame. You opened a door not meant to open. This place remembers hunger. Nina stopped. Her hands shook. What are you? The voice didn't reply at first. The candle flickered once, then twice. And then the voice returned. Not what? Where? This room is the house's mouth. And you brought it your name. The flame flared up, suddenly revealing a shape behind it. A key. Hanging in midair. Old. Iron. Coated in rust. And something was written on its shaft in faint etching. Entry equals memory. As she stared at it, the air shifted. And a second light ignited. Then another. And another. Dozens of candles, now lighting up in a slow wave around her. Each one revealing something new. She wasn't alone. They were everywhere. Figures. Standing still. Unmoving. All of them her. Different versions. Some older. Some younger. Some dressed in clothes she'd worn once, others in things she'd never seen before. One had a stitched scar across her forehead. Another's eyes were gouged out, empty sockets dripping black. They stared at her. Every one of them. Not blinking. And they spoke, all at once, in the same whispering tone that had haunted her since the first night she stepped into the Carver house. You left us here. We waited. Now you stay. She stumbled back, and a hand grabbed her ankle. She screamed. The floor, or whatever passed for it, opened like a trapdoor. Something below pulled at her leg. She kicked, twisted, fell, down into blackness once again. When she landed, it was hard. Solid. She lay there, dazed, groaning, cheek pressed to cold stone. Stone. Actual floor. Real texture. Her hand scrambled across it. Rough. Dusty. Coated in grit. She sat up slowly and looked around. This place was different. A basement. Or a cellar. The walls were made of crumbling brick, and wooden support beams lined the ceiling. Candlelight flickered from wall sconces, casting long, twitching shadows. On the far side of the room was a chair. A single wooden chair. And on it, a man. Or, what used to be a man. He was bound with ropes around his wrists and ankles, slumped forward, head lolled to one side. His face was obscured by a cloth sack soaked through with something dark and long dried. But he breathed. Shallow. Ragged. Barely alive. Nina stepped closer. And the breathing stopped. She froze. Then, in a slow, jerking motion, the man raised his head. The sack shifted slightly, as if he could still see her through it. And then he whispered, in a voice that was hoarse and barely human. She'll take your face when you sleep. Nina stepped back. But his voice gained strength. You're the last one. The one she needs. The others. He began to tremble violently, ropes creaking under the force. She's wearing them now. The sack over his head ripped open, and there was no face beneath it. Just flesh. Raw and smooth. As if something had peeled his identity clean off. From the darkness behind him, a figure stepped forward. A woman. Hair long. Dress torn. And where her face should have been, Nina's. A perfect copy. Her own voice spoke from its mouth. You're almost ready. Nina ran. A staircase appeared in the far wall, and she didn't question it. She climbed. Each step groaned, warped, and splintered under her feet. Behind her, the sound of dragging. Scraping. As if fingernails clawed up the stairs, chasing her. She burst through the door at the top and slammed it behind her, collapsing to her knees. She was back in the hallway. But it was changed again. Now it was old. Abandoned. Cobwebs covered every corner. The air reeked of mold and soot. Walls had rotted away in places, revealing beams and insulation beneath. And on the wall beside her, scrawled in charcoal, were 6 words. If you sleep here, you stay. And beneath it, Room 7, she waits inside. Nina turned slowly. Room 7's door was wide open. A faint light pulsed within. and something inside that room was whispering her dreams back to her. Room 7's door stood open like a mouth waiting to close. It was taller than the others. Narrower. Its frame splintered in places, as if something had clawed to get out. The brass room number above it had rusted to the point of barely being readable, and behind the threshold, a flickering amber light pulsed softly, like a heartbeat. The whispering grew clearer now. And what shook Nina to her core wasn't the sound of it, but the words. Because they were hers. Childhood fears. Private thoughts. Things she had whispered into pillows as a little girl when she was too afraid to sleep. Things no one should have known. Now, that voice, her voice, echoed softly through the crack in the door. I saw her in the closet. If I close my eyes, she climbs out. If I breathe too loud, she knows I'm awake. Nina's hands trembled as she took a step toward the door. The house had gone quiet again, not silent, but expectant. Like it had drawn in a long breath and was waiting to see what she would do. Every instinct screamed to run. But there was nowhere left to go. She stepped into room 7. It was cold. But not from temperature, from memory. From atmosphere. From something deeper than weather. The room was wide, with a ceiling that sloped upward like an attic. Cobwebs trailed from rafter to rafter. The floor was covered in old toys, a spinning top, a stuffed rabbit missing one eye, a row of wooden blocks spelling out her name. Her real name. Nina. The walls were lined with drawings, childlike scribbles done in black crayon. At first they seemed random. Circles. Faces. Trees. But as she stepped closer, Nina realized what she was looking at. Every drawing was a scene. One showed a little girl standing in a hallway, staring at a closed door. Another showed a woman lying in a bed, something rising from underneath the mattress. Another, drawn over and over, showed a house on a hill, smoke curling from its chimney. But the smoke wasn't gray. It was black. Thick. Almost alive. A small child-sized chair sat in the center of the room, facing a cracked mirror. And seated in that chair, turned away from her, was a girl. Hair long and tangled. Wearing a faded blue dress. Feet dangling just above the floor. The girl wasn't moving. But she was humming. And the tune. Nina knew it. It was the lullaby her grandmother used to sing. The one she hadn't heard since she was 5. Her voice caught in her throat. Hello. Nina said softly. The girl stopped humming. She didn't turn around. But her voice emerged, clear and strange. You left me in the dark. Nina stepped closer, her boots crunching over the forgotten toys. I don't know you, she whispered. The girl tilted her head. You do. Her voice was colder now. Heavier. It filled the room unnaturally. You buried me. And now the house remembers. And finally, the girl turned. Nina's breath hitched. It wasn't a child's face. Not really. It was her own, but twisted. Youthful, yes, but the eyes were hollow. The skin was pale and cracking like old porcelain. The mouth was smiling, but wrong. Too wide. Too satisfied. The girl lifted one hand and pointed to the mirror. Nina looked. And saw a reflection that wasn't hers. It was the hallway behind her. Except now the walls were covered in crawling things. Dozens of long, black fingers reaching out from the seams of the wallpaper. Faces pressed against the wood beneath, trying to push through. The ceiling bulged, like something massive was trying to squeeze its way into the narrow corridor. And there, standing at the end of the hallway in the reflection, was the real her. Not the child. Not the twisted version. Her. Watching. Screaming silently. Beating against the inside of the mirror glass. Trapped. The little girl's voice rang in her ears, louder now. She took your place when you were 6. You forgot. But we didn't. You've been living her life. Nina's legs gave out and she dropped to her knees. No. She remembered it now. The dream. From when she was a child. She'd told no one. Ever. Waking up in a room that wasn't hers. A house with too many corners. Shadows that whispered. She remembered something pulling her into the closet. A hand. Small and cold. She told herself it was a nightmare. A single dream. But it wasn't. She had gone missing for 3 days when she was 6. She'd always thought it was a mistake. That her parents had overreacted. That she'd wandered off into the woods and been found miles away. But that wasn't what happened. The girl in the chair smiled wider now. You're just a borrowed thing. And it's time to give her back. Nina looked again at the mirror. The version of her trapped inside was growing desperate, pounding, sobbing. Behind that reflection, the hallway was beginning to collapse. The floor breaking apart. Walls twisting. A flood of shadow pouring down like smoke underwater. And from deep within it came a voice, not the girl's. A different one. Older. Lower. You opened every door, it said. Now you belong to us. The floor beneath her began to sink. Like quicksand. The toys rattled. The blocks spelling her name scattered, rearranging into new letters. N-I-G-H-T. N-O-T. Y-O-U. The girl stood. And as she walked toward Nina, her body shimmered. Changed. Aged. Now she was Nina's age. Then older. Then older still. She walked in a loop, growing with every step, until she became the same figure from the hospital bed. Breathing heavily. Eyes sunken. The final version stepped forward. And reached for Nina's face. Nina screamed and pushed away, crawling backward toward the wall. And then, she saw it. A hole. Not a doorway. A circular hole in the floor. Barely wide enough for her body. Carved into the boards, like something had drilled through every layer of the house and left an escape route for someone desperate enough. She didn't think. She jumped in. The world flipped. Inverted. Sound fell away. Gravity bent sideways. And then, silence. Cold, heavy silence. She landed with a thud. On tile. Bright white tile. Too clean. Too sterile. The lights above her buzzed. She blinked. And sat up. And saw mirrors. Endless rows of them. A room of mirrors, stretching in every direction. And in every reflection, different versions of her. Screaming. Smiling. Sleeping. Crying. Each one locked behind glass, pounding with identical hands. But only her reflection, the real her, stood still. And behind her, in that one perfect reflection, a door appeared. Red. With gold hinges. And from the other side of it, she heard knocking. Slow. Deliberate. Getting louder. And louder. And louder. The knocking echoed through the mirrored chamber, each thud reverberating like distant thunder pressed against glass. It didn't come from around her, not from the white-tiled room she stood in, but only from one place. Her reflection. Not the cracked, screaming versions in the other panes. Not the crying or smiling or dead-eyed variants scattered across the infinite rows of mirrors. Only her own reflection stood in front of that red door with golden hinges. The others stayed frozen in their moments, expressions stitched in place like dolls left too long in the attic. Nina stared at the red door behind her mirror self. The gold was too polished. Too bright for this place. The door didn't match the tile, the light, or the endless reflections. It stood in complete defiance of everything around it, as if it didn't belong in this world. The knocking continued. Louder now. 3 slow hits. Then 3 more. Each one stronger than the last. Her reflection turned around to look at the door behind her. Nina didn't. She couldn't. She wasn't facing it. The door, if it existed in this space, was behind her. But she felt it. That heavy pressure in the air. The way light bends in a room before a storm hits. The invisible static crawling along the back of her neck. Something wanted her to turn. But something deeper, more primal, screamed that if she did, she'd never leave. The reflection lifted its hand and knocked once on the red door. Just once. A test. The knocking on the other side stopped. Everything went still. Then, slowly, the door handle behind her reflection began to turn. No hand touched it. No one turned it. It simply rotated, inch by slow inch, with a long, creaking groan that rattled through Nina's chest. Her reflection's eyes widened. She shook her head. But it was too late. The door in the mirror swung open. And a hand reached out. Not a human one. Thin. Gray. Bones stretched unnaturally long beneath pale skin. Fingers too many. Too sharp. Nails like shards of stained glass. It reached forward and grabbed her reflection by the throat. Nina screamed. Her reflection did not. Its mouth opened in silence. The mirrors around her flickered like old TV screens. Some shattered. Others melted. The light above her buzzed violently and then died. Darkness rushed in. And something else did, too. Nina bolted blindly through the tiled room. No direction. Just movement. Just escape. Mirrors shattered as she passed, shards slicing across her arms and legs, drawing blood. But she didn't stop. She ran until the floor shifted beneath her. The tiles rippled. Like water. She fell. Through the floor. When she opened her eyes, she was sitting in a chair. A real one. Wooden. Worn. Her wrists were tied. Not tight, just enough that it took a moment for panic to set in. The room was dimly lit. A single bulb swayed gently overhead, casting slow, dizzying shadows on the walls. Dust motes drifted through the air like falling ash. The room had no corners, only darkened edges where the walls blurred into shadow. Across from her sat a man. Middle-aged. Eyes sunken and ringed with bruises, like he hadn't slept in years. He wore a black coat, buttoned wrong. His hands were folded neatly on his lap. And he was watching her. Calmly. patiently. "I know you," she said. Her voice was rough. He nodded slowly. "You don't remember me yet," he said. "But you will." "Where am I?" The man's lips twitched. Not quite a smile. Not quite sorrow. "This is the threshold," he said. "Between memory and possession." "What does that mean?" He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "When the house takes you, it doesn't do it all at once. It wears you. For years. Quietly. A breath here. A skipped heartbeat there. Until what's left of you is just enough to know something's wrong. Just enough to scream from inside." Nina's throat tightened. She remembered the reflection. Screaming behind the glass. She whispered, "That was me." He nodded. "One of you. One of many. Some stay behind. Others are sent out. You were sent out. Why? To bring the rest back." Nina shook her head. "I didn't bring anyone back." He paused. Then slowly stood. And gestured toward the far wall, where a window opened that hadn't been there before. Through it, she saw the outside. Not forest. Not fog. A road. And headlights. A car. Her car. She was inside it, at the wheel. Driving through the storm. The wipers brushed rain away rhythmically. She was humming. Calm. Eyes forward. The version of her outside the house. Then, a flicker. Something moved in the back seat. A shape. Something unseen but present. And then her car passed a figure on the roadside. Nina gasped. It was the mechanic. But not standing. Lying. His body slumped. Lifeless. Flashing red and blue lights in the distance. Her car didn't stop. She drove past, unaware. "Wait," Nina said. "That's not how it happened." The man beside her stepped away from the window. "No," he said. "It's how it always happens. The house rearranges the memories. So you come back confused. Doubting. Easier to mold." Nina's voice trembled. "I don't understand." "You don't have to." Then he leaned close. And whispered in her ear. "You just have to sleep." The bulb above flickered. The shadows shifted. The ropes around her wrists vanished, not loosened. Gone. Like they'd never existed. And the room changed. Tiles replaced wood. The light became a candle. She was back in her childhood bedroom. Exactly as it had been the night she vanished at 6. Same posters. Same bed. Same stuffed rabbit on the pillow. The closet door was open. Only a crack. She could hear breathing from inside. But not just breathing. Her own voice. "I'm not ready." Then a whisper from something deeper. "You were never yours to begin with." Nina turned slowly. And saw herself standing in the doorway. Not the mirror version. Not the child. But another version. Smiling calmly. Holding something in her hand. A small, red key. It glowed slightly in the candlelight. And it looked hot. The other Nina placed it on the dresser. Then stepped back into the darkness. Without speaking again. Nina stared at the key. And the closet door creaked open another inch. Nina's breath caught in her throat as she stared at the small, red key resting on the dresser. It shimmered faintly under the dim candlelight, almost pulsing, as if alive. Her fingers itched to reach out and grab it, but a deep instinct warned her to stay still, to not touch anything, to not disturb the fragile silence in the room. The closet door creaked wider. From inside, the shadows seemed to ripple like liquid. She could hear the faintest of whispers, not words she could make out, but an undercurrent of something old and dangerous, something that had been waiting patiently in the darkness. Nina's gaze flicked between the key and the closet. Her heart hammered in her chest, a relentless drumbeat that echoed the feeling of being hunted. A voice, soft, cold, and undeniably familiar, breathed from the closet. "Will you stay with me?" Nina's body trembled. She took a slow, trembling step backward. "No," she whispered, voice barely audible. "I won't." But the voice pressed on, wrapping around her like a silken thread tightening its hold. "You belong here. With me. You can't leave. Not now." She turned fully toward the closet, the candle flame flickering wildly, casting monstrous shadows that danced along the cracked wallpaper. The whisper became a chant, a slow, hypnotic pull. "Stay. Stay. Stay." Suddenly, a cold gust slammed the door shut. The room plunged into darkness. Nina gasped, clutching at the dresser to steady herself. The key was gone. Her eyes struggled to adjust, but the candlelight had vanished, extinguished by a breath she couldn't hear. The whispers grew louder, swirling around her like a gathering storm. And then, from the depths of the darkness, a faint, glowing light flickered. The key. It floated in the air, spinning slowly, beckoning. Nina hesitated, then stepped forward, reaching out. Her fingers brushed the cold metal. Instantly, a searing pain shot through her hand, burning like fire, yet numb like ice. She pulled back with a gasp. The key pulsed brighter, illuminating the room with an eerie red glow. The walls seemed to close in, the air thickening. Suddenly, the closet door creaked open again, wider this time, revealing a black void. From within it, a cold wind rushed out, carrying 1,000 whispered names. Nina's skin crawled. The voice spoke again, this time from all around her. "You took what wasn't yours. You forgot what you owe. You opened the door." Nina stumbled back toward the bed. Her reflection appeared in a broken mirror on the wall, but it was distorted, fractured, a kaleidoscope of fear and despair. The fractured reflection mouthed words silently. "Sleep. Stay. Forever." Her eyes locked with her reflections. A single tear traced down her cheek. The key floated closer to her. She had a choice. Take the key. Unlock the closet. Face what waited inside. Or run. But where could she run? The house had already claimed her. And the whispers were waiting. Nina's fingers trembled as she reached for the floating key, the eerie red glow pulsing with an almost heartbeat rhythm. The burning sensation on her skin was fading, replaced by a cold numbness that spread up her arm like creeping frost. She hesitated, caught between terror and the desperate need for answers. The whispers swirled louder now, pressing against her mind, weaving threads of doubt and fear that clawed at her sanity. Unlock. Remember. Belong. She gritted her teeth and snatched the key from the air. It was heavier than it looked, cold and slick as if coated in ice. Behind her, the closet door groaned open further, revealing a dark staircase spiraling downward into oblivion. Nina swallowed hard, her breath fogging the air. She had no choice but to descend. Step by slow step, she climbed down the narrow staircase, the walls closing around her like a suffocating tunnel. The air grew colder, damp with the scent of earth and decay. At the bottom, the stairs opened into a vast chamber lit only by the faint, unnatural glow of phosphorescent moss clinging to stone walls. This was no ordinary cellar. The chamber was carved from ancient rock, rough and jagged, like the inside of a buried cave. In the center stood a stone altar. On it lay a book, bound in cracked black leather, edges frayed and stained. Nina approached cautiously, the key still clutched tightly in her hand. She reached out and opened the book. The pages were filled with symbols that shifted and twisted, impossible to read. But then the words began to form, as if the book was alive, rewriting itself for her. She who enters the house with the blood of the lost will feed the hunger or be consumed by it. A cold wind swept through the chamber, carrying with it the faintest sound of a lullaby, the same one from the girl in room 7. Suddenly, from the shadows, a figure emerged. Tall, gaunt, draped in tattered robes that seemed woven from night itself. The face was hidden beneath a deep hood, but the eyes gleamed, ancient, endless pits of black. "You hold the key," the figure whispered, voice like dry leaves rustling in a graveyard. Nina's heart pounded. "Who are you?" The figure extended a skeletal hand. "The keeper of doors. The watcher of thresholds. The one who waits for those who lose their way." Nina stepped back, trembling. "What does the house want from me?" The keeper smiled, or at least the movement beneath the hood suggested it. "It wants what it always wants, a soul to tether, a life to borrow, a name to whisper into the dark." The chamber walls began to pulse, breathing like a living beast. "You opened the doors of memory and fear," the keeper said. "Now you must choose, feed the hunger, or be devoured." Nina's mind reeled. The house, the endless shifting, the whispers, the reflections, it wasn't just a place. It was a being. A predator. A trap. And she was caught. She looked down at the key in her hand. The weight of all the lost souls, the twisted versions of herself, the girl in the chair, the woman in the bed, bore down on her. And the whispers rose again, chanting in a terrible harmony. "Stay. Stay. Stay." Nina closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped forward toward the altar. Nina's fingers trembled as they hovered over the ancient book. The words on the page shimmered, alive with a terrible power, the same power that seemed to breathe through the walls of the chamber, pulsing with a slow, hungry rhythm. The keeper of doors stood silent behind her, a shadow wrapped in darkness, waiting patiently. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone and decay. It filled her lungs like a poison, and yet, somehow, she could not tear herself away. Her eyes scanned the moving words again, trying to make sense of the curse that bound her here. The house did not just hunger for bodies or souls. It wanted memories, the most precious fragments of life itself. "Feed the hunger, or be devoured," the phrase repeated endlessly in her mind, echoing the faint chant that seemed to rise from the very stones beneath her feet. A cold sweat broke out across her skin. She thought of the lost versions of herself, the child in the chair, the woman in the hospital bed, the reflection trapped behind the glass. They were fragments of memories swallowed by the house, trapped in its endless labyrinth. And now, she was offered a terrible choice. She could surrender. Offer herself willingly. Become another whisper in the walls. Or fight. But to fight the house, she had to understand it. The key pulsed like a heartbeat in her hand. her fingers curled tightly around it. Suddenly, the chamber walls shuddered violently, as if the house itself was alive and aware of her hesitation. The keeper of doors stepped forward, lowering the hood to reveal a face that was neither old nor young, human nor something else. The eyes burned with an unholy light, piercing through Nina's soul. "The door to your memories lies beyond this chamber," he said, voice like gravel scraping stone. "But the path is treacherous. One wrong step, and you will be lost forever in the house's embrace." Nina swallowed hard. She had no choice. She nodded. The keeper motioned toward a narrow archway at the far end of the chamber. Beyond it, she could see the faint flicker of candlelight. Taking a deep breath, Nina stepped through the arch. The air grew colder still. She found herself in a long corridor lined with doors. Hundreds of them. Each door was different, some ornate and gilded, others plain and worn. Some hung slightly ajar, others were sealed tight with ancient locks. The whispers returned, soft and urgent. "Choose carefully." She reached out and touched one of the doors. It swung open silently. Inside was a room filled with photographs. Old black and white images of her family, parents, grandparents, even herself as a baby. The pictures seemed to move, shifting subtly as if alive. A sudden realization struck her: this was a room of memories. A vault of moments long forgotten. She stepped inside. But the door slammed shut behind her. The photographs began to swirl around her like a tornado of faces and moments. Voices echoed, laughter, cries, whispered promises. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the center of the room. A young woman, beautiful, serene. It was her mother. Only not quite. Her eyes were hollow, her smile a mask. "Why did you leave me?" the woman asked softly. Nina's heart broke. "I didn't mean to," she whispered. "I didn't know." The figure's smile faded. "You abandoned us." The photographs darkened. The voices grew louder. Nina felt herself pulled into the swirling storm of images. She screamed, but it was swallowed by the cacophony. And then she was falling. Falling through memories and shadows. Until she landed on cold stone again. Nina's body hit the cold stone floor with a heavy thud. The air around her was thick, stale, carrying a chill that seeped deep into her bones. She lay still for a moment, the echo of the fall ringing in her ears. When she finally forced herself to sit up, she realized she was in a cavernous chamber, far larger than the ones before. Dim torchlight flickered from sconces along the rough stone walls, casting eerie shadows that danced like ghosts. The air smelled faintly of earth and rot. Somewhere deep in the darkness, water dripped, slow, patient, endless. Nina's head throbbed, but she pushed herself to her feet. She scanned the room, her eyes catching on something that made her stomach twist. Dozens of old mirrors stood against the walls, cracked and fogged, each reflecting a twisted version of herself. Some mirrors showed a younger Nina, smiling and carefree. Others showed a frightened child crying silently. One mirror reflected a hollow-eyed woman screaming in silence. But in each reflection, her eyes seemed to follow her, pleading, accusing, desperate. A whisper began low and soft, rising from the shadows. "You cannot escape the house. You belong to us." Nina's heart pounded. The keeper of doors appeared suddenly, stepping from the shadows like a wraith. "Each mirror is a memory, a fragment of your soul the house has claimed," he said. "The house does not forget, but it does not forgive." Nina swallowed hard, gripping the red key tightly. Why me? She asked. Why me, and not the others? The keeper's eyes darkened. Because you opened the door. You broke the seal that held the house's hunger at bay. Suddenly, the mirrors cracked further, tiny fractures spreading like spiderwebs. One mirror shattered completely, glass spraying like shards of ice. From the broken mirror stepped a figure, a version of Nina, but distorted, twisted by fear and despair. Her eyes were black holes, her mouth twisted into a cruel smile. The twisted Nina lunged. Nina stumbled back, barely dodging the attack. They circled each other, two halves of the same soul, each struggling for control. The whispered chant grew louder. Stay. 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 Nina felt a pull inside her, like a tide dragging her toward the shadows. She screamed, fighting the darkness clawing at her mind. And then, she remembered the key. With trembling hands, she held it out toward the twisted figure. The distorted Nina recoiled, screaming in rage and fear. The mirrors began to glow. Light spilled from the cracks, washing over the chamber like a tide of dawn. The twisted figure shattered like glass, dissolving into shadows. The chamber grew silent. The keeper nodded slowly. You have passed the test. But the house is patient. And the hunger never ends. Nina looked at the red key, now warm in her palm. Where do I go from here? The keeper gestured toward a heavy iron door at the far end of the chamber. Beyond it, a faint light spilled. The way out. Nina took a step forward. But the whispers returned, soft as a breath. You belong to us. She swallowed hard, heart pounding, and reached for the door handle. Nina's fingers curled around the cold iron handle, slick with unseen moisture. A faint pulse vibrated through the metal, as if the door itself had a heartbeat. Her breath hitched, eyes locked on the heavy barrier between her and the unknown beyond. The whispers from the shadows faded to a haunting silence, replaced only by the slow creak of ancient hinges as she pushed the door open. A blinding light flooded the chamber. She shielded her eyes. When she lowered her hands, she found herself in a vast room, unlike anything before. The walls shimmered with gold leaf, cracked and peeling like dried skin. Tall arched windows lined the far side, but outside was not a forest or night, it was a sprawling cityscape, lit by thousands of flickering lights, endless and alive beneath a blood-red sky. The air was thick with the scent of rain and smoke. Nina stepped forward, the floor beneath her feet cool and smooth, marble, cracked in places but still magnificent. A grand staircase spiraled up toward a ceiling lost in shadow. At the center of the room, a massive clock tower loomed, its hands spinning backward, ticking with a deafening sound that echoed through her bones. Suddenly, a voice called from above. Welcome back, Nina. She turned, heart pounding. There, at the top of the stairs, stood a woman in a flowing black dress. Her hair was silver, eyes shining with a cruel intelligence. You've come far, the woman said, descending slowly. But this is only the beginning. Nina's grip tightened on the red key. Who are you? The woman smiled, a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I am the house's voice. Its memory. Its will. She gestured to the spinning clock. Time here is a lie. A loop. You can leave this room, but the house will always find you. Nina swallowed hard. What do you want from me? The woman's smile deepened. To join us. To become part of the endless story the house tells itself. To whisper your memories back into its walls. The clock struck midnight. And as the sound echoed, the room began to shift. Walls melted into glass, revealing shadows moving just beyond the windows. Figures with hollow eyes, reaching hands. Whispers turning to screams. The woman stepped closer. Choose, Nina. Become the voice, or become the silence. Nina's mind reeled. She glanced at the red key in her hand. It pulsed. She felt the pull of the house's hunger. The cold, the whispers, the endless hunger. And then, deep inside, a flicker of defiance. She stepped forward. Nina's footsteps echoed loudly on the marble floor as she ascended the grand spiral staircase. The walls around her shimmered faintly, like the surface of a disturbed pool, warping and twisting her reflection in impossible ways. Each step seemed heavier than the last, as though she was climbing not just stairs, but layers of time itself. The air grew colder, biting at her skin. The distant ticking of the colossal clock below became a relentless heartbeat, pounding in her ears with maddening rhythm. The numbers on the clock face blurred and shifted, spinning backward and forward with no pattern she could follow. At the top of the staircase, she reached a narrow corridor lined with portraits. The faces in the paintings were unfamiliar, yet each bore a haunting resemblance to Nina, different ages, different expressions, but all eyes watching, judging, accusing. She paused before one particularly worn canvas. It depicted a young girl standing alone in a forest, her back turned, looking toward a dark, looming house. Nina's breath caught. It was her, or at least the version of herself from a forgotten time, shrouded in mist and shadow. Suddenly, the painting rippled, as if it were made of liquid. The image shifted, revealing a hidden doorway behind it. Nina hesitated, then pushed the portrait aside, revealing a narrow door. It creaked open to a swirling vortex of darkness, cold and endless. A whisper drifted from within. Step through, and face what lies beneath the surface of memory. Summoning every ounce of courage, Nina stepped forward and crossed the threshold. She plunged into a swirling void, sensations of falling and floating intertwining until she landed hard on damp earth. Around her stretched an endless forest, twisted and silent under a moonless sky. The trees were gnarled and ancient, their branches reaching like grasping hands. The air was thick with the scent of decay and old secrets. As Nina moved through the underbrush, the forest seemed to close in, shadows flickering at the edges of her vision. She could hear distant cries, the sound of children laughing and crying all at once, mingling with the rustle of leaves. Suddenly, she came upon a clearing. In its center stood a solitary figure, a young girl with tangled hair and a faded blue dress, the same one from room 7. The girl looked up, eyes hollow yet pleading. "You came back," she whispered. Nina knelt, reaching out. "Who are you?" The girl smiled sadly. "I'm the part of you you left behind." Tears welled in Nina's eyes. "I'm sorry." The girl's smile faded. "It's too late for sorry." Behind the girl, shadows lengthened and twisted, coalescing into monstrous shapes with eyes like burning coals. The whispering grew into a chorus of voices chanting, "Stay! Stay! Stay!" Nina stood, heart racing, the red key burning hot in her pocket. She knew the forest was a trap, a maze of memories and nightmares. But beyond it lay the truth she sought. Steeling herself, she stepped forward into the darkness, ready to face whatever lay hidden beneath the house's twisted story. The forest seemed to breathe around Nina, alive with shadows and whispers. Every step she took stirred the dead leaves, their brittle crackle loud in the heavy silence. The tangled branches overhead blocked what little moonlight there was, turning the world into a suffocating cage of darkness. The girl in the faded blue dress watched her silently, eyes like deep wells of sorrow and warning. She didn't speak again, but her presence was a constant reminder of the parts of Nina that had been left behind, lost pieces buried deep in forgotten memories and unspoken fears. Nina pressed forward, heart pounding, senses alert to every rustle and distant cry. The forest floor suddenly gave way beneath her feet, and she plunged down into cold earth, landing hard on damp soil in a narrow tunnel carved beneath the roots of an ancient tree. The air was thick and musty, heavy with the scent of mold and decay. Water dripped steadily from the roots above, echoing like slow footsteps in the dark. Nina's hands searched blindly along the rough earthen walls as she struggled to stand. Ahead, faint light flickered, not from the moon or stars, but from a ring of candles encircling an old wooden door set into the earth. The door was ancient, blackened with age, carved with symbols that pulsed faintly, as if breathing. Nina approached, the red key burning hot in her pocket. She pulled it out, feeling its weight and heat in her palm. The whispers returned, soft at first, then rising into a chorus of voices chanting in an ancient tongue, urging her forward and warning her away at the same time. She paused, breath catching in her throat. The door creaked open on its own. Beyond was a room of roots and bones. The walls pulsed with slow life, the roots twisting like veins around the bones of forgotten creatures and memories. In the center stood a figure, tall and thin, draped in shadow, with eyes glowing a cold, distant blue. It spoke without moving its lips. "Welcome, Nina. You have come far, but this is where the house reveals its true hunger." Nina swallowed hard, clutching the key tighter. "What do you want from me?" The figure's gaze pierced through her. "To tether you to the house's soul. To feed it with your memories, your fears, your very essence." The roots writhed, reaching toward Nina like living things hungry for her touch. She backed away, but the door slammed shut behind her. The chanting grew louder. Nina's mind raced. She knew the house wanted to trap her forever, to swallow her whole and whisper her story back into its endless maze. But she was not ready to give in. She closed her eyes, steadying her breath. And with a sudden resolve, she plunged the red key into the heart of the wooden door. A blinding light exploded. The roots writhed in pain. The shadowed figure screamed, a sound like breaking glass and rusted chains. And then, silence. When Nina opened her eyes, she was alone. The door was gone. The tunnel collapsed behind her. And the forest was silent. But she knew the house had not finished with her. It never would. Nina stumbled out of the collapsing tunnel, coughing as dust and earth filled the air. The forest greeted her not with whispers, but with an eerie, suffocating silence. The trees stood still, their twisted branches frozen in place as if time itself had stopped breathing. The moon, barely a sliver in the dark sky, cast a pale light that filtered through the thick canopy above, painting the ground with fractured shadows. Her boots pressed against damp leaves and cold soil, each step muffled and cautious. The familiar chorus of nocturnal creatures, the hoot of owls, the rustle of small animals, was absent. The forest held its breath. Nina's heart hammered in her chest as she scanned the darkness. Somewhere deep inside, she felt the house's presence pulsing, like a dormant beast waiting to awaken. The girl in the faded blue dress stood silently a few feet away, watching her with hollow eyes that seemed to carry the weight of countless lost years. She did not move or speak, but Nina felt her gaze like a cold hand on her skin. Suddenly, a sharp snap echoed behind her. Nina whipped around. The sound was too deliberate, too loud to be an accident. Her breath caught. From the shadows, figures began to emerge. Not the twisted monsters she had imagined, but pale, translucent shapes, the lost souls the house had swallowed. Their faces were blurred, features indistinct, but their eyes glowed faintly with sorrow and longing. They reached out to her, fingers trembling like the last threads of a forgotten dream. "Help us," they whispered in unison. Nina felt a wave of overwhelming sorrow crash over her. These were the remnants of all those trapped before her, echoes of lives stolen by the house. She stepped forward, determination hardening inside her like steel. "I will find a way to free you," she promised, voice steady despite the tremble in her heart. The figures nodded, fading slowly back into the shadows, leaving behind an unbearable silence. Nina knew the path ahead was uncertain, filled with dangers she could not yet imagine. But the red key burned in her pocket, a beacon, a burden, a promise. And somewhere beyond the silent trees, a faint light flickered. The house was waiting. And Nina would face it, whatever it took. Nina's footsteps pressed softly into the forest floor, the silence around her as thick as a fog that threatened to swallow her whole. The figures she had seen, the lost souls, were gone now, their whispered pleas still echoing faintly in the recesses of her mind. But the forest remained empty, breathless, and still. Every shadow seemed alive, lurking just beyond the edge of vision. She pulled her coat tighter around her as a cold breeze slithered through the trees, carrying with it a scent of damp earth and something metallic, sharp. Her heart beat loudly, echoing in the silence like a warning drum. Then, ahead, a faint light flickered, small and distant, like a candle struggling against the dark. She moved toward it, each step deliberate but hesitant. The light came from a small cabin nestled between two ancient oaks, its windows glowing with warm, flickering firelight. It was the first sign of life she'd seen since falling into this endless nightmare. Nina approached the cabin cautiously. The door was slightly ajar, creaking gently in the wind. Inside, the fire cast dancing shadows on the walls, revealing a room filled with relics and strange artifacts. Old clocks ticked on shelves, their hands moving backward. Stacks of books lay open, their pages filled with writing that shifted and changed before her eyes. A figure sat by the fire, a man, hunched and worn, his eyes reflecting the flames like twin coals. He looked up as Nina entered. "Ah," he said softly. "You've come." Nina's breath caught. "Who are you?" "I am a keeper," he replied, voice low and steady. "Like you, once caught in the house's web. I've learned to move between its shadows." He gestured to the room. "This place is a sanctuary. A pause between moments. But the house is always near." Nina looked around, feeling the weight of the silence pressing in. "What happens next?" she asked. The keeper's eyes darkened. "You must find the heart of the house. It's there that the hunger begins and ends. But be warned, many who seek it never return." He handed her a small lantern, its light steady and true. "This will guide you through the darkest paths. But it will also show you things you may wish to forget." Nina took the lantern, feeling its warmth against the cold creeping into her bones. Outside, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The house was watching. And Nina's journey was far from over. The lantern's glow flickered softly in Nina's hands, casting long shadows that stretched and twisted around the small cabin. Outside, the silent forest seemed to lean closer, its breath cold against the window panes. Nina took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the keeper's words settle heavily in her chest. The heart of the house. The place where the endless hunger began, and perhaps, where it might finally end. With the lantern lighting her path, Nina stepped out into the night. The cabin's door closed behind her with a soft thud, sealing the sanctuary away like a fragile secret. The forest around her was alive with whispers now, voices rising and falling like a dark tide. Some were pleading, some accusing, all weaving together into a haunting melody that echoed in her mind. She followed the flickering light of her lantern deeper into the woods. The trees grew taller and closer, their branches entwining overhead to form a near impenetrable canopy. The ground beneath her feet became softer, almost sponge-like, as if the forest itself was breathing and shifting. Hours passed, or maybe only minutes. Time had become meaningless here. Then, through the thick tangle of trees, Nina saw it, a structure rising from the earth like a dark crown. The house. It was more immense and terrifying than she had imagined. Towering spires twisted toward the sky, windows glowing faintly with unnatural light. The walls seemed to pulse, alive with a slow, rhythmic heartbeat. She felt the red key warm in her pocket, pulsing in time with the house. Approaching the front door, Nina hesitated. The whispers grew louder, swirling around her like a storm. She placed her hand on the door's cold surface. It opened without a sound. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of smoke and forgotten memories. The hallway stretched endlessly before her, lined with doors on either side. Each door was a story, a secret, a fragment of those lost to the house. Nina's footsteps echoed softly as she moved forward. Suddenly, a cold wind blew through the corridor, extinguishing her lantern. Darkness swallowed her whole. In the silence, a voice whispered directly into her mind. "Welcome home." Nina's heart froze. She was not alone. The house had waited. And now, it was ready to claim her. Darkness swallowed Nina as the flicker of her lantern vanished, leaving her alone in the endless corridor. The air was thick, heavy like a suffocating fog that clung to her skin and filled her lungs. The silence was absolute, no creak of floorboards, no distant howl, just the pounding of her own heart, loud and unsteady. Yet the silence was broken by something else, a whisper, soft and serpentine, curling around her like smoke. "You cannot run. You cannot hide." The voices multiplied, layering atop one another, each tone distinct yet harmonizing into a chilling choir. They seemed to seep from the walls themselves, pressing close, filling the space with secrets and lies. Nina's fingers brushed along the cold wooden doorframes, rough and splintered beneath her touch. Each door seemed to pulse, alive with unseen energy. She could almost feel the stories trapped behind them, memories frozen in time, waiting for release or revenge. Her eyes adjusted to the gloom, revealing faint glimmers of movement just beyond the threshold of each doorway. Shadows shifted like living things, teasing and beckoning her deeper into the house's labyrinth. She reached the first door on her left, the wood scarred and cracked, as though clawed by desperate hands. With trembling hands, Nina turned the rusted handle and pushed the door open. Inside was a room bathed in a sickly yellow light. The walls were covered with peeling wallpaper patterned with roses, now faded and torn. A single bed sat in the center, its sheets tangled and stained. On the bed lay a doll, a porcelain figure with cracked cheeks and glassy eyes staring unblinking into the dark. As Nina stepped closer, the doll's eyes seemed to follow her, gleaming with a malevolent intelligence. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind her. The whispers grew louder, filling the room until they drowned out all other sounds. "Stay with us. Stay forever." Nina's breath hitched as cold fingers brushed her skin. She spun around, but the room was empty. Heart racing, she grabbed the doll and threw it against the wall. It shattered into pieces, but the whispers did not stop. With no other choice, Nina pushed open a hidden panel in the far wall, revealing a narrow passageway cloaked in darkness. She stepped through, the air growing colder, the whispers fading to distant echoes. Ahead, a faint light glimmered, a promise or a trap, she could not tell. But Nina knew she had to keep moving. The house was alive. And it was watching. Waiting. Nina's footsteps echoed softly as she moved through the narrow passage, the walls pressing close, damp and cold to the touch. The faint glow ahead flickered uncertainly, casting long, wavering shadows that danced and twisted like ghosts in the gloom. Every breath she took was sharp, crisp with the chill that seemed to seep into her very bones. The passage twisted and turned, sometimes opening into small alcoves where ancient objects lay half buried in dust and cobwebs, broken clocks frozen at midnight, faded photographs of faces she did not recognize, letters written in a trembling hand, their ink blurred and smeared by time. Whispers floated along the air, barely audible but persistent, like the echo of a nightmare refusing to fade. Remember. Forget. Belong. Nina pressed on, clutching the red key tightly in her hand. It pulsed softly, warm and steady, a faint heartbeat guiding her deeper into the unknown. Suddenly, the passage opened into a vast chamber unlike anything she had seen before. The ceiling soared into darkness, lost to shadow, while the floor was a mosaic of shattered glass and cracked tiles, glinting under the lantern's glow. The air was thick with dust and the faint scent of smoke. At the center of the chamber stood a grand, ornate mirror, its frame gilded and curling with intricate patterns of twisting vines and thorns. The glass itself was clouded and foggy, reflecting not the chamber, but something else entirely. Nina approached cautiously, her reflection slowly coming into focus. But as she looked closer, the image shifted. Instead of herself, she saw a figure, a woman draped in shadow, face obscured but eyes glowing with cold fire. The figure raised a hand, beckoning. Nina's breath caught. Suddenly, the whispers crescendoed into a deafening roar. The chamber walls began to close in, the air growing thick and suffocating. She stepped back, heart pounding, but the figure in the mirror smiled, a cruel, knowing smile. And then, without warning, the glass shattered, sending shards flying like razor teeth. Nina ducked, clutching the key, as the shards swirled around her, cutting through the air. When the last piece fell, the chamber was plunged into darkness once more. And the whispers, soft, insistent, eternal, began anew. Stay with us. Stay forever. The darkness settled around Nina like a thick blanket, suffocating and endless. The shards of the shattered mirror lay scattered at her feet, glittering faintly in the dim light of her dwindling lantern. Each fragment caught a sliver of the room, a distorted, broken glimpse of the chamber she had just escaped. Her breath came in shallow gasps. The cruel smile of the shadowed figure lingered in her mind, an imprint she could not erase. A low hum began to grow, vibrating through the very air and stone of the chamber. It rose steadily, a dreadful chorus that filled the silence with a weight that pressed down on her chest. The whispers morphed into voices, voices of those lost, trapped forever within the house's labyrinth. Come back. Stay forever. Don't leave us. Nina's hands trembled as she gripped the red key, which now seemed to burn hotter, almost alive with urgency. She knew she could not linger here, not with the house's hunger growing stronger with each passing second. Ahead, the far wall shimmered, like a veil of heat rising from the floor. Slowly, it rippled and parted, revealing a narrow passage carved directly into the stone. Beyond the opening lay darkness, an abyss that seemed to swallow the weak light. Nina took a deep breath, steeling herself against the fear that clawed at her throat, and stepped into the passage. The air grew colder with each step, biting through her clothes, chilling her to the bone. The tunnel twisted and turned, the walls close and unyielding, pressing in on her from all sides. The whispers returned, softer now but no less insistent. "You can't escape. You belong here." A sudden gust of icy wind blew through the passage, extinguishing her lantern. Nina was plunged into absolute darkness. Her heart raced. She fumbled in her pocket, clutching the red key tightly. The key itself emitted a faint glow, enough to guide her trembling hands as she moved forward. The tunnel opened into a cavernous chamber, where the faint outlines of countless doors stretched into shadowy infinity. Each door bore a name, etched in fading gold script, names Nina recognized as the lost souls she had seen before. She reached out to a door labeled Evelyn. The door creaked open, revealing a small room filled with the scent of lavender and old paper. On a dusty desk lay a diary, its pages yellowed and brittle. Nina's fingers brushed the cover, and the voices filled her ears again, this time, memories flooding her mind in vivid flashes. She saw Evelyn, a young woman trapped in the house long ago, desperately trying to find a way out, only to lose herself in the endless corridors of fear and despair. The door slammed shut behind her. Nina gasped, but the diary remained open on the desk, inviting her to read. She knew that every story she uncovered was a thread, a part of the house's tapestry. And somewhere within these stories lay the secret to escape. But the house did not want to be unraveled. And it would fight to keep its secrets forever. Nina's fingers trembled as she reached for the fragile diary resting on the desk. The worn leather cover was cracked and faded, the edges curled and brittle like dried leaves. She hesitated for a moment, then carefully opened it, the ancient pages releasing a faint musty scent, a mixture of dust, time, and forgotten memories. As she began to read, the room around her seemed to dissolve. The walls faded into shadow, replaced by vivid scenes that played out like ghostly projections, shadows cast on invisible walls. She saw a woman, Evelyn, young, full of hope, yet trapped in a cycle of endless wandering through the house's shifting halls. Evelyn's voice echoed softly, telling of her desperate search for a way out. Every door leads to another room, another corridor. I can't tell where the walls end or where the floor begins. I hear the whispers, feel the eyes watching me. But no one answers. No one saves. Nina's chest tightened with empathy. Evelyn's story was her story, repeated over and over by every soul the house had claimed. Suddenly, the shadows shifted. Nina felt a cold breath on her neck and spun around. The room was empty. But the diary's pages fluttered wildly, as if caught in a storm. Words began to rearrange themselves on the pages. Find the heart, break the cycle, or be lost forever. The door creaked open slowly behind her. Nina's heart hammered. She closed the diary and stepped through. The hallway stretched out before her, lined with doors that seemed to whisper her name. She moved forward, the weight of the house's hunger pressing closer with every step. But somewhere, deep in the twisting corridors, she knew the truth waited. The heart of the house. Nina moved forward through the endless corridor, her footsteps soft but steady against the cold stone floor. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of damp wood and forgotten fears. Each door she passed whispered faintly, as if trying to pull her inside, begging her to stop and listen to their stories. But Nina's resolve was firm. She had come too far to be trapped by whispers now. The red key burned warmly in her pocket, a steady pulse that seemed to guide her deeper into the maze. The walls around her began to shift imperceptibly, narrowing and twisting like the insides of some great, slumbering beast. Shadows pooled in the corners, writhing and stretching, their forms flickering like dying flames. Ahead, the corridor opened into a vast chamber. At its center stood a grand, ornate door unlike any Nina had seen before. Its surface was black as night, carved with strange symbols that shimmered faintly in the gloom. The door was massive, framed by twisted pillars that seemed to pulse with an inner life. Nina approached cautiously, heart pounding with a mix of fear and hope. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the red key, its heat intensifying in her hand. As she moved to insert it into the door's lock, the air around her shimmered and rippled. The whispering voices crescendoed into a thunderous chorus, echoing through the chamber with terrible clarity. "You cannot escape. You belong to us." Nina's hands shook, but she forced the key into the lock. It turned with a grinding sound, the door slowly creaking open to reveal a swirling vortex of darkness and light, a void filled with memories, fears, and shadows. She stepped forward, the swirling energies pulling at her very soul. Images flashed before her eyes, faces of lost souls, twisted and broken reflections of herself, fragments of memories she thought long forgotten. The vortex whispered secrets, promises, and threats all at once. It offered escape, but at a terrible price. Nina felt herself slipping, caught between the lure of oblivion and the desperate need to survive. Her voice was barely a whisper as she spoke into the void. "I will not be your prisoner." A sudden burst of light erupted from the key, flooding the chamber and casting the swirling darkness into retreat. The door slammed shut behind her, leaving her alone in silence once more. But Nina knew the house was far from defeated. The labyrinth's heart had been revealed. And the final battle was only just beginning. Nina stood in the silent chamber, the echoes of the closing door ringing like a warning bell in the stillness. Her breath came in ragged gasps, heart pounding with a fierce mixture of fear and determination. The red key, now cool in her palm, felt both like a weapon and a chain, a symbol of her desperate fight against the house's endless hunger. All around her, the shadows shifted and writhed, dark tendrils creeping from the cracks in the walls, reaching out like living things desperate to reclaim what they had lost. The air grew heavy with a low hum, a sound that seemed to come from the very bones of the house itself, a terrible pulse that threatened to overwhelm her senses. From the shadows emerged the keeper of doors, his eyes burning with a cold, unyielding light. His presence was both familiar and terrifying, a reminder of the cost of her journey and the price she might pay if she failed. "You have come far, Nina," he said, voice echoing like distant thunder. "But the house does not forgive. It does not forget. And it never lets go." Nina squared her shoulders, clutching the key tightly. "I will break the cycle," she said, voice steady despite the trembling in her limbs. "I will end this." The keeper's eyes narrowed, and the shadows surged forward, engulfing the chamber in darkness. Nina felt herself pulled into a whirlwind of memories and fears, scenes from her past and those lost to the house, intertwined in a chaotic storm of light and shadow. Voices whispered promises and threats, laughter and cries, all blending into a haunting symphony that threatened to drown her. But within the storm, Nina found a center, a still point of clarity and strength. She raised the red key high, its glow brightening until it pierced the darkness like a blade of fire. With a cry, she plunged the key into the heart of the chamber, a glowing orb of shadow and light suspended in the air. The house screamed, a sound of breaking glass and tearing fabric, as the orb shattered, releasing a wave of light that swept through the labyrinth, dissolving shadows and silence alike. When the light faded, Nina found herself standing alone in a quiet forest clearing. The air was fresh, filled with the scent of pine and rain. The oppressive weight of the house was gone, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and distant bird calls. She sank to her knees, tears streaming down her face. The house was broken. But the memories remained, a reminder of all she had lost, and all she had saved. And as dawn broke over the horizon, Nina knew her story was only beginning. The first light of dawn stretched across the horizon like a tentative promise, painting the sky with soft strokes of amber and rose. Nina knelt in the forest clearing, the cool earth beneath her hands grounding her after the whirlwind she had endured. The oppressive silence that had clung to her since entering the house was lifted, replaced by the gentle symphony of nature awakening, birds calling to one another, leaves rustling in a tender breeze, and the distant murmur of a stream. For a moment, she closed her eyes and let the quiet wash over her, letting her ragged breath slow, the pounding in her chest settle. The house, that relentless, living nightmare, was broken, shattered by the power of the red key and her own unyielding will. But the victory felt bittersweet. The memories of those lost within its walls, the endless cycles of fear and despair, still lingered in the corners of her mind, whispering like ghosts at the edge of consciousness. She thought of the countless souls who had come before her, trapped and forgotten, their stories folded into the house's cruel tapestry. Each of them was a thread she had unraveled, a voice she had freed. Evelyn's diary, the lost children in the silent forest, the shadowed figures behind shattered mirrors, they were not just echoes, but pieces of herself, fragments of a past she had been forced to confront. Slowly, Nina rose, brushing the damp leaves from her clothes. The red key, now cool and inert, rested quietly in her palm. It had served its purpose, but its magic had waned. She knew she could never return to that place, not because she feared it, but because some doors, once closed, should never be opened again. As she walked toward the edge of the clearing, the forest seemed to breathe around her, alive with renewed energy. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the ground with warm patterns. For the first time in what felt like forever, Nina felt the weight of hope. But even in this newfound peace, a whisper lingered, softer than before, almost like a sigh carried on the wind. "We are still here." Nina paused, her heart tightening. The house might have been broken, its hunger quelled, but the shadows it cast would never fully disappear. They lived on in memories, in fears, in the quiet moments when the world seemed still and dark. She looked up at the rising sun, determination hardening in her eyes. Her journey had changed her, made her stronger, more aware of the fragile line between light and darkness. She had faced the house's hunger and refused to become a part of its endless story. And now, she was free. But freedom was not the end. It was a beginning. Nina took a deep breath, stepping forward into the new day. The house was behind her. But the whispers would always be with her. The rain hadn't stopped for 4 hours. It fell in soft curtains over the windshield, blurring the two narrow lines of the road like smudged ink on wet paper. Cole had turned off the radio an hour ago, fed up with the static and intermittent country stations. Now, the only sound was the steady sweep of the wipers and the constant hush of water tapping the roof of his truck. The map said the town didn't exist. Black Hollow wasn't marked on anything official. Not on the GPS. Not on the folded highway map he kept in the glove box. He had only found it mentioned in an old note from his late grandfather, tucked inside a forgotten Bible. A note with an address and a line that had stayed with him ever since he read it: "If you ever need to disappear, this is where you go. But don't stay too long." Cole didn't plan to stay long. His hands were still shaking from what happened 3 nights ago in Chicago. He didn't want to think about it. Couldn't. He'd already washed the blood off his clothes, thrown the burner phone into the river, disappeared. That's what this drive was for. To vanish. But something about this road made the idea of vanishing feel too easy. It wasn't supposed to be here. When he'd left the main highway and taken the unmarked turnoff, he expected a gravel path or a dead end. Instead, he found a narrow asphalt strip, worn and cracked with moss growing between the fissures. Old, but maintained. As though someone still used it. The trees on either side were so tall they arched overhead, forming a green tunnel of branches that shut out most of the light. Cole checked the clock on the dash. 5:42 p.m. It felt later. The rain made it hard to see, but the road seemed to narrow even more the deeper he drove. There were no signs. No mailboxes. No passing cars. Just endless wet forest and that strange, oppressive feeling in his chest, like he was being watched, or maybe judged. The cabin was supposed to be 20 miles in, but he hadn't seen any turnoffs. Just the same winding path, looping like a snake into the heart of the woods. Then he saw the sign. It was so old the letters were nearly faded, carved into a splintered plank of wood nailed to a leaning post. He slowed as his headlights swept over it. Black Hollow, population 41. There was no movement. No buildings. Just the sign and the trees, and something else now, something Cole couldn't quite explain. He felt pressure. Not pain, not dizziness. More like a subtle shift in the air, as if he'd just passed through a thin membrane. The air on the other side felt heavier. Older. He could feel it in his lungs, in the tightness behind his eyes. He drove on. After 2 more miles, the trees finally broke, revealing a clearing dotted with buildings that looked like they hadn't changed since the 1940s. A single street ran through the middle of the town, barely wide enough for 2 cars. Storefronts with hand-painted signs. A rusted water tower with moss crawling up the side. A church steeple peeking through the mist. No lights on. No cars. No people. Just as the rain began to ease, Cole spotted it, a small cabin on the edge of the town, tucked between 2 large pine trees. It looked like it had been carved right out of the forest, with a stone chimney and a crooked porch. The kind of place you'd find in an old horror movie, right before things went wrong. He parked the truck in front and stepped out. The rain had slowed to a mist now, hanging in the air like breath on a cold mirror. The forest around him was quiet, unnaturally so. No birds. No wind. Only the soft crunch of wet pine needles under his boots as he approached the cabin. The key had been mailed to him in an unmarked envelope. No return address. Just the words, "For your time away." He found the door and unlocked it. Inside, the air was musty and cold. Dust clung to the wooden beams. A fireplace sat against the far wall with a pile of dry logs next to it. The furniture was simple: old armchair, small table, a lamp with a cracked shade. On the floor near the window was a thin rug, moth-eaten and damp at the corners. A kitchenette to the left. A narrow hallway leading to a single bedroom and bathroom to the right. He dropped his duffel bag by the door and stepped inside fully, feeling the floorboards creak beneath him. The place was silent except for the occasional drip of rain from the eaves. He sat in the armchair, exhaling slowly, letting the silence wrap around him. No phones. No cameras. No neighbors. Just him, the forest, and whatever past the town had buried under its wet soil. Then he noticed something. On the table beside the chair sat an old leather-bound journal. He hadn't brought it. It was cracked with age, the pages yellowed, a strip of black cloth tied around it to keep it shut. On the cover, written in faint red ink, were the words, "I was not the first to hide here." Cole stared at it, heart thudding, unease crawling up his neck. He didn't touch it. Not yet. Outside, the last of the rain stopped. But the fog did not lift. In fact, it seemed to grow thicker. And from somewhere beyond the trees, just past where the headlights of his truck could no longer reach, something moved. A shadow. A shape. Then it was gone. Cole closed the door, locked it, and leaned his back against it. Somewhere deep in the forest, something was listening. And it now knew he was here. Cole sat in the armchair for nearly 10 minutes without touching the journal. The silence in the cabin pressed down like a wet cloth over his face, heavy and muffling. The kind of silence that wasn't just the absence of sound, but the presence of something waiting. He stared at the journal, its cracked leather cover curled slightly at the edges. It looked like it had been sitting there for years, but the layer of dust around it was disturbed, as if it had only recently been placed. The cloth ribbon that held it closed was frayed, tied in a hurried knot. The ink on the front cover, once red, had faded to the color of old blood. I was not the first to hide here. Eventually, curiosity won over caution. He reached out and untied the cloth, letting it fall limp to the table. The journal crackled faintly as he opened it, the pages dry and delicate beneath his fingers. On the inside cover, a name had been scrawled in hurried handwriting. James L. Fenwick, Room 3, the Briar Lodge. Cole frowned. Briar Lodge. There hadn't been any mention of a lodge in the listing or the letters he'd received. As far as he knew, this cabin was a standalone rental. There was no receptionist. No check-in counter. No neighbors. Just forest. He turned the page. October 5th, 1985. The rain started again last night. Third day in a row. I don't think the sun ever really shines here. The woman who gave me the keys, Clara, I think her name was, said this kind of weather is normal. Said the hollow has always been like this. I thought she meant the town. But now I wonder if she meant something else. The trees seem taller every time I look at them. I don't mean they grow. I mean it feels like they're leaning in. I can't prove it. It sounds insane just writing it. But when I look out the back window, the same pine that was 6 feet from the porch yesterday is maybe 4 feet today. I don't like this place. But I'm not ready to leave. Not yet. Cole blinked. The writing was jagged in places, like the writer's hand had trembled. He flipped to the next entry. October 6th. I woke up to footsteps last night. Light ones. Not boots, bare feet. I was sure someone was inside the room with me. But when I turned on the lamp, nothing was there. Just that smell again. Wet wood and something else, something sour. Like meat left in a warm drawer. I checked the front door. Still locked. But the floor by the window was wet. There were muddy footprints. Small. Child-sized. I measured them against my palm. They fit. I tried telling Clara. She didn't seem surprised. Said the hollow has its rhythms. Said to keep the windows shut after sundown. Said I should never answer a knock if I don't see who it belongs to. Then she said something else. She said, if you hear a voice that sounds like your mother, don't follow it. Cole's skin prickled. He hadn't told anyone where he was going. He didn't have any family left alive, not really. But that last line hit something deep in his chest. Something buried. The kind of warning that felt oddly specific, and terrifying in its familiarity. He flipped forward through more entries. Most were the same: strange sounds at night, shadows moving between trees, animals that looked wrong, descriptions of deer with too long limbs or birds with eyes like cracked glass. Then one entry stood out. October 10th. The Echo Man came last night. I didn't see him, but I heard him. First, it was my name. At 3:17 a.m. exactly. James. Just once. Quiet. Like it was being whispered through a wall. But the walls in this place are solid. No one's next door. I'm the only one staying here. I got up and checked every corner of the cabin. Nothing. But when I looked out the front window, I saw him, at the edge of the tree line. A tall figure. No face. Just shimmer. Like the air around him was bending. And even from that distance, I could feel it. He wasn't watching. He was listening. That's what they call him. The Echo Man. He doesn't speak. He repeats. He'll sound like your brother, your father, your first love. He'll sound like regret. He'll sound like home. If you answer him, if you step outside to see, you're already gone. I didn't answer. But I wanted to. Cole exhaled, a cold breath escaping his chest without realizing he'd been holding it. He leaned back in the chair and rubbed the back of his neck. A creak echoed from the hallway. He froze. The sound had come from the bedroom. Slow, deliberate. As if something had shifted its weight on the floorboards. He hadn't checked the room yet. He had assumed the cabin was empty. He stood slowly and crossed the room, the journal still open in his hand. The hallway was narrow, lit only by a single yellowed bulb overhead. Rain tapped lightly against the window, and the fog outside was so thick now it looked like the world had vanished. He reached the bedroom door. It was slightly ajar. He pushed it open. The room was small, with a sagging bed, a wooden dresser, and a window that faced the back of the property. The walls were lined with peeling wallpaper, and the air smelled of old pine and mildew. But there was something else. On the floor beneath the window, just barely visible, were wet footprints. Small. Child-sized. They led from the wall to the bed, and stopped. No more steps. No exit. Just ended. Cole's breath hitched. He turned, checked the closet, checked under the bed. Nothing. But when he straightened up, he caught a flicker of movement in the window. He looked. Just forest. Then, barely visible through the fog, a shape. Tall. Motionless. Listening. He backed away and closed the door quietly, returning to the main room. The journal still lay open on the chair. As he walked past it, something on the last page caught his eye. Something that hadn't been there when he first read it. A new line. Written in fresh ink. His heart jumped. It read, "You heard him too, didn't you?" The rain had stopped again, but the fog hadn't moved an inch. It clung to the cabin like it had grown from the ground itself, thick as wool and somehow heavier near the windows. Cole stood in the center of the room, staring down at the journal. His skin crawled beneath his jacket. He could still feel the imprint of those small, wet footprints in the back of his mind, like a memory he didn't want but couldn't shake. He hadn't written the line. That was certain. You heard him too, didn't you? It wasn't there when he turned the page. But now the ink was damp and glistening faintly, freshly pressed into the yellowed paper. He slowly closed the journal, wrapping the frayed black cloth back around it. Then he walked to the fireplace, knelt, and stacked dry logs onto the iron grate. He crumpled up an old piece of newspaper from the basket nearby, lit a match, and watched the flame grow. When the fire was steady, he picked up the journal and held it over the heat. The pages should have curled instantly. The cover should have blackened and cracked. But nothing happened. He held it there for 30 seconds. The fire licked around the edges of the leather, but the journal didn't burn. It didn't even smoke. The flames acted like it wasn't there at all. Cole yanked it back, heart hammering. He ran his hand along the edge. The cover wasn't even warm. His stomach turned. He tossed the journal onto the couch, backed away, and stared into the fire. He didn't like superstition. He wasn't religious. But this was wrong. This was something beyond explanation. Something that didn't care about rules. And suddenly, he realized he could feel it again, that pressure in the air, like a storm waiting to speak. He turned on all the lamps in the cabin. The weak yellow light barely pushed back the shadows, but it made him feel less alone. He shut the bedroom door tight, checked the lock on the front door twice. Then he sat back down, pulled a blanket around his shoulders, and listened. The cabin creaked softly as it settled. The fire popped once. Then silence again. The clock on the wall read 2:58 a.m. He didn't remember dozing off. Cole blinked awake on the couch, the fire now dimming to embers. His neck ached. His fingers were still clenched around the edges of the blanket. A sound had woken him. Not loud. Not sharp. Soft. Knocking. He turned his head slowly toward the door. 3 quiet knocks. Knock. 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 Even through the thick wood, the sound was unmistakable. Precise. Not frantic, not accidental. Calm. Purposeful. He sat still. The knock came again. Knock. 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 He reached for the fireplace poker and stood. Every part of his body screamed not to go to the door. The fire was nearly out. The cabin had grown colder, the air dense in his lungs. Then he heard the voice. Faint. From just outside the door. A woman. Cole, honey. You there, baby? It's Mom. The poker slipped slightly in his grip. He hadn't heard that voice in over 20 years. Not since he was a teenager. His mother had died in a crash when he was 16, raining night, wrong turn, head-on collision with a tree. She'd been pronounced dead at the scene. But the voice outside was hers. Clear. Soft. Familiar in the most unsettling way. Cole, baby. It's cold out here. Can you let me in? He took a step back. No, he said quietly, more to himself than to her. The voice didn't change. It didn't grow angry. It just stayed calm. I made your favorite, sweetie. The cornbread with the honey butter. Remember that? Remember how you'd come in from the rain and sit right at the counter? He gritted his teeth. His legs were trembling. Come on, Cole, the voice whispered now, like it was just on the other side of the door. I'm here now. Don't you want to see me? Knock. 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 He forced himself to walk backward toward the fireplace, never turning his back on the door. Something in him, a cold, instinctive fear, knew what would happen if he looked through the peephole. He didn't want to see what was out there wearing his mother's voice. He sat in the armchair and stared at the door. The clock ticked. 3:03 a.m. Cole, the voice said again, lower now, strained. like the mouth saying it was not quite formed for speech. "Please. Knock. Knock. Knock." The voice stopped. The knocking stopped. The silence returned, deeper now, emptier. Like something had been waiting to be let in and had decided it was no longer going to ask. He waited. 5 minutes. 10. Nothing. Finally, he stood and walked to the door. He didn't open it. But he reached down and slid the bolt lock into place, an extra inch of safety he'd forgotten about. Then he froze. There were no footprints on the porch. Not a single one. Just smooth, wet wood and the glistening sheen of fog hugging the trees. He closed the curtain and stepped back, heart still hammering. He went to the kitchen, poured a glass of water with shaking hands, and tried to focus on something, anything, other than that voice. But when he returned to the living room, the journal was open on the couch again. And on the newest page, scrawled in a rushed, jagged hand, was a new message. "You shouldn't have ignored her." Cole didn't sleep. He sat with the blanket wrapped around him, the poker still in his grip, watching the front door as if it might sigh open on its own. The fire had burned down to a glow, and the journal lay on the table again, shut tight, the black cloth wrapped around it as if it hadn't moved at all. But he had seen it open. He had seen the new page. "You shouldn't have ignored her." The word still swam behind his eyes, every time he blinked. By the time dawn broke, or what passed for dawn in Black Hollow, the fog had barely lifted. The pale light that bled through the windows was thin and gray, like an apology rather than a sunrise. It lit the trees in strange silhouettes. The forest never seemed to retreat, it stood, still and silent, at the cabin's edge, as if waiting. Cole splashed water on his face in the small bathroom and stared into the cracked mirror above the sink. His eyes were bloodshot. A bruise-colored shadow curled beneath each one. He hadn't spoken aloud since the night before. Not really. It felt like his voice belonged to someone else now. Someone slower. More uncertain. After a dry breakfast of crackers and canned peaches, he decided to leave the cabin. He needed to know what he was dealing with. Needed to find a person, any person. There had to be someone in Black Hollow who could tell him what the hell was going on. He stepped outside and shut the door behind him. The fog hung low to the ground, curling around his ankles as he walked toward the main street. The town hadn't changed. It looked like an abandoned film set from the 1950s, faded shop signs, dusty windows, rusted bikes leaning against lamp posts. Yet none of it was broken. None of it was vandalized. No boarded windows. No graffiti. Everything was intact, just forgotten. As he stepped onto the main street, he noticed something strange. There were footprints in the mud. Fresh ones. Several pairs. Adult-sized, mostly, and leading toward the hardware store, the diner, the barber shop. Some crossed paths, others stopped abruptly as if the person who made them had vanished mid-step. But there was no one in sight. He walked slowly down the street, past the diner. The glass door was shut but clean. A handwritten sign in faded ink read, "Closed for fog." Cole stared at it, unsure if it was meant to be a joke. He cupped his hands to the glass and peered in. Empty stools. Empty booths. A half-finished cup of coffee on the counter. Still warm. He stepped back. There were no sounds. No birds. No cars. No wind. Then, from somewhere behind him, a voice croaked. "You shouldn't be here on a Wednesday." Cole spun around. A man stood near the corner of the post office, wrapped in a long gray coat, his skin pale and his beard unkempt. He looked old, maybe 60, maybe older. His eyes were wide, bloodshot. And he was barefoot, standing in the mud like it meant nothing. Cole took a step forward. "You live here." The man tilted his head. "You smell like pine and smoke. That means he's already touched your thoughts." "What?" Cole asked, trying to keep his voice steady. "Who's he?" The man didn't answer. Instead, he looked around the empty street with a dazed expression, like he was expecting to see someone else there. "I can't remember what year it is," he mumbled. "I keep trying to pin it down, but it slips. Like when you wake from a dream and know the phone rang, but not why. Do you know what day it is?" "Wednesday," Cole said. The man froze. His eyes glazed over for a moment. Then he hissed, "No. No, no. That's bad. Thursdays are safer. You should never sleep on a Wednesday night." "Why?" Cole asked, his pulse quickening. The man took a shaky breath and pointed toward the woods. "That's when he walks the edge. The Echo Man. He comes on Wednesdays to find the ones who listen too closely." Cole's mouth felt dry. "What do you mean, listen too closely?" The man looked at him for a long moment. His voice dropped to a whisper. "He gets in through sounds. Whispers. Things you think are memory. He's not a man. He's something the forest birthed when it swallowed the town whole. Back then, they tried to trap him in the chapel. Didn't work. The choir went blind. Pastor Harlan burned his own tongue out. That's why the church bell never rings now." Cole turned his head toward the church at the far end of the street. A crooked steeple. Dark windows. No cross. The man took a step closer. "You want to stay alive? Stay moving. Keep to the east side after dark. Don't answer the door. Don't hum. And don't, under any circumstances, speak to anyone who tells you they remember your dreams." Cole opened his mouth to ask more, but a new sound cut the air. A scream. Distant, but sharp. It came from somewhere beyond the diner. High-pitched. Human. Then silence again. The man flinched, stepped back. Too late. He's already trying you. Cole spun toward the sound, but the fog swallowed the street before he could see anything. When he turned back, the old man was gone. No footsteps. No sign he'd ever stood there. Just empty street and that lingering scent of something cold and sour in the air. Cole returned to the cabin with his heart pounding, ears straining for more signs of life. None came. But when he stepped back inside, he noticed something immediately. The fireplace was lit. No smoke. No smell of wood. Just fire, already burning in the hearth like it had been waiting for him to return. And beside it, sitting neatly on the table, the journal had opened itself again. This time, there was no date on the page. Just a short line, scrawled in massive looping script. "Your Thursday isn't coming." The words on the page wouldn't stop echoing. "Your Thursday isn't coming." Cole sat by the fire, shoulders hunched forward, staring into the flames. They licked and twisted inside the hearth, casting shadows that danced along the wooden walls of the cabin like silent puppets. The journal lay open on the table beside him, as if it had waited patiently to deliver the message, then fell quiet again. What did it mean? That he'd die tonight? That time had stopped? That something had already claimed his tomorrow? He didn't know. And not knowing made it worse. He stood up, walked to the front door, and opened it just enough to glance outside. The fog remained, heavier now, but not quite opaque. The shapes of trees bent in strange ways, some unnaturally crooked like they were leaning in to eavesdrop. Across the town, toward the far end of the main street, the church steeple still loomed. The windows of the chapel were empty, dark like sockets in a skull. The man had warned him. They tried to trap him in the chapel. Didn't work. The choir went blind. Pastor Harlan burned his own tongue out. That's why the church bell never rings now. Cole knew he shouldn't go. But something in him needed to. Something about the church felt like a wound that hadn't healed. If the Echo Man had ever been there, if Pastor Harlan had seen him, or fought him, or failed, then maybe answers lay inside. Maybe even a way out. He slipped on his coat, grabbed a flashlight, and tucked the poker from the fireplace under his arm like a walking stick. The fog muffled every step as he crossed the muddy path toward the chapel, the silence pressing down until the world around him felt half-buried. When he reached the old wooden doors, he paused. The handles were old brass, worn from years of use. Someone had once tied a length of barbed wire across them, but it had been cut, recently. He ran his finger across the frayed end of the wire and noted the rusted stain on the wood. Not old. Someone had been here. Or something. He pulled the door open and stepped inside. The scent hit him first. Not dust. Not mold. Something more primal, like scorched hair, old wax, and wet stone. It filled his lungs and coated his tongue as he moved deeper into the chapel. Inside, the pews were arranged in neat rows, but many had warped as if exposed to intense heat. Some were half melted into the floor, the varnish bubbled and blackened. Candle holders lay twisted and deformed. The walls were covered in what looked like melted hymnals, pages charred and fused into the plaster. But the worst part was the altar. It stood at the far end, untouched by rot or fire, made of pale wood that gleamed in the dim light. Above it, where a cross would normally hang, was a large black stain that stretched across the wall like a burn mark. It was still wet. Cole moved closer, lifting the flashlight toward it. The stain wasn't paint. Or ash. It pulsed, very gently, as if it were breathing. And as he got closer, he realized the sound wasn't in the room, but in his head. A low hum, barely audible, vibrating inside his skull like a second heartbeat. His vision swam. His legs buckled slightly, and he grabbed one of the pews to steady himself. Then, a whisper. Low. Male. Familiar. Let it in. Cole spun around, aiming the flashlight toward the back of the chapel. Empty. He backed away from the stain and turned toward a door tucked behind the pulpit, a wooden slab marked office in faded gold letters. The knob turned reluctantly, squealing as he opened it. Inside, the office was small, cluttered with moldy books, scattered hymn sheets, and a broken typewriter on a desk that sagged in the middle. A wall-mounted mirror was cracked down the center, the frame blackened as if scorched. On the far side of the room was a chair, and in it sat a body. Cole stopped cold. The man had been dead for decades, no doubt. What was left of him was skeletal, dressed in the remnants of a preacher's robe. One hand clutched a leather-bound book. The other was pressed firmly to the side of his own head, where a rusted revolver lay on the floor. The skull was mostly intact, save for a wide crack along the temple. Beside the body, carved into the wall in thick gouges, were words. "It will speak in your own voice next." Cole approached the body and gently pried the book loose. The leather cover was stiff with age. On the front, in small hand-painted lettering, the hollow psalm. He opened it. The pages weren't scripture. Not exactly. They were personal entries. Warnings. Madness. Confession. The thing in the trees does not live. It echoes life. It speaks in reflections, in dreams, in memory. It can't make words, it steals them. It is made of everything we forget, and it finds us when we're alone. It has no form but takes many. We built the church with salt in the foundation. We sang hymns backward. We wore our shoes on the wrong feet. Still, it came. The choir saw it in the rafters. Their eyes bled white. I burned the Bible. I burned the bell. I tried to trap it in the crawlspace. But it learned to speak like me. It told the children to come close. I cannot remember my wife's face anymore. It took that too. The last page had been written hastily. If you're reading this, it means you heard it. Or will. It gets in through memory. It rewrites what you think is yours. The longer you stay, the less you'll know what's real. You won't know what year it is. Or who you are. When it speaks in your voice, kill yourself. Do not hesitate. Cole let the book fall from his hands. His own voice, not memory, not dream, whispered from the mirror behind him. You're already too late. He turned, and the reflection staring back at him wasn't right. It was his face, yes. But older. More hollow. Eyes ringed in gray. Blood running from one nostril. And its lips were still moving, independently from his own. It smiled. Then everything went dark. The first thing Cole felt was cold. It had crept in under the door, through the cracks in the floorboards, and into his bones. He opened his eyes slowly, blinking against the soft flicker of firelight. The cabin ceiling swam into view above him, the wooden beams dark and damp with condensation. He was back in the armchair. Back in the cabin. But he didn't remember walking home. He didn't remember leaving the church. His pulse pounded in his ears as he sat up. The journal was once again closed on the table, bound tightly with the same black cloth. The fireplace crackled quietly, yet the room was colder than it had ever been. He rubbed his arms, trying to will some warmth back into his skin. And then he saw it. Sitting in the middle of the table, right beside the journal, was a small, boxy cassette recorder. It was old. Late 70s, maybe early 80s. Gray plastic casing with flaking paint on the buttons. He hadn't brought it with him. He hadn't seen it in the cabin before. But there it sat, completely out of place, and humming faintly, like something mechanical had just finished speaking. The tape inside was already rewound. Cole stared at it. He didn't want to press play. But his hand reached for the button anyway, trembling. Click. The tape whirred softly, the room holding its breath. Then, his own voice crackled to life. If you're hearing this, I need you to listen to me. Please. I don't know how much time I have left. Cole's spine stiffened. It was his voice. Without question. The same tone. Same slight rasp. But more urgent. Scared. Tired. I've been here for I don't know how long. Days? Weeks? The town loops. It resets. But not everything resets. Sometimes I wake up and the buildings are gone. Or moved. Sometimes I look outside and see myself walking away from the cabin. Other times, I can hear my own voice from under the floor. A static-filled pause. The Echo Man wears faces now. He found something new, me. Or another me. I think he's learning faster. Each night, he sounds more like I remember myself sounding. He doesn't knock anymore. He just waits. The next sound was a gasp, his gasp, like something had just grabbed his throat. It's not just the journal. It's everything. The mirrors. The clocks. My dreams. They've all started changing. And I think, There was a long stretch of static. "I think I already died once." The voice cracked. A harsh exhale. Then, "If you're me, and I think you are, you need to find the well room. It's under the town. Hidden behind the chapel crawlspace. The journal won't tell you about it until it wants to. But it's real. That's where he comes from. Where he returns to." More static. Then a whisper, barely audible, choked with fear. "Don't let him speak through you. Don't become the echo." Click. The tape stopped. Cole sat frozen. His throat had gone dry, and every muscle in his body locked in place as if the sound of his own desperate voice had flipped a switch inside his mind. He had questions, hundreds of them, but none that made sense yet. The tape left him with one truth he couldn't avoid. Something was wrong with time. The man on the street had said it too. "I can't remember what year it is." Now Cole couldn't either. Was it Wednesday still? Or Thursday? Was it morning now? Or the same evening looped over again? He looked toward the window. Outside, the fog hadn't moved. The trees stood as still as statues. But now, he noticed something else. The shadows on the porch had changed. There were 4. Not 1. For shadows where only his had been earlier. They stretched across the porch in long, unnatural shapes, one of them curved unnaturally at the head, as if the neck had bent backward. He stood and backed away from the door. The tape recorder clicked again. On its own. Cole jumped. Then stepped forward and ejected the cassette. On the label, scrawled in the same handwriting from the journal. Recording number 4, last attempt. Last attempt. How many times had he done this? He yanked open the bottom drawer of the small wooden desk near the window. It was empty, except for 2 more tapes. One labeled #2, don't sleep with the window open. And another, cracked and partially melted. #3, burn the mirror. He clutched them in both hands and stood motionless in the cabin's eerie silence. The weight of everything hit him at once. The woods. The reflection in the church. The echo man. The warnings. Somewhere, beneath this town, behind the chapel crawlspace, there was something called the well room. And if the man on the tape, if he, was right, that place was the source. He had to get there. Before the echo man got in. But the cabin was not done yet. The lights flickered. A soft hum rose from the journal. And the fire in the hearth flared tall and white for a split second, long enough to cast a new shadow on the far wall. Cole's own shadow was still by the fireplace. But now, beside it, was another. An exact duplicate. But its mouth was open. And its head turned slowly to look at him. Then came the voice, his voice, spoken from behind him, though he hadn't opened his mouth. "You left the door open. That's how I got in." Cole didn't turn around. The thing behind him, the thing with his voice, breathed slow and steady. No footsteps. No movement. Just the whisper still curling in his ears like smoke. "You left the door open. That's how I got in." He clutched the poker in his hand so tight his knuckles turned white, eyes locked on the wall in front of him. 2 shadows. Both still. But only one of them was his. The fire cracked sharply, and both shadows rippled. Cole spun, fast, swinging the poker in a blind arc. But nothing was there. The room was empty. The door was shut. The lights were still on. Only the poker, the fire, the tapes on the desk, and that journal, sitting closed now, still breathing faintly like it was alive. He backed away from the hearth, heart hammering like a jackhammer in his chest. He shoved the tapes into his coat pocket, slung the flashlight over his shoulder, and bolted for the door. He had one destination in mind now. The chapel. If there was any chance of escaping this place, if he could stop whatever this echo was becoming, he had to find the crawlspace the voice on the tape had warned about. Beneath the church, where something called the well room waited. Outside, the fog had changed. It wasn't white anymore. It was gray. Heavy. Oily. The kind that clung to his skin and made the breath in his throat feel sharp, like inhaling broken glass. It pulsed faintly, in rhythm with the low hum that had followed him since the night before. The forest no longer looked like trees. It looked like teeth. The trunks were too straight, too narrow. They swayed not with the wind, but with something deeper, some invisible breath beneath the ground. Cole didn't stop to look closer. He ran, boots sliding in the wet earth, breath clouding in front of him as the steeple appeared again in the distance. The church door hung slightly ajar now. He hadn't left it that way. He entered slowly this time. Inside, the pews were different. Instead of being warped and burned, they were rearranged, stacked along the walls, as if something had cleared the center of the sanctuary for a ceremony. A gathering. The altar at the far end was gone. In its place, a hole had opened in the floorboards. Just wide enough for a man to crawl through. He approached it carefully, flashlight beam shaking. The hole descended into darkness. A cold, rank wind drifted up from below, smelling of mildew, rot, and something older, like earth that had never seen light. He crouched beside it. Carved into the floor around the opening were 3 words, etched deep and messy as if by fingernails. Below as before. Cole swallowed, then slipped through the hole. The descent was steep. Not stairs, just a narrow spiral tunnel carved from dirt and clay, lined with rotting boards and broken roots. As he climbed down, the sounds of the town faded behind him, replaced by the soft, wet groans of the tunnel shifting under its own weight. And then, a whisper. Not his voice this time. Another voice. Older. Broken. Don't remember your name. It makes you easier to shape. Cole froze. The voice came from somewhere beneath him, lower in the spiral. He pressed forward anyway, 1 foot at a time, until finally he reached the bottom. He emerged into a small underground chamber. No light. No movement. Just the walls, damp, circular, and carved with thousands of tiny symbols. Some resembled letters. Others were shapes he couldn't process. The air was thick and wrong. In the center of the chamber was a well. Old stone, cracked in places, with a wooden cover nailed over the top. Around it were dozens of small objects, dolls made of pine needles, animal bones, rusted tools, and scraps of paper pinned under stones. And something else. A body. Slumped beside the well. Fresh. Cole approached slowly, hand tight around the poker. It wasn't decomposed. Not yet. But the skin was pale blue and stretched thin. The man had been young. Worn jeans, flannel jacket. His eyes were open, glassy and unseeing, and his lips were parted in a grimace. In his lap was a journal. Nearly identical to the one in Cole's cabin. But this one was soaked through. Moldy. Pages blackened with ink and smudged drawings. He picked it up and flipped through. Most entries were unreadable. But several stood out. I came here because I remembered a dream from when I was 7. The trees in the dream whispered my name. Years later, I heard them again. I haven't spoken aloud in 2 days. Every time I do, I feel something crawl closer. I think I am the first echo. I think this thing learned how to mimic us from me. Cole's blood chilled. The first echo. Was this how it started? One person, lost in memory, heard by something in the trees, and shaped into a tool. He kept reading. It doesn't copy the body. It copies the voice first. Then the memories. Then the regrets. When it knows your guilt, it knows how to wear you. I keep forgetting my brother's face. Then I remember it wrong. The echo laughed when I called the wrong name. I have to end the loop. I'm leaving this here in case I can't. If you find this, you're already repeating. There's no day after Wednesday. There's only the loop. The shape. The call. The echo. Cole stared at the last page. Then looked at the body. It wasn't decomposing because it wasn't real. It was him. The hands. The boots. The scar on the jaw. It was Cole. But a version of him, older, hollow-eyed, frozen in this room for who knows how long. His own dead face stared up at him, mouth half open as if still mid-breath. Behind him, from above, the sound came again. Footsteps. Descending the tunnel. Slow. Measured. And now the voice returned, his voice, closer this time, quieter, as if it were crawling through the stone. I know what you buried. Cole grabbed the wet journal and backed toward the well. From above, something came around the final curve of the tunnel. Another Cole. Eyes black. Skin pale. Mouth grinning. And it spoke in his mother's voice. Honey, are you ready to come home now? The echo wearing his face and his mother's voice stood in the tunnel entrance, grinning. Cole's grip tightened on the wet journal. His other hand clutched the rusted poker so hard the muscles in his forearm ached. The creature didn't move. It only watched him, head slightly tilted like a curious animal unsure of whether to pounce or wait. Its smile never changed. The underground chamber seemed to shrink around Cole as he stepped backward toward the well. Every instinct screamed against what he was about to do, but the surface was no longer an option. Not with that blocking the only exit. The well was the only way forward. The creature spoke again, his own voice now, whispering in perfect imitation. You're not running anymore. That's good. The first one ran too. It made everything take longer. Cole didn't answer. He dropped to one knee beside the stone ring and began pulling at the wooden cover nailed across the top. The wood groaned but didn't break. The thing in the tunnel took one step closer. Just one. Cole snapped the poker upward like a crowbar and wedged it under the wooden slats. He pried, muscles burning, and finally heard the brittle pop of an old nail snapping. Then another. Then another. He yanked the cover off and let it crash to the floor behind him. A sudden gust of cold, breathless wind roared upward from the depths of the well. The air carried no scent. No moisture. Just a void, like the air had been holding its breath for centuries and had only now remembered how to exhale. Below, there was no water. Only darkness. A swirling, shifting pitch that moved like smoke under glass. It pulsed once, as if recognizing his gaze, and then it was still again. Cole stepped onto the edge of the stone ring, turned once toward the echo at the tunnel mouth, and leapt into the well. He fell longer than made sense. The sensation was not like falling through air, but through something thicker. Memories brushed past his skin like spiderwebs, fleeting, half-formed images. His mother at the kitchen stove. His brother screaming through a closed door. The look in his father's eyes the day he drove away for good. They weren't flashes. They were places. He could feel the warmth of the oven. Hear the hinges on the bedroom door. Smell the cologne that always made his father's car feel for him. The well wasn't a tunnel. It was a descent into memory's spine, into the root system of who he was and what he had forgotten. And then, he landed. Not with a thud, but with stillness. Like he had simply stopped existing in motion. Cole stood on a floor that wasn't a floor. It was glass, or the suggestion of it. Beneath him was darkness, but above him, he saw sky. But it wasn't the real sky. It looked like a mirror reflecting the town of Black Hollow at night. Buildings flickered in and out of existence, overlapping one another like poorly spliced film. Lights blinked. Doors opened and closed in infinite loops. And in every window of every building, was him. Standing still. Facing away. Watching something beyond the frame. He walked forward. The world around him didn't move so much as reform. Each step reshaped the ground beneath his feet, like he was deciding what existed and what didn't just by choosing to move. Eventually, a shape began to form ahead of him. A doorway. Just a floating door, standing in the blackness. He opened it. The space beyond was his childhood bedroom. Down to the smallest detail. The posters on the wall. The lamp shaped like a rocket. The blanket with cartoon planets across it. But it was wrong. There were no shadows. No light source. Everything was lit, but nothing was casting light. The colors were faded. Dead. A child sat on the bed. Cole's stomach dropped. It was him, at maybe 8 years old. Thin. Eyes sunken. Pale. The child didn't look up. Just stared at the window. The same window that had always faced the woods behind their house. Cole stepped forward. "Do you remember me?" he asked softly. The boy didn't answer. Instead, the voice of the Echo Man came, not from the child, but from the room itself. "This is where I first touched you. You left the window open that night." Cole remembered. The storm that had rolled in. The wind. The moment he'd sworn he saw something at the edge of the trees, a tall, thin shape swaying not with the wind, but against it. He hadn't told anyone. Not then. But afterward, he'd started sleepwalking. Hearing his mother's voice calling him from outside. He'd convinced himself it was a dream. All of it. The child version of him turned slowly. Its eyes were completely black. And in his voice, it asked, "Why did you forget me?" Cole stumbled backward out of the room. The door vanished behind him. The glass ground below his feet reformed again. Now he stood in the middle of a dark church. Not the one in Black Hollow, but the version from his dream. From many dreams. The steeple cracked. The pews all facing the wrong way. An organ that wheezed with breath instead of sound. In the center of the altar stood the other Cole. The reflection. The echo. "You've come far," it said, calmly. "They usually break at the first memory." Cole stepped forward. "What are you?" The echo smiled, mirroring him perfectly. "I'm what you forget when you stop facing yourself." It lifted a hand. And Cole felt his body lift off the ground, gently, like gravity had been turned off just for him. "You're going to join us now," the echo said. "Everyone does. Your voice is mine. Your shadow is already speaking." And then, faintly, from the echo's mouth, came another voice. His brother's. "Don't leave me. Please. Not again." The memory of the night Cole had packed his bags. The final fight. The slamming of the door. The voice echoed louder now, overlapping with his father's, his mother's, the old man from the street, Pastor Harlan, even a tape version of himself, all shouting, whispering, screaming from the echo's mouth. "Cole, Cole, Cole, come back. come home, don't forget, don't leave, listen, listen, listen. The echo opened its arms. And Cole let go. He closed his eyes. And shouted his name. I am Cole Marrow. The world exploded. Light. Sound. Memory collapsing. The glass beneath him shattered into a million swirling fragments. He fell through time, through memory, through self. Then, silence. Then, breath. Real air. He opened his eyes on the floor of the crawlspace beneath the church. Mud under his hands. His own breath in his lungs. The well above him was gone. And in the silence of the space, only the sound of dripping water remained. But in his pocket, the tapes were still there. And the newest one had a fresh label. #5, you brought him back. Cole climbed out of the crawlspace like a man dragging himself up through the remains of a grave. His fingers clawed through damp soil. His body ached in places he didn't remember injuring. Each breath felt thick, syrupy, like his lungs had tasted too much of whatever lay beneath the well. But he was back. He could feel it, the weight of the world was heavier here, more real somehow, more grounded than the other place. Above, the chapel had changed again. The pews were back in place. The altar, untouched. The warped scent of burnt wax still hung in the air, but it no longer clawed at his mind like it had before. The pulsing hum was gone, replaced by silence. Deafening silence. Not even the creak of wood or whisper of wind. Cole stepped out into the fog, unsure how long he'd been gone. And then he saw it. People. They were walking the streets. Figures moved down the sidewalks like mannequins caught in a dream, dressed in old coats and rain-slick hats, their faces obscured by shadow and fog. None of them spoke. None looked up. None acknowledged him. They moved with eerie synchronicity, like puppets on invisible strings. At first, he thought it was a hallucination. But then a man crossed directly in front of him. Cole caught a clear glimpse of his face. It was himself. His face. His eyes. His mouth. But hollow. Emotionless. Just walking. The man turned a corner and disappeared into the mist. Cole staggered back, heart hammering. He turned in a slow circle and counted, 7 of them. 7 people, all walking the streets, all with his face. Each wore a different outfit, a barista's apron, a police jacket, a mail carrier's satchel, a mechanic's coveralls. He wasn't in the town anymore. He was in a loop of himself. The fog curled around his legs as he backed toward the cabin. He didn't run. He didn't dare. Something told him that if he broke the rhythm, the pattern might notice. Whatever this was, it was watching for changes. He reached the cabin in less than a minute. Too fast. It didn't make sense. He'd walked for nearly 10 minutes away from it. And yet here it was again, sitting silent among the trees like it had never been touched. Cole stepped onto the porch. But the front door was already open. Inside, the fire was lit. The lights were on. The tape recorder sat on the table, the red light glowing. And beside it, the journal. Still wrapped in its black cloth. Except now, the cloth was bleeding. A slow, steady trickle of red from one corner, soaking into the table, dripping to the floor. Cole's stomach turned as he stepped closer. The blood smelled old, coppery and thick, but there was no source. No wound. Just the journal itself, bleeding like a living thing. He unwrapped it. The pages were no longer yellowed. They were crisp. White. And the writing on them was his own. He flipped through the first few pages. Each one was dated. Each one was a full entry, written in a voice he recognized, his thoughts, his memories, things he had never written. Day 1 arrived in Black Hollow. Fog already thick. Cabin smaller than expected. Shouldn't have come alone. Day 3, heard the first knock. Thought it was a bird. Didn't open the door. Good. Day 4, saw Mom. Not Mom. Smiled wrong. Eyes too still. Day 7, realized the tape recorder is older than the cabin. Can't find the batteries, but it still plays. Asterisk, day 9, my voice sounds different. Deeper. Like someone wearing me. Each entry bled into the next, scribbled faster, more frantic. Eventually, the words weren't even in lines, they were spiraled, jagged, as though written in circles across the page. Then he saw today's date. Day 13. Cole froze. He'd only been in Black Hollow for 3 days. But the journal told another story. It recounted places he hadn't gone, dreams he hadn't had yet, people he didn't remember meeting. It mentioned the well. The tape labeled #5. And worse. It mentioned a loop. The cabin leads to the street. The street leads to the chapel. The chapel leads to the well. The well leads to the cabin. Over and over. I've tried breaking the cycle. Fire. Blades. Silence. Sleep. Doesn't matter. He's in all the mirrors now. I smashed the last one but saw myself watching from the glass. If you're reading this, you're just another me. And it's already too late. Cole slammed the journal shut. His breathing was shallow. His hands shook. He turned to the desk and grabbed the latest tape, the one that had appeared while he was below. Number 5, you brought him back. He slid it into the recorder. Pressed play. The tape hissed. Then his voice, shaky, quiet, whispered. I don't know which version I am anymore. I thought if I went deep enough, I'd find the truth. But all I found was him. Or me. Or both. The Echo Man doesn't want to kill you. He wants to become you. To wear your thoughts. To speak as you forever. But he's not just an echo of sound. He's an echo of regret. You brought him back by remembering too much. Every time you recall your mother's voice, he sharpens it. Every time you think about leaving, he opens another door. You don't escape him by running. You escape by forgetting. Another long pause. Then his voice returned, barely audible. But it's too late for that now. He's already writing tomorrow's journal entry. The tape stopped. And the sound of a pen scratching across paper came from the corner of the room. Cole turned slowly. There was a figure at the small writing desk beside the window. Back turned. Slouched forward. A hand moved, scribbling something in a notebook. Cole stepped closer. Who are you? He asked. The figure stopped writing. It sat still for a moment. Then slowly turned its head. It was him. His exact face. Same cuts. Same scars. But the eyes were weeping ink. And from its lips came the tape's final words. Spoken in unison with Cole's own voice, inside his head. Tomorrow, you write your own death. The cold weight of the journal rested heavy in Cole's hands, as if it had become a part of his skin, something he couldn't shake off, no matter how far he tried. The blood that had seeped from its corner still stained the wooden table, its dark streaks slowly pooling like fresh ink on old paper. The echo at the desk, that figure who looked just like him but whose eyes bled black tears, had vanished the moment Cole's gaze locked on it. Or maybe it had never been there at all, just a trick of light and fog and memory, an extension of the cabin itself. But Cole knew better. He had been trapped. Trapped in a town that folded in on itself like a paper map, where roads led nowhere but back to the beginning, and every door he opened showed the same worn planks and cracked walls. Where voices spoke his own name, but with strange accents and shadows curled behind them, and where the only future waiting was the past, repeating. The tape recorder sat on the table, silent now, but the words it had whispered were still thick in his mind. "Tomorrow, you write your own death." He shivered. What did that mean? Would he die tomorrow? Had he already died, and this was just an echo of what was left behind? Or was the death something else, something deeper, a transformation he couldn't escape? Cole's gaze drifted toward the window. The fog had not lifted. Instead, it pressed harder against the glass, suffocating the world outside. The trees stood like ghostly sentinels, their branches reaching in silent accusation. He needed answers. He needed to break the loop. He stood, pacing slowly, searching the cabin for something, anything, that could help him. His fingers brushed against the worn spines of books lining the shelf. Old hymnals, weathered Bibles, and journals filled with scrawled notes. Among them, he found a tattered notebook bound in rough leather, its cover unmarked. Inside, the pages were filled with strange symbols, some resembling letters, others like drawings of faces melting into shadows. At the bottom of one page, a phrase repeated in neat handwriting. "To forget is to live. To remember is to die." The words echoed with a terrifying clarity. If the Echo Man fed on memory, on regrets, on guilt, then perhaps forgetting was the only way to survive. But how do you forget your own past? How do you erase the core of yourself without losing what makes you you? The journal in his hands twitched. Cole's heart leapt. The black cloth binding it fluttered as if breathing. He opened it again. New words appeared on the pages, written in real time by a hand that was not his own. "He is coming." The shape changes. The voice grows louder. "You cannot hide in yourself. Break the mirror. Burn the face. Do not look behind you." Cole slammed the book shut, but the pressure inside the cabin thickened. The shadows lengthened. He glanced at the mirror hanging on the wall, cracked, just like the one in the chapel office. Slowly, against his better judgment, he approached it. His reflection stared back. But it was wrong. The eyes were too deep, too hollow. And when Cole blinked, the reflection smiled. It whispered, "Welcome home." The glass rippled. A cold breath pressed on his cheek. Cole staggered back, catching himself on the doorframe. His breath came out in ragged gasps. The Echo's voice filled the room, everywhere and nowhere, like the wind curling through dead leaves. "You can't leave. Not now. Not ever." He needed to get out. He grabbed his coat and headed for the door. Outside, the fog thickened further, curling into fingers that seemed to reach for him, pulling at his clothes and hair. The world beyond the cabin was distorted, the familiar trees replaced by shifting shapes that moved just beyond sight. Cole forced himself to walk forward. The street before him was unfamiliar. He was no longer on the path that led to the chapel. Instead, he found himself on a cracked highway stretching endlessly into blackness. To the left, a sign flickered weakly. "Welcome to Black Hollow." But it was different. The words were melting. The paint peeled away, revealing a face beneath, his own face, distorted and screaming. Cole stumbled, nearly falling, but caught himself on a rusted fence. He looked around. No town. No cabins. Only the endless highway and a sky that churned with dark clouds swirling in impossible shapes, faces, mouths, eyes, crying out in silent screams. The road twisted suddenly, pulling him in. No matter which way he turned, he always ended up back at the cabin. Back at the journal. Back at the tape recorder. And each time, the journal added new words. New threats. New confessions. Cole tried to scream, but no sound came. His voice was swallowed by the fog. The echo's laughter followed him. It was everywhere. Inside his head. Inside the trees. Inside the journal. He dropped to his knees, clutching the journal tightly. His own handwriting crawled across the pages. I am not real. I am the echo. I am the voice in the mirror. The cabin door slammed shut behind him. The fire flickered out. And the last thing Cole saw before the darkness swallowed him was his own face grinning back at him from the blackened mirror. When Cole came to, the world was gone. Not just the cabin, not just Black Hollow, but everything he'd ever known or imagined, shredded into fragments of light and shadow swirling around him like dust in a dark room. There was no ground beneath his feet, no sky above his head. Only the endless void of everything and nothing. His breath came ragged, chest heaving. He reached out blindly, fingers trembling, but there was nothing to grasp. No solid shape, no warmth, no anchor. Only whispers, voices distant and distorted, echoing through the darkness. Then one voice grew clearer than the rest. His own voice. But fractured. Split into a dozen overlapping tones, pleading, angry, terrified, calm. You must remember. You must forget. You must live and die. The whispers wrapped tighter, closing in, swirling into a vortex of sound and sensation. And then, a light pierced the void. Faint at first. A single point glowing like a dying star. Cole moved toward it, propelled by desperation. As he approached, the light grew, revealing a shape, a room. It was the cabin. But not the cabin he remembered. This one was warped, twisted as though painted with melting clocks in a dream. The walls breathed, pulsing like living flesh. The floor shifted beneath his feet, creaking in language only the darkness could understand. The journal lay open on the table, its pages turning by themselves. Cole walked to it, heart pounding. Words scrawled across the paper, forming and dissolving in impossible patterns. The echo is not a thing. It is a condition. It is the fracture of the self, the crack where memory leaks out and the shadow grows. You are both the hunter and the hunted. A chill ran down Cole's spine as the walls around him began to whisper his name. The mirror hanging above the mantel cracked loudly, and the reflection shattered into shards that swirled in the air like angry spirits. From the shards, faces emerged, dozens of versions of Cole, all staring, all screaming silently. One stepped forward, eyes black pools of despair. You're running, it said softly. But there's no running in here. Only falling. Cole's breath caught. Who are you? He asked, voice shaking. The echo smiled, a cruel twist of lips. I am every regret you have ever had. Every fear you buried beneath the surface. The part of you that remembers too much, and not enough. The cabin twisted further, folding into itself, and suddenly Cole found himself outside, in the woods. But the woods were wrong. The trees were made of shadow and bone, twisting impossibly into the sky. The ground was cold and cracked, glowing faintly beneath his feet. A path lay before him, lined with flickering lanterns that cast no light. At the path's end stood the figure he had come to fear most, the Echo Man. Tall, thin, faceless, with a mouth that stretched impossibly wide into a grin. Cole felt the weight of all his memories pressing down, crushing him. The Echo Man spoke without moving his lips. You cannot leave. You can only become. Cole's mind raced. He knew the truth now. The echo was not an enemy to fight or escape. It was a part of him, the fractured self made manifest. If he wanted to survive, he had to face it. The path stretched endlessly. Cole began to walk, each step sinking deeper into the fractured earth. Memories flared behind him, flashes of childhood pain, lost friendships, moments of shame and sorrow. But with each step, Cole felt something else rising. Strength. Determination. The courage to face the darkness within. He stopped. He turned. The Echo Man was no longer a figure looming in the distance. It was inside him. The shadows coalesced into a voice, his voice. Whispering. You are the Echo. Cole closed his eyes. He took a deep breath. And he spoke. Then I will be the Echo who remembers hope. The echo that breaks the cycle. Light exploded from within him, scattering the shadows like shattered glass. The forest dissolved into mist. The cabin reformed around him, warm, real, alive. The journal was closed. The fire crackled softly. And for the first time in what felt like forever, the door was open, leading to the world outside. Cole stepped through. Outside, the fog was lifting. The sun was rising. Birds sang. The town of Black Hollow was waking. But Cole knew better now. He carried the echo inside him, not as a curse, but as a memory. A reminder that even in the deepest darkness, there is light. Cole stepped through the open cabin door, and the world outside greeted him with an unfamiliar stillness. The fog that had haunted Black Hollow for so long was thinning, retreating like a tide pulling away from the shore. Pale morning light seeped through the trembling leaves, casting long, golden fingers across the forest floor. For the first time, Cole noticed the small sounds of life stirring, birds chirping, leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, the distant trickle of a stream. Yet beneath the promise of dawn, the weight of what he had faced still pressed down on his chest like a stone. He paused at the edge of the porch, taking in the quiet town stretching before him. The streets that had once looped endlessly now seemed to extend beyond the horizon, unbroken and free. The houses looked less like cages, more like homes, each one touched by the sun's soft glow. But Cole's mind was restless. The echo had whispered to him still, lingering like a shadow at the edge of his thoughts. It was not gone, it had only changed. The part of him that remembered regret and pain was no longer a monster lurking in the darkness. It was a scar, a map of survival. He pulled the jacket tighter around his shoulders and started walking. As he moved through the town, Cole noticed the people. No longer faceless mannequins, they went about their mornings with quiet purpose. A woman tended a garden, her fingers carefully coaxing blooms from the earth. Children played along the sidewalks, their laughter clear and bright. One man passed by, tipping his hat with a nod that felt genuine. For the first time, Cole felt a fragile thread of hope. Yet as he walked, something tugged at his attention, a whisper, faint and fleeting, like a breath against the back of his neck. Turning quickly, he found nothing but the empty street. The journal in his pocket stirred, its pages rustling softly as if alive. Cole took it out and held it open, his eyes scanning the familiar scrawl. The echo will always be part of you. It cannot be destroyed, only understood. The handwriting shifted, forming new words beneath his gaze. Find the wellspring. The place where all echoes begin. There, you will find the choice. The wellspring. He hadn't forgotten the well room beneath the chapel, but what was this new place? Somewhere deeper. Something beyond the underground chamber. Cole's pulse quickened. The path ahead was uncertain, but it was the only way forward. He returned to the chapel, now bathed in soft sunlight. The heavy wooden door creaked open without resistance, welcoming him inside. The pews were restored, the altar shining faintly as if cleansed by unseen hands. In the floorboards, the crawlspace entrance awaited him. Cole knelt and pushed the hatch open once more. The familiar spiral staircase descended into darkness, but this time, the air was different, clearer, lighter, almost warm. As he stepped down, the walls glowed faintly with ancient symbols, pulsing softly in rhythm with his heartbeat. At the bottom, instead of the damp chamber and the cracked well, Cole found a vast cavern flooded with shimmering light. The air sparkled with motes that danced like fireflies. At the center stood a crystalline pool, the true wellspring. Its surface rippled with visions, memories and moments from countless lives, overlapping and intertwining like threads in a tapestry. Cole approached, his reflection shimmering in the water. Then, from the pool, a voice echoed, soft, gentle, and undeniably his own. This is the place where all echoes begin. Where every choice, every regret, every memory converges. He looked closer and saw faces in the depths, versions of himself from countless timelines, each one shaped by different paths taken and not taken. Some faces were hopeful. Others were broken. And some were lost entirely, swallowed by darkness. Cole knelt by the pool, placing his hands in the cool water. The surface shimmered and shifted, pulling him in. Memories flooded his mind, his childhood, his family, the moments of joy and pain, love and loss. But with each memory came a new understanding. The echo wasn't just a curse or a shadow. It was a mirror, a reflection of all that he was and all he feared to become. The choice before him was clear. He could let the echo consume him, lose himself in the endless loop of regret and fear. Or he could accept the echo, embrace the fractured parts of his soul, and step into the light beyond the fog. Cole closed his eyes and breathed deeply. When he opened them again, the pool had stilled. He felt whole, scarred, perhaps, but stronger. He rose and looked back up the stairs. The path ahead was no longer a prison. It was freedom. As he climbed back toward the surface, the chapel brightened with each step until he emerged into the fresh morning air. Black Hollow was alive once more. The fog was gone. The town was real. And Cole Merrow was free. Cole's boots pressed softly against the damp earth as he stepped outside the chapel, his breath mingling with the crisp morning air. The fog had finally lifted, and with it, the suffocating weight that had clung to Black Hollow for so long. The town stretched before him like a secret slowly unfolding, each street and alley bathed in the gentle light of dawn, each house standing quietly, as though waiting for a chance to breathe again. But even in this newfound calm, Cole felt the echo of something deep within him, an unsettled part of his soul that refused to quiet. He glanced down at the journal in his hands. The pages, once frantic and bleeding with his fear, now lay peaceful, filled with words that felt like a promise instead of a curse. You have faced the shadow and embraced the fracture. Now the town will awaken with you. Slowly, Cole began to walk the streets of Black Hollow. The familiar faces he'd glimpsed before were now alive, neighbors tending gardens, shopkeepers opening their doors, children running along the sidewalks with laughter like birdsong. The eerie silence that had gripped the town was replaced by the gentle rhythms of daily life. Cole paused at the old bakery, where an elderly woman smiled warmly and offered a freshly baked loaf. "Welcome back," she said softly, her eyes reflecting a depth of knowledge. He nodded, accepting the bread, but the feeling of unfamiliarity lingered. The town was waking up, but it was a waking that seemed to pulse with the echoes of its own past. As he continued, Cole noticed something else, a series of faint markings etched into the bark of trees, carved into stones along the sidewalks, hidden in the patterns of cracked pavement. They were the same symbols he'd seen beneath the chapel, glowing faintly in the darkness of the wellspring. Their meaning was still a mystery, but they seemed to guide him, drawing him deeper into the heart of the town. His feet carried him toward the town square, where an ancient oak stood proudly, a sentinel watching over Black Hollow for centuries. The tree's massive branches stretched skyward, its roots sinking deep into the earth. At the base of the tree, Cole found a small, weathered box nestled among the roots. He knelt and opened it carefully. Inside lay a simple key, cold and heavy in his palm. Attached to the key was a note, written in the same handwriting as the journal. The door to the forgotten awaits. Use the key when you are ready to face what lies beneath the hollow. Questions stirred in Cole's mind. Forgotten. Beneath the hollow. He looked up at the great oak, its branches casting long shadows in the morning light. Then he noticed a faint outline, almost invisible, etched into the bark. A door. A hidden entrance. His heart pounded. With the key clenched tightly, he placed his hand on the outline. A soft click echoed through the air. The bark shifted, revealing a narrow doorway, just wide enough for him to squeeze through. Taking a deep breath, Cole stepped inside. The air within was cool and damp, thick with the scent of earth and forgotten memories. A spiral staircase wound downwards, carved from stone and softened by centuries of moss. Each step descended deeper into the bowels of Black Hollow, further from the waking world above. Cole's footsteps echoed softly as he moved downward, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. After what felt like an eternity, the stairs opened into a vast cavern beneath the town. The chamber was alive with a soft, pulsating light emanating from a pool at its center, a wellspring, but unlike any he had seen before. This pool shimmered with a strange energy, its surface rippling with visions of Black Hollow's past, celebrations, heartbreaks, births, and deaths, moments frozen in time. Cole approached the pool cautiously. From the depths, a voice spoke, not with words, but feelings. Memories surged through him, unbidden and vivid. He saw the founders of Black Hollow, their hopes and fears etched into the very soil. He saw moments of betrayal and sorrow, kindness and courage, all woven into the fabric of the town. And then, he saw himself, not just the man he was, but all the versions, all the echoes. The fragmented pieces of his soul, scattered across time and memory, converged in the pool's shimmering surface. A realization dawned. The wellspring was not just a source of echoes, it was a living archive, a heart beating beneath Black Hollow that held the town's collective memory. And Cole was bound to it. He was part of the town's story, and the town was part of his. To heal Black Hollow, he would have to embrace every part of himself, the light and the shadow, the hope and the regret. Only then could the cycle be broken. As Cole reached out to touch the pool, the waters surged upward, engulfing him in a flood of memories and emotions. He relived moments of joy and pain, love and loss, fear and courage. Each memory was a thread, weaving him back into the tapestry of Black Hollow. When the flood subsided, Cole found himself transformed. He was no longer just a man trapped by echoes. He was a guardian, a keeper of the town's soul. Emerging from the cavern, Cole felt the weight of centuries lift from Black Hollow. The town breathed with new life. Windows gleamed with sunlight. Children's laughter filled the air. The fog was gone, for good. Cole looked to the sky, a smile touching his lips. The echoes had not been vanquished, but embraced. And through them, Black Hollow would live on. The sun rose higher, washing Black Hollow in a warm, golden glow that banished the shadows lingering in the corners of the town. Birds filled the air with melodies that stirred something deep inside Cole, something long buried beneath fear and regret. The weight he had carried for so long seemed lighter, as if the town itself had breathed a collective sigh of relief alongside him. But despite the peaceful morning, Cole knew that healing was only just beginning. The echoes were not gone. They had transformed. Now, they wove through the town like invisible threads, fragile strands connecting the present to the past, memory to reality. Cole walked slowly down the main street, the journal tucked under his arm like a talisman. He passed familiar shops and homes, each one carrying the scent of new beginnings. The baker waved, the children played by the fountain, and the townsfolk exchanged smiles that reached their eyes. Yet, as he passed the old clock tower, he felt the familiar tug, the sensation that time itself was not quite right. He stopped and looked up. The clock's face was cracked, its hands frozen at midnight. A chill ran down his spine. Though the town had awakened, some things remained broken. Determined to understand, Cole made his way toward the clock tower. The heavy wooden door creaked as he pushed it open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound upward into the shadows. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light from the narrow windows, and the air smelled of old stone and forgotten years. At the top, the great clockworks lay exposed, a maze of gears and cogs, some turning sluggishly, others still. Cole reached out, brushing dust from a rusted lever. His fingers trembled as he grasped it and gave it a gentle pull. The gears groaned, creaking and protesting after years of silence. Slowly, the clock hands began to move, turning backward at first, then forward, settling at the current time. The tower vibrated softly, and the world outside seemed to shift. Suddenly, Cole found himself standing not in the clock tower, but in a memory, one not his own, but the town's. He was an invisible observer, watching scenes unfold like flickering film. He saw the founding families of Black Hollow, their faces etched with hope and fear. He saw a child, his mother, perhaps, running through the woods, laughter chasing the wind. He saw a fire that tore through a house, the flames licking the night sky as people fled in terror. He saw moments of joy, festivals in the town square, lovers meeting under the oak tree, children playing by the river. But also moments of sorrow, grief-stricken faces, whispered accusations, and a darkness creeping slowly from the edges of the woods. Cole's heart ached as the scene shifted, revealing the origin of the echo. It was born not of one man, but of many, a collective sorrow, a shared regret that seeped into the soil and air. Generations had carried it, passed it down like a cursed heirloom. And now, it had taken form in him. The memory faded, and Cole was back in the clock tower, the gears humming steadily. He realized that the echo was the town's memory made flesh, a living history of pain and resilience. To heal Black Hollow, he had to weave those broken threads back together, to acknowledge every story, every voice, every sorrow. Only then could the past be forgiven, and the future reclaimed. Determined, Cole descended the tower and made his way to the town hall, where the old records were kept. The dusty ledgers and faded photographs told stories of lives lived, loves lost, and battles fought. He spent hours poring over the documents, piecing together the fragments of Black Hollow's history. With each discovery, the journal in his hands seemed to glow faintly, as if recognizing the truth being uncovered. As twilight settled, Cole stepped outside, the weight of history settling upon his shoulders. The town was quiet now, the streets empty but for the soft rustling of leaves. He looked up at the oak tree, its branches silhouetted against the darkening sky. In its shadow, a figure waited, a young woman with eyes like storm clouds and a smile that was both comforting and fierce. She stepped forward. "Welcome home, Cole," she said softly. "I've been waiting." The woman was someone Cole had never met, yet her presence felt familiar, as if she was a piece of the puzzle he had been missing all along. She reached out her hand, and without hesitation, Cole took it. Together, they looked up at the stars emerging overhead. The echoes of Black Hollow were no longer shadows to fear, but stories to carry forward. And with each step, Cole knew the town's heart would beat stronger. The young woman's hand was warm in Cole's, steadying him like an anchor in a storm. Her eyes, swirling shades of gray and blue, held secrets he was only beginning to understand. Her presence carried a weight of ancient knowledge, as if she was woven from the very fabric of Black Hollow itself, a living memory, or perhaps something more. "I'm Elara," she said softly. "And I've been the keeper of this town's stories long before you arrived." Cole's heart quickened. "Keeper? Stories? What do you mean?" Elara smiled gently, her gaze drifting toward the towering oak. "Black Hollow's history isn't written in books alone. It lives in its people, in the land, in the echoes you felt. I'm here to guide you, to help you understand what you've become, and what the town needs from you." The weight of his journey pressed on him anew. "I thought I was just running from myself, from the Echo Man. But now I see that running only pulled me deeper into the heart of this place." She nodded. "Exactly. The Echo is not a curse to escape, it is a responsibility to accept. The fractured pieces of Black Hollow's past have gathered in you. And now, you must help us heal." The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with streaks of blood red and violet as the town settled into twilight. Cole and Elara made their way down the winding streets, passing homes where lanterns flickered behind lace curtains and shadows danced on walls. "You must understand," Elara began, "the Echo is a mirror. It shows what we fear and what we hide. But it also reveals what we've forgotten, the truths buried beneath generations of silence." She paused, her eyes reflecting the flickering light of a distant bonfire. "The wellspring you found is the source. A living memory, a soul of the town itself. It holds every joy and every sorrow, every secret whispered in the dark. It's what connects us all." Cole absorbed her words, feeling the enormity of his role settle deeper into his bones. "So what happens now?" he asked. "You become the Keeper's voice," Elara replied. "You carry these stories forward. You help the town remember, and heal." That night, beneath a sky bursting with stars, Cole sat by the fire in the town square. The journal lay open in his lap, its pages blank yet thrumming with potential. Around him, the townsfolk gathered, faces lined with age and youth, hope and hardship. They listened as Cole began to speak. He told them of the Echo, of the wellspring beneath the chapel, of the shadows they had all carried unknowingly. He spoke of memories, both painful and beautiful, that had shaped their lives and their town. As he spoke, the journal began to fill, words appearing in flowing script as though written by unseen hands. The people leaned closer, eyes glistening with tears and recognition. For the first time in years, the stories of Black Hollow were being told. Days turned into weeks. Cole and Elara worked together to gather the memories of the townsfolk. They recorded stories of love lost and found, of battles fought and peace forged. They uncovered old wounds but also moments of forgiveness and renewal. Each story added another thread to the growing tapestry that would bind the town's fractured past. The journal became a living testament to their journey, a bridge between what was and what could be. But healing was not without its trials. Late one evening, as the wind howled through the trees, Cole felt the familiar tug of the Echo, a shadow at the edge of his vision. He followed it to the edge of the forest, where a figure cloaked in darkness waited. It was the Echo Man. But no longer a monstrous shape, now he appeared as a weary man, eyes heavy with sorrow. "You carry their stories," the Echo Man said quietly. "But can you carry your own?" Cole met his gaze, feeling the weight of truth behind the question. "I can," he replied. "Because I'm not alone." The Echo Man nodded slowly, fading back into the shadows. Black Hollow was changing. The fog no longer clung to the streets. The echoes had become whispers, reminders, not chains. And Cole, once a lost man running from himself, had become a keeper, a guardian of memory, of hope, and of the light that could rise from even the deepest shadows. The days grew longer and warmer as summer slowly unfurled its golden banners over Black Hollow. The town, once steeped in perpetual gloom and fog, now blossomed with life and laughter, its streets alive with the gentle hum of renewal. Cole walked with a newfound purpose, each step resonating with the promise he had made, to carry the town's stories forward, to bind the fractured past into a hopeful future. Yet, despite the progress, there remained a lingering sense of unease, a whisper beneath the surface reminding Cole that healing was a fragile thing. Elara met him one crisp morning in the town square, the sunlight catching the strands of silver in her dark hair. Her eyes sparkled with excitement beneath the soft glow of the rising sun. "The Festival of Lights is coming," she announced, her voice warm but firm. "It's an ancient tradition, a night where Black Hollow's stories are honored and the past and present unite. It's time the town remembered who we are." Cole nodded, feeling the weight of her words. The festival would be more than a celebration. It would be a reckoning, a chance for the people of Black Hollow to confront their echoes, to honor their memories, and to embrace the light emerging from the darkness. Over the following weeks, the town prepared with a quiet fervor. Lanterns of all shapes and sizes were crafted and hung along the streets, their paper sides painted with symbols and stories collected by Cole and Elara. The scent of freshly baked bread and herbs filled the air, mingling with the soft crackle of wood fires. Children rehearsed songs, their voices bright and clear, while elders gathered around old oak tables, recounting tales of ancestors and forgotten days. The town was weaving its fractured threads into a tapestry of light and remembrance. On the night of the festival, the air was thick with anticipation and magic. As dusk settled, families and neighbors gathered in the town square, lanterns glowing like fireflies in the cooling breeze. The ancient oak tree stood proudly at the center, its branches adorned with shimmering ribbons and glowing lights. Cole stood beside Elara, holding the journal tightly. Its pages were full now, filled with the collective memories, sorrows, and hopes of Black Hollow. He looked out at the crowd, the faces illuminated by candlelight, shining with courage and connection. Elara stepped forward and raised her voice, clear and melodic. "Tonight, we honor the echoes that shaped us. We remember the shadows we have faced, the memories we carry, and the hope that guides us forward." She lifted a lantern high, its flame flickering with life. "Let this light be a beacon for those lost in the darkness. Let it remind us that even in our deepest shadows, we are never alone." One by one, the townsfolk lit their lanterns, lifting them high into the night sky. The glow spread like wildfire, casting the town in a warm embrace. Cole felt tears prick his eyes as the echoes of Black Hollow, once haunting and threatening, transformed into whispers of strength and unity. The festival continued with song and story, laughter and quiet reflection. Cole took a moment to walk among the people, hearing their voices rise in harmony. An old man shared a tale of a long-lost love reunited by fate. A young girl spoke of her dreams to bring light to the darkest corners. A mother held her child close, whispering promises of safety and hope. As the night deepened, Cole found himself beneath the great oak, where Elara waited. They looked up at the sky, now alive with 100 lanterns drifting gently upward, carrying the town's memories into the stars. "I believe," Cole said softly, "that Black Hollow is healing. That the echoes are becoming part of something greater." Elara smiled, her eyes shining like the lanterns above. "And so are you, Cole. The keeper who brought the light." But as they stood beneath the glowing canopy, a faint breeze stirred the journal in Cole's hands. The pages fluttered open once more. And in the soft flicker of the firelight, new words appeared, whispered promises of challenges yet to come, and the unending journey of healing that lay ahead. The story of Black Hollow was far from over. But in that moment, beneath the Festival of Lights, hope burned brighter than ever before. The warmth of the Festival of Lights lingered in Black Hollow long after the lanterns had drifted into the night sky and the crowds had returned to their homes. The soft glow of renewal seemed to embrace the town, but Cole sensed that not all shadows had been banished. Somewhere beneath the light, deep in the roots of the ancient oak and the soil of Black Hollow, darker echoes stirred, waiting for the right moment to rise. Morning came with a silvery mist that clung stubbornly to the streets, muffling footsteps and softening colors into muted grays. Cole woke early, the journal resting on his bedside table. Its pages still pulsed faintly with that strange energy, the energy of memories yet to be told, and secrets waiting to be uncovered. He reached for it and opened to a fresh page, blank except for a single sentence that slowly bled into view. Not all echoes seek the light. Some dwell in silence, growing stronger in the dark. The weight of those words settled heavy in Cole's chest. Determined to understand this new warning, Cole set out toward the ancient oak tree at the heart of town. The tree, still adorned with ribbons and the fading glow of the festival lanterns, loomed larger than ever, its gnarled branches stretching wide like arms protecting the town. He knelt at the base, tracing his fingers over the rough bark. The hidden door beneath the roots, the door to the cavern, was sealed, but Cole felt a subtle pulse beneath the ground, a heartbeat of the earth itself. Suddenly, a chill crept up his spine, and the air thickened. The whisper of wind turned to a murmur of voices, low and urgent, like voices speaking beneath the soil. Elara appeared beside him, her eyes wide with concern. "You felt it too," she said quietly. Cole nodded. "There's something beneath the surface, something we didn't see before." Elara reached into her satchel and pulled out a small, worn lantern. Its flame flickered unnaturally blue. "This will guide us," she said. "But beware, the darkness beneath Black Hollow is older than the town itself. It's the root of the echoes." Together, they found the hidden door beneath the oak's roots and slipped inside. The spiral staircase descended into an abyssal cavern, where shadows flickered and danced along the walls like restless spirits. The air grew colder and heavier with every step, and Cole's heart pounded in rhythm with the echoing drip of water somewhere deep within. At the bottom, the cavern opened into a vast chamber bathed in an eerie, pale light. The wellspring glowed faintly in the center, its surface shimmering with ripples that stretched beyond the pool itself, as if reaching into the very soul of the cavern. Elara stepped forward, holding up the blue lantern. The light illuminated inscriptions carved into the cavern walls, ancient symbols intertwined with images of the town, trees, and strange figures cloaked in shadow. "These are the stories the town forgot," Elara whispered. "The ones that fed the darkness." Cole traced the carvings with his fingers, feeling a cold shiver. One image showed a figure, shrouded and faceless, holding out a hand to a child. Another depicted a circle of townsfolk surrounding a fire, their faces twisted in fear and sorrow. As they moved deeper into the chamber, a low rumble echoed through the cavern. The wellspring's surface churned violently, and a voice rose from its depths, not soft whispers, but a dark, commanding presence. "You carry the light, but you cannot hide from the shadow." Cole stepped forward, his voice steady despite the fear curling in his stomach. "We will face the shadow. We will carry both light and dark, and find balance." The presence in the water seemed to recoil, the surface calming slowly as if in reluctant respect. Suddenly, the cavern trembled, and stones loosened from the walls. A shadow darted between the cracks, moving with unnatural speed and grace. Elara's eyes widened. "It's the wraith of Black Hollow," she said grimly. "A remnant of the past, fueled by forgotten pain and anger. It seeks to unravel the healing we've begun." Cole gripped the journal tightly. "We won't let it." The wraith appeared, a shifting mass of darkness, with eyes like burning coals and a form that seemed to flicker between solidity and mist. It lunged at them with a scream that echoed through the cavern. Cole raised the journal, its pages glowing bright as he recited the stories they had gathered, the tales of hope, love, forgiveness, and resilience. The wraith hissed and recoiled, weakened by the light of memory and truth. Elara stepped forward, holding the blue lantern high, its flame flaring with an intense glow. Together, their combined light and stories pushed back the darkness, until the wraith dissolved into nothingness. Breathing heavily, Cole and Elara stood in the silence that followed. The cavern felt lighter, as if the weight of long-buried pain had been lifted. But Cole knew this was only one battle in a much larger war. As they ascended the spiral staircase back to the surface, the first rays of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold. Black Hollow was healing, but its shadows remained. And Cole was ready to face whatever echoes still lurked, because only by embracing both light and dark could the town story truly be told. The dawn light spilled gently over Black Hollow as Cole and Elara emerged from the depths of the cavern. The morning air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, but beneath that fresh veneer, an old unease lingered. The battle with the wraith had been won, but the memory of its burning eyes haunted Cole's thoughts. He knew the shadows in Black Hollow were not so easily banished. The town's past was woven with threads of mystery, secrets that had never fully seen the light. Elara led Cole to a place few in Black Hollow dared to speak of, the old town library. The building was modest, its bricks weathered and softened by years of rain, but inside, it held the accumulated knowledge of generations. Dust motes floated in the golden beams of sunlight streaming through tall windows, illuminating rows of books and fragile documents. "This is where the town's forgotten stories live," Elara explained, her voice echoing softly among the shelves. "Not just the stories we've gathered, but those erased, hidden, or lost to fear." Cole's fingers traced the spines of ancient tomes, their titles faded. He felt a hum beneath his touch, a pulse of history yearning to be known. They began to delve into the archives, searching for clues about the origins of the echo and the shadows still haunting Black Hollow. Hours passed as they pored over brittle pages and faded photographs. Each discovery painted a richer picture of a town steeped in complexity, of people grappling with hope and despair, love and betrayal. One leather-bound journal caught Cole's eye. It belonged to a woman named Miriam Hawthorne, a name whispered in town lore as both revered and feared. Her handwriting was elegant yet hurried, filled with accounts of strange occurrences, warnings, and a growing darkness she struggled to understand. Elara read aloud a passage. "The shadows gather not to consume, but to warn. Black Hollow's fate is tied to the balance we maintain. To ignore the past is to invite its return in fury." The weight of Miriam's words settled heavily. The balance, this was the key. The town's echoes, the wraith, the wellspring, all threads in a fragile equilibrium. Cole's gaze fell on a map pinned to the wall, marked with cryptic symbols and dates spanning centuries. "Look here," Elara pointed. "These marks correspond to moments when the echo's power surged, times of tragedy, upheaval, or silence." Cole noticed one symbol recurring near the outskirts of town, by the old cemetery. "Maybe the answers lie there," he suggested. As twilight approached, Cole and Elara made their way to the cemetery, a sprawling field of weathered headstones and twisted trees that whispered in the wind. The fading light cast long shadows, and the air was thick with history and silence. Among the graves, they found a hidden entrance, a narrow passage leading underground, concealed by overgrown roots and moss. Descending carefully, they entered a crypt that pulsed with a strange energy. Within the crypt, walls were etched with ancient symbols, and in the center, an altar bore a single flickering candle. The atmosphere was heavy, filled with the weight of secrets long buried. Cole approached the altar, and as he did, the journal in his bag began to vibrate softly. He opened it to find new words inscribed across the page. "The final truth lies beneath the stones, the heart of the echo's origin. To face it is to face the town's soul." A deep resolve filled him. The journey had led him here, and there was no turning back. Together, Cole and Alara explored deeper chambers, uncovering relics and inscriptions that told stories of sacrifice and redemption. They discovered that Black Hollow had been founded on a promise, a pact between its earliest settlers and the spirit of the land, a balance meant to protect both. But the pact had been broken, fractured by fear and silence, giving birth to the echoes that haunted the town. Cole understood now that his role was not only to heal but to restore that ancient covenant. As they emerged from the crypt, night had fallen fully, and the sky was dotted with stars. The town lay quiet, resting in fragile peace. Alara turned to Cole, her expression solemn yet hopeful. The past is unveiled, but the path ahead is yours to forge. The echoes will always be part of Black Hollow, but now, you hold the power to guide their song. Cole nodded, feeling the weight and wonder of that promise. In the days that followed, Cole continued to gather stories and memories, each one a stitch in the town's healing tapestry. He knew challenges remained, shadows yet to face, but with Alara's guidance and the strength of Black Hollow's people, the echoes would no longer bind them in fear. Instead, they would be a chorus of resilience, a testament to the power of memory, hope, and the enduring light beneath the darkest shadows. The days following their descent into the crypt were filled with quiet determination. Black Hollow continued to breathe anew, its streets humming with a gentle pulse that promised healing and hope. Yet, beneath this calm surface, Cole sensed a tension tightening like a noose, invisible but unyielding. Each morning, he awoke to the weight of the journal on his bedside table, a constant reminder of the stories yet untold, the shadows yet faced. The pages whispered softly as if alive, beckoning him to delve deeper, to listen harder. Alara joined him one afternoon beneath the great oak, the site of so many pivotal moments. The tree stood majestic and ancient, its roots clutching secrets as old as the town itself. The balance is fragile, she warned, her voice low and grave. The wraith was only a symptom, not the source. The storm is gathering, the echoes of the past are waking, and soon, they will demand more. Cole nodded, the gravity of her words sinking deep. How do we prepare? He asked. Alara's eyes flickered with a mixture of fear and resolve. We gather. The people of Black Hollow must stand united. Their voices, their stories, their strength, only together can they withstand what comes. Word spread quickly. The town responded, organizing meetings in the town hall, in homes, in whispered conversations beneath starlit porches. Old wounds were reopened, but also new bonds were forged. The people, once isolated by fear and silence, began to see themselves as part of a larger whole. Cole and Alara worked tirelessly, leading gatherings where memories were shared and fears confronted. The journal grew heavier with stories, raw and honest, sometimes painful, sometimes joyous. Each tale was a thread in the tapestry of Black Hollow, weaving a fabric strong enough to weather the coming storm. But the shadows did not wait quietly. One night, as a fierce wind howled through the trees, the fog returned, thicker and darker than ever. Lanterns flickered and dimmed, and an uneasy silence fell over the town. Cole awoke to a pounding at his door. Outside stood a figure cloaked in a heavy coat, face obscured beneath a hood. I've come to warn you, the stranger said, voice edged with urgency. The echoes are rising. The old pact is unraveling faster than you know. The stranger revealed herself as Maris, historian and keeper of ancient knowledge long lost to most of Black Hollow. She spoke of a forgotten ritual, one that could renew the covenant and calm the restless echoes, but only if performed before the next full moon. Time was running out. Cole, Alara, and Maris formed a council, gathering the town's elders, the young, and those whose voices had long been silenced. Together, they prepared for the ritual, a ceremony meant to honor both light and shadow, to embrace the totality of Black Hollow's past and present. The preparations were grueling. Doubts and fears surfaced, old resentments flared, but amidst it all, a shared purpose anchored the town. On the night of the full moon, the people of Black Hollow gathered beneath the ancient oak. Lanterns blazed with steady flames, casting dancing shadows that stretched toward the sky. Cole stood at the center, the journal open before him. Elara held the blue lantern, its flame pulsing softly. Maris chanted in a language older than memory, her voice weaving through the night like a prayer. The ritual began. Energy surged through the air, swirling around the assembled crowd. The wellspring beneath the town pulsed in harmony, sending ripples through the earth. For a moment, the echoes rose, voices from the past and present blending into a chorus of remembrance and release. But then, a dark shape emerged from the shadows, more solid, more menacing than anything before. The storm had come. Cole's heart pounded as the shape advanced, a manifestation of fear and regret, sorrow and rage. But this time, the town stood firm. Together, their voices rose, telling their stories loud and clear. The light of the lanterns flared brighter, fueled by unity and hope. And in that moment, the shadow faltered. The echoes of Black Hollow did not disappear. They changed. No longer a force of destruction, they became the breath of the town, a living memory of everything it had been and everything it could become. As the ritual ended and dawn broke, Cole felt the weight lift from his soul. The storm had passed. But the journey was far from over. The morning after the ritual dawned clear and still, as if the very earth was holding its breath. The town of Black Hollow lay basking in the soft glow of sunrise, streets washed clean by a gentle rain that had fallen in the night. The air was fresh and cool, carrying the faint scent of pine and damp earth, a scent both familiar and ancient. Cole stepped outside his small home, journal tucked under one arm, and paused to breathe deeply. The heaviness that had settled in his chest for so long felt lighter, more manageable. The storm had passed, yes, but the echoes still whispered. The town was healing, but its roots stretched deep, twisting beneath the surface into secrets waiting to be unearthed. He made his way to the base of the ancient oak, the sentinel that had witnessed centuries of Black Hollow's secrets. The tree's bark was rough beneath his fingertips, and he could almost feel the pulse of life beneath its roots, strong and steady, yet shadowed. Elara was already there, waiting, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the forest met the sky. She turned as he approached, her expression thoughtful. The ritual was a beginning, not an end, she said quietly. The echoes are part of the town's soul, but so too are the secrets buried beneath. To truly heal, we must uncover the roots, the foundation of the hollow itself. Cole nodded. Where do we start? Elara reached into her satchel and produced a worn, leather-bound book, old and fragile, filled with hand-drawn maps and notes in a script that twisted like vines. This, she said, is the Book of Roots. It belonged to the first keeper, Miriam Hawthorne. It holds the knowledge of the land, the spirits, and the ancient pact. Together, they pored over the book's pages, tracing the lines of forgotten trails, sacred sites, and warnings of places best left undisturbed. One passage caught Cole's eye. Beneath the earth lies the heart of the hollow, a place where the past and future converge, where the echoes begin and end. To find it is to touch the very soul of Black Hollow. The promise, and the warning, were clear. This was the next step. The root of the echoes themselves. The journey took them into the depths of the forest, following paths hidden beneath decades of growth. Moss-covered stones marked their way, and the trees seemed to whisper in a language older than time. The deeper they went, the heavier the air became, thick with ancient power. At last, they arrived at a clearing where the ground dipped into a natural sinkhole, half hidden by tangled roots and fallen leaves. "This is it," Elara said, her voice barely above a whisper. Cole knelt and touched the earth, feeling the slow thrum of energy beneath his palm. They prepared to descend into the hollow's heart, lighting lanterns that cast dancing shadows on the walls of the narrow passage. The air grew colder, damper, and the silence pressed in like a living thing. As they moved deeper, the walls glowed faintly with the same symbols Cole had seen beneath the chapel and in the crypt, ancient runes pulsing with soft light. At the bottom, a vast cavern opened before them, its ceiling lost in darkness. In the center lay a pool of black water, still as night, reflecting the faint glow of the cavern like a mirror. Elara stepped forward, chanting softly, calling on the spirits of the land and the ancestors of Black Hollow. The pool's surface began to ripple, revealing images, visions of the town's past, intertwined with possible futures. Cole saw faces, both familiar and strange, looking back at him from the water. He saw the founding settlers making their pact with the spirit of the forest, promising to honor and protect the land in exchange for safety and prosperity. He saw moments when the pact was broken, when fear and greed led to betrayal and sorrow. He saw the birth of the echo, a ripple in time born from pain and silence. Suddenly, the cavern trembled, and a voice, ancient and deep, filled the chamber. "You who seek the heart must choose." The voice echoed like thunder. To embrace the past fully is to carry its burden. To deny it is to doom the future. Cole felt the weight of that choice settle on his shoulders. He looked at Elara, who nodded. Together, they stepped forward, hands joined, ready to face the truths buried in the roots of the hollow. The pool surged with light, and memories flooded their minds, painful and beautiful, terrifying and hopeful. Cole relived moments of love and loss, betrayal and forgiveness, fear and courage. He understood now that the echoes were not just memories, they were the lifeblood of Black Hollow, a living history that demanded acknowledgement. When the visions faded, the cavern was silent once more. Cole and Elara emerged, transformed. The roots of the hollow had been uncovered, its secrets unveiled. The town's soul was laid bare, but it was stronger for it. Back in Black Hollow, Cole stood beneath the ancient oak as twilight fell. The echoes no longer whispered with fear, but with a steady heartbeat, a song of resilience and hope. The journey was far from over, but with each step, the town moved closer to healing. Cole smiled, feeling the promise of the future pulse through the roots beneath his feet. The town of Black Hollow was settling into an uneasy calm. The ancient oak stood tall and silent as ever, watching over the town like a guardian with gnarled branches reaching into the sky. Yet beneath the surface, the echoes continued to ripple, a low hum in the back of Cole's mind, a steady heartbeat beneath the earth, a whisper carried on the wind. Despite the hope born of their discoveries, Cole could not shake the feeling that the peace was fragile, like a thin layer of ice covering a dark, turbulent lake. One morning, Cole awoke to find the town shrouded in a thick mist, a fog so dense it swallowed the streets and muffled all sound. The world outside his window was veiled in gray, transforming familiar shapes into ghostly silhouettes. He dressed quickly and stepped outside, the damp chill seeping through his clothes. The air was heavy with silence, broken only by the faint rustling of leaves. As he walked toward the town square, he noticed figures emerging from the fog, townsfolk wrapped in shawls and coats, their faces pale and eyes wide with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Elara was waiting beneath the ancient oak, her expression grave. "The mist," she said quietly, "is not natural. It's the breath of the hollow, a warning." Cole nodded. "A warning of what?" Elara glanced over her shoulder toward the edge of the forest, where the mist seemed thickest. "Something stirs there. Something old." Together, they gathered a small group of townspeople, the elders, the youth, those whose voices had been quiet for too long. Armed with lanterns and courage, they ventured toward the forest's edge, where the mist swirled and danced like living smoke. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches heavy with dew. As they moved deeper, the whispers began, soft at first, like the rustling of leaves, then growing louder, more urgent. Voices from the past. The group paused near a clearing, where the mist parted to reveal a circle of ancient stones, worn smooth by time. Elara stepped forward, placing her hand on one of the stones. "The circle marks a place of power," she explained. "A meeting point between the physical and the spiritual, where the echoes are strongest." Suddenly, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared within the circle, translucent and glowing faintly in the gray light. It was Miriam Hawthorne, the first keeper, her eyes filled with sorrow and wisdom. Miriam's voice echoed softly, carried on the wind. "The balance weakens. The echoes fracture and threaten to consume. The past must be embraced fully, or all will be lost." She looked at Cole, her gaze piercing. "You hold the key. The stories. The strength. But you cannot do it alone." With a final, mournful glance, she faded into the mist. The group was silent, the weight of Miriam's warning sinking deep. Cole felt a resolve harden within him. "We must gather the stories, every voice, every truth. The echoes will guide us if we listen." Elara nodded. "And we must prepare. The hollow's breath grows colder, and the shadows lengthen." In the days that followed, the town of Black Hollow came alive with a renewed purpose. People shared stories long buried, tales of joy and sorrow, love and loss, courage and fear. The journal grew heavier with each entry, its pages filled with the collective heartbeat of the town. Cole and Elara led gatherings beneath the ancient oak, where lanterns glowed like stars, and voices wove together into a tapestry of memory and hope. But as the nights grew longer and the mist thickened, Cole could not ignore the growing sense of something watching, waiting. One evening, as he walked the quiet streets, he felt a presence beside him. Turning, he saw a shadow flicker at the edge of the light, a figure cloaked in darkness, with eyes like embers burning in the night. The Echo Man. Cole's breath caught, but he stood firm. "We face this together now," he said, voice steady. The figure nodded slowly, a flicker of understanding in those burning eyes. The echoes of Black Hollow were awakening. And Cole was ready to listen. The dense mist lingered over Black Hollow like a suffocating blanket, dulling colors and swallowing sound. It clung to the streets, creeping through alleyways and curling around the limbs of the ancient trees that stood sentinel on the town's edges. The townsfolk moved cautiously beneath its ghostly veil, their faces pale, their eyes filled with a growing unease. Cole felt it too, the weight of something unseen but deeply felt, a shifting presence that tugged at the edges of his consciousness. It was as if the town itself was holding its breath, waiting for a storm to break. That evening, Cole met with Elara and Maris in the town hall, a building that felt smaller and more fragile beneath the mounting tension. The flicker of candlelight cast long shadows on the walls, and the gathered crowd was silent but restless, faces etched with worry. "We've seen signs," Maris began, her voice steady but grim. "The echoes are fracturing. The balance Miriam spoke of is unraveling faster than we can heal it. The shadows grow bolder." Elara added, "The mist is a harbinger. It shields the shadows, allowing them to gather strength. We must act before they consume more of the town." Cole's gaze swept over the faces of the townsfolk, searching for the spark of courage they would need. "What can we do?" Maris exchanged a glance with Elara. "We must perform the rite of unbinding, a ceremony to sever the ties that bind the darkest echoes to the living world. It's dangerous and taxing, but it's the only way to reclaim the balance." Preparations for the rite began immediately. The town came together, their collective resolve hardening like steel. They gathered herbs and stones, crafted symbols of protection, and cleared the ancient circle in the forest where the ritual would take place. Cole found himself burdened with the task of documenting every step, the stories, the incantations, the hopes and fears woven into the ceremony. The journal had become a living chronicle of the town's struggle, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. On the night of the rite, the town gathered beneath a crescent moon, the sky a deep velvet dotted with stars. Lanterns were lit and placed around the circle, their flames flickering defiantly against the swirling mist. Ilara stood at the center, her voice ringing clear as she began the ancient chants. Maris joined her, weaving words older than the town itself, calling upon the spirits of the land and the ancestors. Cole held the journal open, reading aloud the stories they had gathered, the tales of love, loss, courage, and forgiveness that formed the true heart of Black Hollow. As the ritual deepened, the mist thickened, swirling and coiling like living smoke. Shadows gathered at the edges of the circle, their forms twisting and writhing, as if desperate to cling to the world of the living. Suddenly, a chilling howl tore through the night, echoing from the depths of the forest. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the air grew electric with tension. From the darkness emerged the fractured echoes, shadows of pain, anger, and sorrow given form. Their eyes glowed with malice, and their voices rose in a discordant chorus of grief and rage. Cole's heart pounded as the shadows advanced, but he stood firm, reciting the stories with steady voice. The lantern flames flared, their light weaving a protective barrier that held the darkness at bay. Ilara and Maris moved in harmony, their chants rising in intensity, calling on the ancient power to unbind the shadow's hold. The battle waged not with weapons, but with stories, memories, and light. Each story told was a thread unraveling the shadow's grip, each memory a stitch sewing the fabric of the town's healing. After what felt like an eternity, the shadows began to dissolve, their forms melting into wisps of smoke carried away by the wind. The mist receded, revealing a sky brightening with the first light of dawn. The town stood united, breathless but unbroken. Cole closed the journal, feeling the weight of the night's victory settle over him. The echoes had been challenged, their hold weakened. But the journey was far from over. The roots of Black Hollow ran deep, and new shadows would always rise. Yet, with each story told, each bond strengthened, the town grew stronger, ready to face whatever the future held. The first light of dawn stretched slowly across Black Hollow, casting pale gold over rooftops and tree limbs alike. The town was quiet, too quiet, as if holding its breath in the fragile peace that followed the rite of unbinding. Cole felt it too, a delicate stillness tinged with the weight of stories yet untold, secrets still buried beneath layers of time and silence. He walked the familiar path toward the ancient oak, journal heavy in his hand, its pages now brimming with the memories and voices of the townspeople. Yet, the deeper truths, the roots beneath the roots, called to him, whispering of shadows still unseen. Ilara awaited him by the tree, her eyes reflecting a mixture of hope and weariness. The rite helped, she said softly, but it did not answer everything. The shadows were fragments, not the whole. There are truths buried deeper, secrets that could change everything. Cole nodded, feeling the gravity of her words. Where do we find them? Ilara reached into her satchel and pulled out a faded letter, brittle at the edges but carefully preserved. This was hidden in the town's oldest archives, written by Miriam Hawthorne herself. It speaks of a hidden chamber beneath the town, older than the chapel, older than the wellspring. A place where the true source of the echoes lies. Together, they pored over the letter's cryptic clues, tracing the faint outlines of forgotten tunnels and concealed doors buried beneath the cobblestone streets. That evening, armed with lanterns and determination, Cole and Ilara descended into the town's hidden depths, a labyrinth of passages worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, their walls thick with moss and secrets. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of earth and history. As they ventured deeper, faint carvings began to appear on the walls, symbols of protection and warning, intertwined with names and dates spanning generations. Cole's fingers brushed against one such carving, feeling the pulse of the past beneath the stone. Suddenly, a narrow door creaked open ahead, revealing a chamber bathed in a ghostly blue light. Inside, the chamber's walls were lined with ancient texts and artifacts, remnants of a forgotten era. In the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested an ornate box, its surface etched with the same symbols Cole had seen in the chapel and the cavern. Elara stepped forward, voice reverent. "This is the heart of Black Hollow, a repository of the town's memories, both light and dark." Cole reached out, lifting the box carefully. As he opened it, a rush of images and emotions flooded his mind, visions of the town's founding, moments of joy and sorrow, betrayal and redemption. Amid the flood of memories, one vision stood apart, a figure cloaked in shadow, standing alone beneath the ancient oak, whispering a name lost to time. The name echoed in Cole's mind, Alaric. He looked to Elara, who shook her head slowly. Alaric was the town's first keeper, before Miriam. His story was erased, hidden by fear and pain. But his choices shaped the echoes, and the shadows that followed. The weight of this revelation settled heavy. Cole realized that the story of Black Hollow was more complex than he had imagined, a tale of sacrifice, betrayal, and the struggle to protect a fragile balance. He understood now that to heal the town, he would need to uncover Alaric's story, to confront the echoes he left behind. As they left the chamber, the first light of dawn filtered through the tunnels, casting long shadows that seemed to reach out and beckon. Cole felt the echoes stir within him, a reminder that the past was never truly silent, and that the future of Black Hollow depended on the stories yet to be told. Back above ground, the town stirred to life beneath a sky bright with promise. But Cole knew that beneath its peaceful surface, the roots of Black Hollow ran deep, and that some truths, once buried, could never truly be forgotten. The discovery of Alaric's name echoed in Cole's mind like a distant thunderclap, reverberating through every corner of his thoughts. The first keeper, a man whose story had been deliberately erased, hidden beneath layers of fear and shame. The weight of that truth settled heavily on Cole's shoulders as he walked the misted streets of Black Hollow. The town had healed much, but beneath the surface lay wounds still fresh, secrets still sharp. That evening, Cole found himself standing beneath the ancient oak once again, its silhouette stark against a sky smeared with the dying light of sunset. Elara joined him, her gaze steady but troubled. "We need to learn more about Alaric," Cole said. "If his story shaped the echoes, then understanding him might be the key to true healing." Elara nodded, producing a small bundle of worn papers tied with a faded ribbon. These were found tucked inside Miriam's journal, hidden from plain sight. They are Alaric's letters, fragments of his thoughts, fears, and regrets. They pored over the letters by candlelight, each word revealing a man burdened by responsibility and haunted by choices that tore at his soul. Alaric wrote of a growing darkness in the town's early days, a creeping fear that threatened to unravel the fragile peace. One letter spoke of a secret ritual, meant to bind the town's fate to the forest spirit, a pact forged in hope but marred by betrayal. Alaric's final words were a plea for forgiveness and understanding, a confession of a choice that had cast a shadow over generations. Determined to uncover more, Cole and Elara visited the town's oldest residents, those who still remembered the whispered legends of the first keeper. Martha, a frail woman with eyes like faded glass, recalled stories passed down from her grandmother. Alaric was a protector, she said softly. But the town feared what he did. They turned away from him, and in their fear, they forgot the true cost of their safety. Her voice trembled as she spoke of a night when Alaric vanished, leaving behind only questions and a legacy of silence. As Cole pieced together the fragments, he felt the weight of history pressing closer. The echoes were more than memories, they were the remnants of choices made in fear and desperation. To heal Black Hollow, he realized, he would need to confront not just the echoes, but the man behind them. That night, under a sky heavy with stars, Cole returned to the ancient oak alone. He opened the journal and began to speak aloud, reading Alaric's letters into the night air. The wind stirred, and the shadows shifted. From the darkness emerged a figure, faint and shimmering, yet unmistakably real. Alaric. The first keeper's eyes held sorrow and hope. "You seek the truth," he said, voice echoing like a distant song. "But beware, the past is not easily forgiven." Cole nodded, his voice steady. "We need to understand. To heal." Alaric's form flickered as he began to tell his story, the burden he bore, the choices that fractured the town's spirit, and the price of the pact he made. The tale unfolded like a tapestry woven from light and shadow. Alaric spoke of love lost, of trust broken, and of a darkness he sought to contain but ultimately unleashed. He confessed to sealing away part of himself, an act that created the echoes, the shadows that haunted Black Hollow to this day. Cole listened, feeling the echoes pulse around them, alive with the weight of Alaric's confession. When the story ended, Alaric's form began to fade. "Carry my story," he whispered. "Let it be a light for the future." And then he was gone, leaving Cole alone beneath the ancient oak, the night thick with silence and promise. As dawn broke, Cole knew the path ahead was clearer but no less challenging. To heal Black Hollow, the town must embrace all its stories, the light and the dark, the past and the future. Only then could the echoes finally rest. The dawn spilled slowly over Black Hollow, painting the town in soft hues of amber and rose. The mist that had clung to the streets for weeks was finally lifting, revealing the familiar shapes of homes, trees, and the ancient oak that stood like a silent sentinel in the town square. But the light of morning brought no sense of relief to Cole's heart. The weight of Alaric's story, the burden of the past, settled heavily on his shoulders. The echoes had grown louder, their whispers weaving through his thoughts, stirring something deep within the town, and within himself. Cole sat by the window of his small home, journal open on his lap, fingers tracing the faded ink of Alaric's letters. The words spoke of sacrifice, love, regret, and the unimaginable choices that had shaped the destiny of Black Hollow. Alaric's tale was a tapestry of hope and darkness intertwined, a reminder that the line between protector and prisoner could be perilously thin. The silence of the morning was shattered by a sudden knock at the door. Elara stepped inside, her expression grim but resolute. "We don't have much time," she said quietly. "The echoes are stirring again. Something ancient is waking beneath the town." Cole rose, heart pounding. "What do you mean?" Elara's eyes darkened. "The pact Alaric made, it held back a force older than the town itself. But it's weakening. If we don't act, the echoes won't just haunt Black Hollow, they'll consume it." They gathered the journal, the letters, and a collection of old relics from the town's archives, symbols of protection, ancient charms, and stones carved with runes of power. Together, they prepared to face whatever darkness was rising. As twilight fell, the town seemed to hold its breath. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a chill that seeped into bone and spirit. Cole and Elara led a procession of townsfolk to the ancient oak, the place where so many pivotal moments had unfolded. Lanterns flickered in the gathering dusk, casting long shadows that danced and twisted in the fading light. The crowd formed a circle around the oak, voices rising in prayer and song, an invocation to the land, the spirits, and the ancestors. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet. From the earth rose a figure cloaked in darkness and light, an embodiment of the pact itself, neither wholly good nor evil. It was the guardian of the hollow, an ancient being bound to the fate of the town. Its voice was a low rumble that resonated through the air. "You who seek to restore balance must prove your heart is true. The echoes will test you, your fears, your regrets, your courage." The guardian's eyes glowed as the ritual began. Shadows stretched from the crowd, weaving a tapestry of memories and emotions that enveloped each person. Cole felt his past unravel before him, the mistakes, the losses, the moments of doubt. But amid the shadows, a light shone, stories of love, forgiveness, and hope shared by the town. Each voice became a thread, weaving strength into the fragile fabric of Black Hollow's soul. The trial was long and arduous. Cole faced visions of despair and triumph, of a town torn between darkness and light. He saw Alaric's final sacrifice, the breaking of the pact, and the birth of the echoes. With Alara by his side, he stood firm, drawing strength from the stories of the people around him, their resilience, their unity. As dawn broke over Black Hollow once more, the Guardian bowed its head and dissolved into a cascade of light that washed over the town. The echoes softened, their whispers turning from haunting to healing. The ancient oak seemed to glow with renewed life, its roots reaching deep into the earth, anchoring the town's spirit. Cole felt a peace settle within him, a promise that the echoes would no longer bind Black Hollow in fear, but sing as a song of hope and remembrance. The journey was far from over. Shadows would always linger, and stories would continue to unfold. But now, Black Hollow was ready to face the future with open hearts and the strength of its past. Cole closed the journal, feeling the warmth of dawn on his face. The echoes of Black Hollow were awakening, not as ghosts of the past, but as the living heartbeat of a town reborn. The sun had just risen over Black Hollow, casting warm golden rays through the towering pines that surrounded the town. But beneath the peaceful morning, Cole felt a tremor of unease. The ritual had brought a momentary calm, but the forest held its own secrets, whispers deeper and darker than any that had surfaced before. Alara met Cole near the edge of the woods, her eyes scanning the tree line with sharp intent. "There's something stirring," she said, her voice low and tense. "Not in the town itself, but out here, in the pines. The echoes may have quieted, but the forest remembers." Cole nodded, gripping his journal tighter. The ancient pact bound not just the town, but the land, the trees, the earth, and the very air they breathed. They ventured into the forest, the tall pines standing like silent sentinels casting long shadows across the mossy ground. The air was cool and thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. A dense fog curled between the trunks, muffling sound and distorting shapes. As they walked, distant whispers echoed through the trees, soft, indistinct, like voices caught on the wind. Cole strained to listen, the hairs on his arms rising as a shiver ran down his spine. "This way," Alara whispered, leading him toward a hidden path marked by ancient stones covered in moss and lichen. The path wound deeper into the forest, descending into a natural hollow surrounded by gnarled roots and twisted branches. At its center lay a still pond, its surface smooth like glass, reflecting the gray sky above. Alara knelt beside the water, tracing the edges with her fingers. "This pond is called the Mirror of Souls," she explained. "It's said to show not what is, but what lingers, the memories, regrets, and truths the forest holds." Cole peered into the dark water, his reflection shimmering and shifting. Slowly, images began to form, faces of those long gone, moments frozen in time, fragments of stories and emotions. Suddenly, the water rippled violently. The whispers grew louder, coalescing into words. "Remember. Remember." Cole felt a surge of energy as the pond's surface broke, and a figure rose, a woman cloaked in white, her eyes deep pools of sorrow and longing. She spoke softly, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. "I am Leora, guardian of the forest's memory. The echoes have been silenced, but the roots of pain remain. To heal the hollow, you must face what lies buried here." Leora led Cole and Alara through the forest's hidden places, forgotten graves marked only by stones worn smooth by time, ancient trees carved with symbols of protection and warning, and ruins swallowed by vines. Each place whispered a story of loss, betrayal, and love. Cole felt the forest's sorrow seep into his bones, a reminder that healing was a journey, not a destination. That night, beneath the vast canopy of stars, Cole sat by a campfire with Alara and Leora. They spoke of the past, of choices made and consequences faced. Leora shared the story of a great betrayal, a keeper who had turned from the pack, seeking power for himself and fracturing the bond between town and forest. That betrayal birthed the echoes, she said. But it also planted the seed for redemption. Cole listened, understanding now that the shadows were not enemies, but echoes of choices, reminders that every action carried weight. The forest was alive with memory, and its whispers guided the living toward healing. As dawn approached, Cole felt a quiet resolve settle within him. The journey ahead was long, but with every story told, every shadow faced, Black Hollow moved closer to peace. The echoes were not just voices of the past, they were the heartbeat of the town's soul. The forest around Black Hollow seemed to breathe with a life of its own. Each step Cole took along the winding, root-choked paths carried a weight far greater than mere distance. The whispers of the woods, subtle and ever-present, wrapped themselves around his thoughts, stirring memories both distant and immediate. The veil between past and present, the seen and unseen, thinned here, delicate and almost tangible. Elara walked beside him, her lantern casting flickering shadows on the trees, while Leora moved silently ahead, a ghostly figure almost indistinguishable from the mist that clung to the forest floor. Their journey this night was not just through trees and dirt but through layers of time itself, peeling back the skin of Black Hollow's long-hidden truths. They arrived at a clearing that had never appeared on any map, marked only by a circle of stones half buried in moss. The air here was colder, the silence thicker, as though the very atmosphere held its breath in anticipation. "This is the threshold," Leora said softly, her voice barely more than a whisper carried by the wind. "It is where the veil between our world and the echoes is thinnest. Where the past can reach through to touch the present." Cole stepped forward, lantern held high, feeling the hairs on his arms rise. The stones pulsed faintly, glowing with an ancient energy that seemed to resonate with the very core of the forest. Suddenly, the mist thickened, swirling into shapes that flickered and shimmered. Faces emerged, faint, wavering, and full of expression. They were the echoes, the memories trapped between worlds, children laughing, lovers parting, cries of grief and defiance. Each image was a story, a moment forever caught in the endless twilight of the veil. Cole felt a sharp ache deep inside, a reminder that these echoes were not merely phantoms but the living fragments of Black Hollow's soul. "Why are they here?" he asked. "Why do they linger?" Elara replied, "Because their stories are unfinished. Because the town's wounds run deeper than we can see. We must listen. We must help them find peace." As they stood in the clearing, a chilling wind swept through the trees, carrying a voice both beautiful and terrified. "You seek to bind what cannot be bound," it whispered. "To silence what must be heard." From the swirling mist, a figure stepped forward, tall and regal, yet terrifying in its intensity. Its eyes glowed like embers, its form shifting like smoke and flame. "I am the Warden of the Veil," it said, voice reverberating through the clearing. "I guard the balance between worlds. Your ritual has shaken that balance, and now the veil weakens." Cole swallowed his fear, stepping forward with steady breath. "We do not seek to harm," he said firmly. "Only to heal the wounds of Black Hollow. To bring peace to the echoes and to the living." The warden's gaze bore into him, heavy with millennia of knowledge and sorrow. "Peace comes at a price," it said. "Are you willing to pay it?" Before Cole could answer, the ground beneath them trembled, and the veil flickered like a dying flame. The echoes around them grew louder, more desperate, a cacophony of pain and hope intertwined. In that moment, Cole understood. The balance of Black Hollow was fragile, a delicate dance between light and shadow, past and present. To protect the town's future, they would need more than rituals and stories. They would need courage, to face the deepest fears, to embrace the darkest truths. Elara reached out, grasping Cole's hand firmly. "We face this together," she said. "The veil may thin, but we will not break." The warden nodded slowly, the embers in its eyes flickering like a dying fire. "Then the trial begins." The mist swallowed them whole, transporting them into the realm beyond the veil, a place where time folded and memories lived as tangible things. The air shimmered with ethereal light, and the ground beneath their feet was soft and shifting. They found themselves surrounded by echoes, moments frozen in time, both beautiful and haunting. Cole saw a child's laughter, a mother's tears, a betrayal whispered under a blood-red moon. Each echo was a thread, weaving together the story of Black Hollow's heart, a story of love, loss, and resilience. For what felt like days, Cole and Elara wandered the realm of echoes, confronting visions that challenged their resolve. They faced fears and doubts, relived moments of heartbreak, and found strength in shared stories of hope. With each step, the veil mended, the echoes finding rest, their voices joining in a harmony that lifted the weight of sorrow from the town. When they finally returned to the forest clearing, the mist had lifted, revealing a sky awash with dawn's first light. The stones glowed faintly, a promise that the veil would hold, for now. Cole looked to Elara, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. "We carry their stories," he said. "Their voices are the threads that bind us." Elara smiled, the dawn's light catching in her eyes. "And with each story told, Black Hollow grows stronger." As the town slowly awoke beneath the rising sun, Cole felt the echoes settle into a new rhythm, a heartbeat steady and true, echoing the strength of a community bound by memory, courage, and hope. The dawn stretched over Black Hollow like a slow breath, warm and golden, yet beneath the calm surface, the town's heart pulsed with a restless energy. Since their journey beyond the veil, Cole felt the echoes in a new way, not as distant whispers but as vibrant threads woven into the fabric of the town's very being. The past was no longer a shadow to fear but a current to navigate, flowing through every street and every soul. But with this newfound connection came a question that weighed heavily on Cole's mind: how did the echoes shape the present, and what future awaited a town so deeply tied to its memories? That morning, Cole and Elara gathered beneath the ancient oak once again, joined by townsfolk eager to understand and to heal. The oak's gnarled branches reached toward the sky like open arms, its roots deep in the earth, a symbol of strength and resilience. Cole held the journal open, its pages heavy with stories and truths, and began to speak. His voice carried over the gathering, steady and clear. "The echoes are not just memories, they are the heartbeat of Black Hollow. Each story we share, each truth we face, we become part of that pulse. Together, we shape the future by honoring the past." Martha, the elder who had once whispered of Alaric's legacy, stepped forward, her eyes bright with tears. "For years, we feared the echoes, thought they were curses or ghosts. But they are our history, our souls intertwined. If we deny them, we deny ourselves." The crowd murmured in agreement, faces lighting with understanding. Inspired by this unity, Cole proposed something bold: a festival of echoes, a gathering where the town would share its stories openly, songs, poems, memories, and even the darkest secrets, all woven into a tapestry of healing and hope. The idea was met with excitement and hesitation, for some feared that bringing the shadows into the light might awaken old fears. But the desire for connection and peace was stronger. In the days that followed, the town transformed. Streets were decorated with lanterns and ribbons, the air filled with the scent of burning sage and fresh pine. The ancient oak became the heart of the celebration, a gathering place for voices old and new. Cole and Elara worked tirelessly, organizing events and encouraging everyone to participate, reminding them that each story told was a step toward healing. The night of the festival arrived, and Black Hollow pulsed with life. Families gathered around fires, sharing tales of ancestors and moments of courage. Children listened wide-eyed as elders recounted legends of the keepers and the pact with the forest spirit. Musicians played haunting melodies that seemed to echo from the trees themselves. Cole stood beneath the oak, watching as the town embraced its echoes, feeling the rhythm of their collective heartbeat grow stronger with each passing moment. As the festival reached its peak, a sudden hush fell over the crowd. From the shadows emerged the Echo Man, the figure Cole had seen once before, cloaked in darkness with eyes glowing embers. But this time, his presence was different, less threatening, more solemn. He stepped forward, voice low but clear. "I have watched your journey, the courage you've shown. The echoes are not just shadows, they are guardians of memory, of truth. Tonight, they welcome you as one." With that, the Echo Man raised his hands, and a soft glow spread from him, touching each person present. The air shimmered with a warmth that banished fear, replacing it with understanding. Cole felt a profound connection, to the town, to its history, to the echoes themselves. The festival continued long into the night, a celebration of light and shadow intertwined. Black Hollow's heartbeat had changed. It was no longer a pulse of fear but a steady, vibrant rhythm that promised resilience and hope. As dawn approached, Cole found a quiet moment beneath the ancient oak, the journal resting on his knees. He traced the worn pages, feeling the strength of every story recorded, every voice honored. The echoes would always be part of Black Hollow, but now they sang a song of unity, a melody that would carry the town forward, through darkness and light alike. Days passed since the Festival of Echoes, and Black Hollow basked in the fragile glow of newfound unity. Lanterns still hung from the ancient oak, their soft light mingling with the sun's gentle rays, while the town's pulse seemed steadier, stronger. Yet beneath the surface, a different current stirred, a tension, a restlessness that no celebration could fully quell. Cole sensed it during his morning walks, the air thickening before a storm, a whisper of danger tangled among the echo's fading murmurs. One morning, as he walked the edge of the forest, Elara caught up to him, her expression grave. "The balance is shifting again," she said, eyes scanning the dark line of trees. "The pact with the forest is delicate. We cannot forget that." Cole nodded, feeling the familiar weight settle deep in his chest. "The echoes have given us strength, but what if the shadows still linger in places we haven't seen?" Elara's gaze hardened. "Then we must face them." That night, the wind howled through the town, rattling windows and bending trees. The mist returned, thicker than ever, swallowing the streets and muffling all sound. From the depths of the forest came a low growl, a warning carried on the chill breeze. Cole and Elara gathered a group of townsfolk, those who had faced the echoes before, those willing to stand against whatever was coming. Lanterns in hand, they moved toward the ancient oak, where the shadows felt strongest. As they reached the clearing, the ground trembled beneath their feet. The mist swirled violently, forming shapes that twisted and writhed, a storm of shadows born from fear and forgotten pain. The Echo Man appeared once more, his eyes glowing bright with urgency. "This is the gathering storm," he warned. "A convergence of old fears, ready to break free. You must stand firm." The group formed a circle around the oak, voices rising in chants learned from the keeper's ancient texts. Flames from their lanterns flared, weaving a barrier of light against the encroaching darkness. Cole felt the echoes surge through him, fragments of courage and sorrow, love and loss, all binding together like threads in a tapestry. The storm of shadows lashed out, but the circle held firm, light pushing back the darkness inch by inch. Hours passed in a tense battle between light and shadow. Exhaustion gnawed at their spirits, but surrender was not an option. In a moment of clarity, Cole realized the storm was not just an attack, it was a test, a final reckoning of the town's resolve to face its past and protect its future. With renewed determination, Cole spoke aloud the stories he had recorded, the sacrifices, the moments of forgiveness, the strength found in unity. Each word was a beacon, a call to the echoes and the living alike. The storm faltered, then began to recede, shadows dissolving into mist carried away by the rising wind. The town was battered but unbroken. As dawn broke over Black Hollow, the sky painted with streaks of fire and gold, Cole felt a deep sense of hope. The gathering storm had tested them, but it had also forged something stronger, a bond between past and present, light and shadow, the echoes and those who listened. The ancient oak stood tall, its branches reaching skyward as if embracing the new day. Cole closed his journal, knowing the journey was far from over, but the heartbeat of Black Hollow beat steady and true. The morning after the gathering storm dawned with a haunting calm. The air was crisp and clear, the heavy mist finally lifting, but the town of Black Hollow felt different, changed. The battle against the shadows had left invisible marks upon the soil and the hearts of its people. A collective weariness hung in the air, mingled with an unspoken understanding that the past was far from fully conquered. Cole woke early, restless. His dreams had been filled with images of Alaric, the first keeper, standing beneath the ancient oak, his face heavy with sorrow and determination. The visions had become more frequent, more vivid, as if the past was reaching through time to urge him onward. He met Alara in the town square, the morning light illuminating her serious expression. "We need to delve deeper," she said, voice steady. "The echoes aren't just memories, they're warnings. Alaric's legacy is not finished." Together, they visited the town's archives, dusty shelves heavy with records and relics. Among the faded manuscripts and brittle letters, they uncovered a long-lost diary, Alaric's personal journal, filled with raw, unfiltered thoughts and confessions. As Cole turned the pages, he felt himself drawn into Alaric's world, a time of hope and desperation, when the foundations of Black Hollow were being laid amid fear and sacrifice. The journal spoke of the pact with the forest spirit, a binding meant to protect the town but at great cost. Alaric's words revealed his internal struggle, his desire to shield his people, even as the darkness grew within him. One entry stood out, its ink smudged but its message clear. To carry the burden of a keeper is to walk between worlds, to face the shadows within and without. The echoes are not enemies but mirrors, reflecting what we refuse to see. Cole realized that to truly heal Black Hollow, he and the town must embrace this legacy, accepting that the shadows and the light were inseparable parts of their story. Alara suggested they hold a ceremony to honor the keepers, past and present, and to renew the pact with the forest, not as a bond of fear, but of trust and respect. The night of the ceremony, the town gathered beneath the ancient oak, transformed by lanterns and woven garlands. The air was thick with anticipation and reverence. Cole and Alara led the gathering, reading passages from Alaric's journal, sharing the stories of sacrifice and courage that had shaped Black Hollow. One by one, the townsfolk stepped forward to share their own stories, moments of loss, forgiveness, and hope, each voice weaving into the collective heartbeat. As the ceremony reached its climax, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves of the ancient oak, carrying with it a soft glow. From the shadows emerged the Echo Man, no longer a figure of fear but a guardian of memory and light. He spoke, voice calm and clear. "The Keeper's legacy is a living one, carried by those who remember and those who dare to face their truths. The echoes are not chains but wings, lifting Black Hollow into a future born of understanding." The glow from the oak spread through the town, touching every heart and soul. Cole felt the echoes within him settle, transforming from restless whispers into a steady song. The pact was renewed, not as a burden, but as a promise. As dawn broke over Black Hollow, the town breathed with new life. The echoes sang not of fear but of unity, resilience, and hope. Cole closed Alaric's journal, feeling the weight of the past lifted, replaced by a light that would guide Black Hollow through the shadows and beyond. The journey had been long, the path difficult. But the heartbeat of Black Hollow was steady now, stronger, clearer, and alive. And with that heartbeat, the town's story would continue, written by those who listened and dared to remember. The dawn after the keeper's ceremony painted Black Hollow in hues of soft gold and pale pink. The town, still stirred by the events of the night before, seemed to breathe with a newfound rhythm, calmer, yet alive with the quiet power of stories embraced rather than hidden away. But the forest held its secrets close, and Cole knew that the road to true peace was a winding one, shadowed by unknown dangers and whispered warnings. He left his home early, journal tucked under his arm, and wandered toward the edge of the town where the trees grew tall and thick. The forest's breath was cool and faintly scented with pine and earth, carrying with it an ancient voice, soft as a sigh, urgent as a heartbeat. Elara met him there, her eyes bright with purpose. "The forest has begun to speak again," she said. "Whispers in the wind, stories carried on the breeze. They're fragments, warnings, perhaps, or messages we've yet to understand." Cole nodded, feeling the weight of her words settle within him. "We can't ignore them. The echoes may be fading, but the forest remembers everything." Together, they stepped beneath the canopy, the sunlight filtering through leaves like scattered diamonds. The forest was alive with subtle sounds, rustling leaves, distant bird calls, and something else, a murmur woven into the wind. As they walked deeper, the whispers grew clearer, shaping into words that seemed to slip through the cracks of the mind like smoke. "Remember. Watch. Beware." The air shimmered with a strange energy, and Cole's skin prickled. The veil between worlds, once thick and impenetrable, felt thin here, like a fragile membrane ready to tear. Elara paused by an ancient tree, its bark scarred with deep grooves and strange symbols. She traced them with reverence. "These markings are old, older than the pact. They speak of a shadow deeper than the echoes, a darkness waiting beneath the roots." Cole felt a chill creep up his spine. The echoes they had faced, the storms weathered, they were but surface ripples of something vast and unseen. From the shadows ahead, a figure emerged, cloaked and silent, its presence both familiar and unsettling. "You walk the path of remembrance," the figure said, voice like the rustling leaves. "But some stories are not meant to be unearthed." Cole stepped forward, heart steady. "We must face the truth, no matter how dark." The figure nodded slowly. "Then follow me." Led by the mysterious guide, they came upon a hidden glade where the earth was disturbed, as if something ancient and restless stirred beneath. Here, the air was thick with memory, a dense fog of pain, betrayal, and forgotten promises. The guide spoke of an ancient force, a shadow born from the forest's sorrow and rage, imprisoned long ago but now awakening. Cole and Elara listened, understanding that the true heart of Black Hollow's darkness was yet to be faced, not just echoes of the past, but a living force seeking release. The guide warned that only by embracing both shadow and light, by honoring every story, no matter how painful, could the town hope to survive what was coming. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Cole felt the weight of the journey ahead. The forest's whispers were a call to courage, to unity, and to a reckoning that would test the very soul of Black Hollow. He turned to Elara, determination burning in his eyes. "We've come this far. We won't turn back now." The wind rose, carrying the echoes of 1,000 stories, voices joined in a haunting chorus that promised both danger and hope. And in that chorus, Cole heard the heartbeat of Black Hollow, steady and unyielding. The chill of night settled deep into Black Hollow as Cole and Elara pressed forward, guided by the enigmatic figure whose presence seemed to merge with the shadows themselves. The forest around them thickened, ancient trees towering overhead like silent watchers, their twisted roots snaking beneath the leaf-strewn ground. The path was no longer marked by lanterns or familiar landmarks. Instead, it was a winding trail woven from whispered warnings and fragmented memories, each step drawing them closer to a secret buried long before the town's founding. As they walked, the air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The forest seemed alive in a way that was both beautiful and terrifying. Every rustle, every sigh, felt like the breath of something vast and unseen. Ilara's voice was low, steady. The roots of the forest don't just hold the trees. They hold the memories, the pain, the anger, the hope. Everything the land has ever witnessed. Cole nodded, feeling the weight of those words as he gazed at the gnarled roots twisting across the forest floor, some buried deep, others coiling above ground like serpents waiting to strike. Their guide stopped before an ancient tree, its trunk wide and scarred, marked with carvings faded by time. At its base, a hollow gaped like a dark mouth, the entrance to a chamber unseen for centuries. "This is the heart," the guide whispered. "The source of the shadow stirring beneath Black Hollow." Cole swallowed hard, lantern held high as he peered into the blackness. The air that rose from the hollow was thick and cold, carrying with it a whisper of voices, pleas, warnings, regrets, that made the hairs on his arms stand on end. Without hesitation, Ilara stepped forward, her hand brushing the rough bark before she slipped into the darkness. Cole followed, heart pounding in the heavy silence. Inside, the chamber was vast, larger than they had expected, carved from stone and earth, walls lined with ancient symbols glowing faintly with ethereal light. At the center lay a pool of black water, still and deep, reflecting the faint glow above. The guide spoke, voice echoing softly in the chamber. "This pool holds the forest's sorrow, its rage and grief, trapped and waiting. The shadow that seeks release is born from the pain here." Cole approached, peering into the water. Images flickered on its surface, scenes of betrayal, loss, and broken promises. Faces appeared and faded, stories of those who had suffered beneath the weight of fear and silence. He realized that the shadows haunting Black Hollow were not monsters but manifestations of the town's own history, wounds left unhealed, memories left unspoken. Suddenly, the water rippled violently, and a dark figure rose, an embodiment of the shadow itself, shifting and swirling like smoke and shadow, its eyes glowing with ancient pain. It spoke, voice like the grinding of stone. "You seek to bind me once more. To bury what must be faced." Cole stepped forward, his voice firm despite the fear gnawing at him. "We don't seek to bury. We seek to understand, to heal." The shadow laughed, a sound both beautiful and terrible. "Then you must carry the burden, the truth, and the sacrifice." A struggle began, not just of light and shadow, but of truth and denial. The chamber filled with visions, memories both dark and bright, swirling around them in a tempest of emotion. Cole and Ilara faced their deepest fears, loss, guilt, loneliness, drawn from the well of the shadow's sorrow. Yet, amid the storm, they found strength in their shared resolve, in the stories of those who had come before, and those who still hoped for peace. With a final surge of will, Cole spoke words born of truth and courage, weaving the stories together like a healing tapestry. The shadow faltered, its form dissolving into mist that rose and merged with the faint glow of the chamber. The pool stilled, the heavy sorrow lifting like a shroud. Emerging from the hollow, Cole and Ilara found a forest transformed, the air lighter, the trees seeming to breathe a sigh of relief. The echoes were quiet now, not silent, but gentle, a lullaby of healing sung by the land itself. As dawn broke, the town of Black Hollow stirred beneath a sky painted with soft pastels. Cole felt the pulse of the town's heartbeat steady and strong, a rhythm born of courage, remembrance, and a willingness to face even the deepest shadows. The journey was far from over, but with every step beneath the roots, Black Hollow moved closer to the peace it had long sought. And Cole knew that the echoes, the shadows, and the light were all part of a story still unfolding, a story that he was now a keeper of. The morning sun filtered through the dense canopy of Black Hollow's ancient forest, casting mottled light onto the leaf-strewn path where Cole and Ilara now walked. The air, fresh with the scent of pine and damp earth, carried a calmness that was both reassuring and deceptive. The battle beneath the roots had left the land lighter, yet a subtle unease lingered, a feeling that the forest was watching, waiting, and perhaps, judging. Cole's journal was heavy in his satchel, filled with new pages of revelations and reflections. Each entry was a thread in the ever-growing tapestry of Black Hollow's history, woven with tales of hope, sacrifice, and shadows faced. But with every answer came new questions, whispering of secrets yet uncovered. Elara paused beside a twisted cedar, tracing its rough bark with thoughtful fingers. "The forest isn't just alive in the obvious ways," she murmured. "There are watchers, silent sentinels that have guarded Black Hollow since long before the keepers. They've seen everything." Cole's curiosity sparked. "Silent watchers?" She nodded, eyes scanning the shadows between the trees. "Old spirits, guardians of the balance. They don't speak often, but their presence is felt, in the sway of branches, the rustle of leaves, the silence between bird calls. Their guide from the hollow, the enigmatic figure of shadow and light, had vanished after the last trial. Now, Cole and Elara were left to navigate the forest's deeper mysteries alone, relying on the whispers in the wind and the instincts honed through hardship. They ventured farther than before, stepping into parts of the woods untouched by light or time. The trees grew thicker, their trunks gnarled and knotted as if twisted by centuries of secrets. Here, the air was heavy with the weight of untold stories, the silence punctuated only by distant creaks and the soft crunch of fallen needles beneath their boots. As twilight approached, the forest shifted. Shadows lengthened and deepened, shapes coalescing in the dimming light. Cole's skin prickled with awareness, the watchers were near. Suddenly, from the gloom, figures emerged, tall and slender, cloaked in bark and moss, faces carved from wood and stone, eyes glowing faintly like embers in the dark. They moved with slow grace, blending seamlessly with the forest around them. Cole swallowed hard but stood firm, recognizing them not as threats but as guardians, silent watchers whose gaze held the wisdom of centuries. One stepped forward, voice like the rustling of dry leaves. "We have watched the echoes rise and fall. We have seen the town's pain and its hope. The balance teeters still." Elara stepped beside Cole, her voice steady. "We seek to protect that balance, to heal the wounds left by fear and silence." The watcher's gaze softened. "Then you must understand the cost. Guardianship is sacrifice. To keep the peace, some must watch endlessly, unseen, unheard." The watchers led them to a glade illuminated by soft moonlight filtering through the canopy. At its center stood a circle of ancient stones, worn by time but pulsing with faint energy. "This is the circle of vigil," the watcher explained. "A place where the boundary between worlds thins. Here, watchers bind themselves to the land, guarding against shadows that would unmake Black Hollow." Cole felt the weight of their duty, a burden of vigilance and sacrifice carried silently through the ages. As they rested in the glade, the forest seemed to hum with quiet power. The watchers shared stories in whispers, fragments of ancient lore, the origin of the echoes, the first pact, and the silent wars waged between light and shadow. Cole listened, feeling the pulse of the town's heartbeat extend beyond its streets, deep into the roots of the forest, where silent watchers stood guard. Night deepened, stars sparkling like scattered lanterns above. The watchers prepared to return to their vigil, their forms dissolving into the forest as seamlessly as shadows at dawn. Before departing, one turned to Cole and Elara. "Remember this, true strength lies not just in facing shadows, but in carrying the silence that follows. The watchers are always near." With that, the guardians vanished into the darkness, leaving Cole and Elara alone beneath the ancient trees, the weight of their legacy settling around them like a cloak. As they made their way back to town, the forest seemed less foreboding, its secrets no longer threats but threads in a vast, living story. Cole felt a renewed sense of purpose. Black Hollow was more than a town, it was a living memory, protected by echoes and watchers alike. The journey continued, and with every step, Cole understood that the true heartbeat of Black Hollow was a song of endurance, of silent strength, whispered stories, and the courage to face the unseen. The next morning, a thin mist clung stubbornly to the streets of Black Hollow, weaving between houses like ghostly fingers reaching for the town's secrets. Cole and Alara moved with a quiet urgency, their footsteps muffled on the damp cobblestones as they made their way toward the town's edge. Today, their journey would take them beyond the familiar paths and into a place whispered about in hushed tones, the Forgotten Hollow. Few dared to speak openly of this forsaken part of the forest, a place where the trees grew twisted and gnarled, their branches intertwining like skeletal hands reaching for the sky. It was said that those who ventured into the Forgotten Hollow seldom returned unchanged, their minds haunted by shadows that lingered long after their bodies escaped. As they approached the boundary where the trees grew thick and ominous, Alara paused. Her breath caught in the chill morning air. "This place is a wound on the land," she murmured. "A scar left by a betrayal so deep that the forest itself refuses to heal." Cole nodded, his heart tightening. The echoes they had encountered were only fragments of a darker, more primal sorrow that festered in this hollow. Whatever darkness dwelled here was ancient, older than the path, older even than the town itself. They stepped beneath the twisted canopy, the light dimming as shadows swallowed the path. The forest seemed to close in around them, the silence absolute save for the faint crunch of their boots against dry leaves and brittle twigs. With every step, Cole felt the weight of unseen eyes upon them, the subtle shift in the air as if the forest held its breath in anticipation. Deeper into the hollow, they discovered remnants of old ruins, stone foundations half buried beneath moss and ivy, the remnants of a forgotten settlement swallowed by the forest's relentless embrace. Cole's lantern cast long, flickering shadows on the crumbling walls. Etched into the stones were symbols of protection, long faded but still faintly glowing with a mysterious energy. Alara traced one with trembling fingers. These were the wards of the first keepers, placed here to hold back the darkness. Suddenly, a low rumble shook the ground beneath their feet. The earth trembled as if awakening from a deep slumber. The shadows around them thickened, swirling like smoke, coalescing into shapes of twisted figures, ghostly remnants of those who had fallen victim to the hollow's curse. The air filled with whispered lamentations, a chorus of sorrow and rage that threatened to overwhelm. Cole gripped Alara's hand tightly. "We have to face this," he said firmly. "For the town, for the echoes, for the future." Drawing on every lesson from their journey, Cole and Alara stood firm as the shadows surged forward, memories made manifest in twisted forms. They spoke aloud the stories of those lost to the hollow, their names, their hopes, their regrets, giving voice to what had been silenced for centuries. As their words filled the air, the shadows began to falter, their anguished cries softening into whispers. Light pierced the gloom, scattering the darkness like dawn chasing night. The hollow sighed, a breath of release and sorrow mingled as the forest itself seemed to exhale. The ancient wound had begun to heal, but Cole knew the scars would remain, a reminder of the price paid and the vigilance required. Emerging from the Forgotten Hollow, Cole and Alara were greeted by the first rays of morning sun, warm and golden. The town of Black Hollow lay peaceful below, its heartbeat steady, a beacon of resilience amid the encroaching shadows. Cole looked to Alara, determination burning in his eyes. "The echoes have led us here for a reason. The past is not just history, it's a call to protect what remains and to prepare for what's still to come." Alara nodded, her gaze steady. "We carry their stories. We keep the light alive." As they made their way back to town, the whispers of the forest followed, a reminder that every shadow holds a story, every silence a secret waiting to be heard. And in Black Hollow, the echoes never truly fade. The air in Black Hollow hung heavy with the scent of rain as a cold drizzle began to fall, coating the streets in a slick sheen. The once vibrant town now felt subdued, as though the sky itself mourned the unspoken truths that lay buried beneath the soil. Cole and Alara had returned from the forgotten hollow with a weight that no words could fully express, a burden born of revelations that shook the foundations of everything they thought they knew. As they gathered beneath the ancient oak once more, the townsfolk's eyes bore into them, filled with a mixture of hope and fear. The festival's light had faded, replaced by a deep shadow, the knowledge that their peace was precarious, held together by fragile threads. Cole opened his journal, its pages dense with the stories of the past weeks. He cleared his throat, voice steady but heavy. We have seen the forest's pain, the echoes of sorrow buried deep within the land. But there is more, a fracture in the pact that binds Black Hollow to the forest. Alara stepped forward, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. Long ago, the first keeper made a promise to protect both the town and the forest. But that promise was broken. Murmurs rippled through the gathering. Cole continued, the pact was forged in trust and sacrifice, but greed and fear fractured it. The forest's shadow was born from that betrayal, a darkness that has grown in the cracks left by broken vows. He felt a cold resolve settle in his chest. We cannot simply repair what was broken, we must understand why, and face the consequences. That night, a storm raged over Black Hollow, lightning illuminating the sky like jagged scars. The ancient oak groaned beneath the wind's fury, leaves torn free and sent swirling into the tempest. Cole and Alara sought shelter in the town hall, where the keeper's legacy was kept alive through records and relics. As thunder shook the walls, they pored over ancient texts, searching for clues to the original betrayal. Hours passed as they pieced together fragmented histories, stories of a keeper who sought power over the forest rather than balance, a keeper whose ambition shattered trust and unleashed a curse. The echoes they had faced were echoes of that betrayal, pain that had seeped into the land, twisting into shadows that sought release. Alara's voice broke the silence. The pact was more than words, it was a living bond. To heal it, we must make a sacrifice equal to the one broken long ago. Cole's eyes darkened with determination. Then we must prepare. The shadow will not rest until it is faced. And we must face it together. As the storm raged outside, the town held its breath, the fragile peace hanging by a thread. Cole looked out the window, rain washing the streets clean but unable to cleanse the deeper wounds. The shattered pact was a reminder that some shadows ran deeper than memory, and some battles were only just beginning. The morning after the storm, Black Hollow awoke beneath a sky still heavy with rolling clouds, the remnants of rain dripping from every branch and leaf. The earth was damp, the air thick with the scent of wet pine and moss. The town, though washed clean on the surface, felt the lingering chill of the storm deep within its bones. Cole stood at the edge of the ancient oak clearing, gazing up at its towering branches swaying in the gentle breeze. The oak's roots spread wide and deep, weaving like veins through the earth, a living testament to the town's history and the fragile bond with the forest. Alara joined him, her expression grim but resolute. The pact is broken, but it can be reforged, she said quietly. We need the town united, ready to face what's coming. Cole nodded. We must call the gathering, a coming together of all who hold the stories, the strength, and the will to protect Black Hollow. Word spread quickly through the town, carried by whispers and urgent footsteps. The gathering was to be held beneath the ancient oak, a place sacred and strong, where the echoes had been heard and honored for generations. On the night of the gathering, the townsfolk gathered with lanterns and torches, their faces illuminated by flickering light and shadow. There were farmers and blacksmiths, elders and children, all drawn by the call to stand together. Cole and Alara stood before the crowd, their voices steady as they recounted the story of the shattered pact, the betrayal that had cast a shadow over the town and the forest, and the urgent need to heal the rift before it consumed them all. We face not just the echoes of the past, but a living darkness born of broken trust, Cole said, eyes scanning the faces before him. Only together can we rebuild the bond and protect the home we love. The crowd murmured, fear and determination mingling in the cold night air. Among them, the watchers, the silent guardians of the forest, stood tall and still, their presence a reminder of the ancient forces at play. Ilara stepped forward, holding aloft a carved wooden talisman, a symbol of the keeper's legacy and the promise to honor the forest. This talisman is a beacon, she explained. It calls to the spirits of the land, the echoes of our ancestors, and the watchers who guard us. With it, we reaffirm our vow to protect and respect Black Hollow. As the lanterns were raised high, their light converged on the talisman, casting radiant patterns on the bark of the ancient oak. The air thrummed with energy, a palpable connection weaving through the crowd and into the earth beneath them. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the clearing, and the shadows seemed to deepen, swirling at the edges of the light. From the darkness emerged shapes, figures born of shadow and sorrow, their eyes glowing with cold fire. The gathering held its breath as the shadows approached, silent but heavy with menace. Cole stepped forward, voice ringing clear. We do not fear you. We acknowledge your pain, your rage. But Black Hollow stands united, and we will not let the past destroy our future. The shadows hesitated, their forms flickering like smoke caught in a gust of wind. Then, with a haunting wail that echoed through the trees, they began to dissipate, drawn back into the mists from which they came. The gathering breathed a collective sigh, relief mingling with the lingering tension. Cole looked to Ilara, a spark of hope in his eyes. This is only the beginning. The shadows test us, but they also remind us why we fight. Ilara nodded. We carry the stories and the strength of those who came before. Together, we will face whatever comes. As dawn broke, casting light over Black Hollow, the town stood stronger, a community bound by stories, courage, and the unyielding heartbeat of the forest. Days passed after the gathering, but the uneasy calm settled over Black Hollow like a thin veil. The storm had passed, but the town's wounds ran deeper than rain could wash away. Cole found himself restless, haunted by the feeling that the shadows lurking beneath the surface were far from vanquished. Ilara stood beside him one evening as they overlooked the placid surface of Moonshade Lake, its waters reflecting the fiery hues of sunset. The lake had always held a special place in the town's heart, a serene escape from the restless forest and a reminder of gentler days. But recently, whispers had begun to circulate about strange happenings beneath its glassy surface. Ilara, Cole said softly, there are stories, old stories about the lake. They say it hides something ancient and powerful. Ilara nodded, her eyes scanning the fading light. The lake is a mirror, but also a veil. Beneath its calm, secrets lie buried, secrets that may hold the key to the pack's breaking. Determined to uncover the truth, Cole and Ilara gathered a small group of trusted townsfolk, including the elder Martha and the blacksmith Jonas. Together, they prepared for a journey beneath the lake's surface, equipped with ropes, lanterns, and a determination born of desperation. As night fell, the group gathered at the lake's edge. The water was cold and dark, swallowing the fading light as they lowered themselves in, guided by ropes and flickering lanterns tethered to the shore. The lake's depths were eerie and still, the silence broken only by the muffled sounds of bubbles and distant echoes of their breathing. Cole's lantern illuminated ancient stones and twisted roots, relics of a time when the land was wild and untouched. Deeper and deeper they descended until they came upon a cavern carved beneath the lake bed, a vast hollow where water pooled in shimmering darkness. Etched into the walls were symbols matching those found in the ancient oak's chamber, glowing faintly with a ghostly light. Cole traced the carvings, feeling the hum of power beneath his fingertips. This is a sanctuary, a place of binding and protection. Suddenly, the water around them shifted. From the shadows emerged a figure, a woman draped in water and mist, her eyes deep pools of sorrow and strength. I am Leora, she whispered, voice like the ripple of waves. guardian of the lake, keeper of forgotten truths. The group listened, entranced, as Leora told the story of the original pact, a promise forged not just with the forest, but with the water and earth, a balance meant to sustain all life in Black Hollow. But betrayal fractured this balance, Leora continued. The keeper who sought power broke the vow, and the lake's guardian was bound, trapped between worlds. Until the pact is whole again, the shadow will grow. Cole felt a surge of determination. How do we restore the balance? Leora's gaze softened. You must bring together the elements, forest, water, earth, and fire, each representing a piece of the pact. Only then can the guardian be freed, and the shadows quelled. The group emerged from the lake, hearts heavy with the weight of their task but ignited with a new purpose. Back in the town square, they began to prepare, gathering offerings of earth from the forest floor, water from Moonshade Lake, fire from the ancient oak's flames, and branches from the Silent Watcher's trees. As the full moon rose, the town gathered once again beneath the ancient oak. Lanterns flickered, and a circle was formed, symbols drawn in earth, water poured gently into the soil, firelight dancing on bark, and sacred branches placed with care. Cole held the wooden talisman aloft, voice steady as he spoke the words of binding and renewal. The elements responded, the earth trembled softly, the water shimmered and sang, the fire blazed with renewed life, and the trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves whispering encouragement. A gentle glow spread through the circle, enveloping the townsfolk and the forest alike. The shadows that had long clung to Black Hollow began to retreat, drawn back into the depths from which they came. Leora's voice echoed through the clearing, a song of hope and healing. As dawn broke, the lake's surface mirrored the clear sky, calm and pure. The pact was mended, but Cole knew the journey was far from over. Black Hollow's heartbeat was steady once more, strong, resilient, and ready to face whatever shadows might come. The mended pact seemed to bring a fragile peace to Black Hollow. For several days, the town moved under a quiet calm, the forest no longer whispering threats but gentle songs. Lanterns glowed softly, and even the oldest trees seemed to sigh with relief. The townsfolk, once burdened with fear, began to reclaim their lives with tentative smiles, sharing stories by fires and walking the familiar paths beneath the towering oaks. Yet Cole could not shake a lingering unease. He wandered beneath the ancient oak each morning, feeling the echoes pulse faintly, alive, but restless. The forest's heartbeat had changed, but it had not ceased. One evening, as twilight bled into night and the first stars blinked awake, Cole was drawn to the edge of the forest. The air was cooler here, tinged with the scent of wet leaves and moss, but something else, a quiet, unsettling stillness that made his skin prickle. From the shadows, a soft murmur rose, faint but distinct. It was the voice of the echoes, but different, darker, more urgent. Elara, Cole whispered, turning to find her waiting nearby, eyes shadowed yet steady. They stir again, she said simply. The pact is mended, but the forest holds more than we've yet seen. The darkness is patient, it waits for cracks to open. Together, they followed the whispering wind deeper into the forest, past familiar trails and ancient trees now bathed in silver moonlight. The echoes grew louder, weaving stories of warning and sorrow that fluttered like moths around their minds. They came to a clearing, where the ground was disturbed, and a new shadow lurked, subtle but unmistakable. It pulsed with a slow, rhythmic beat, like a wound reopening. Elara knelt, her fingers tracing the earth's surface. This is a breach, a place where the pact's light has weakened. The shadow seeps in here, feeding on fear and forgotten pain. Cole's heart clenched. We thought we were healing, but the darkness hasn't disappeared. It's gathering strength. A cold wind stirred the leaves, carrying with it a faint but chilling laughter, hollow and distant, yet filled with promise of more to come. Determined not to let the darkness take hold, Cole and Elara returned to the town, calling the keepers and watchers to council. They pored over ancient texts, seeking wisdom and guidance to seal the breaches and strengthen the pack's light. The elders spoke of rites long forgotten, ceremonies that wove the strength of the four elements with the resilience of the human spirit. The community prepared, rekindling fires, gathering sacred herbs, and crafting talismans imbued with the power of memory and hope. On the night of the ceremony, beneath a sky heavy with stars, the entire town gathered once more beneath the ancient oak. Lanterns swayed in the cool breeze, their light casting dancing shadows that seemed to flicker with the pulse of the earth itself. Cole and Alara led the ritual, their voices steady and strong, weaving stories of sacrifice and courage into a tapestry of sound that rose to meet the whispering wind. As the ceremony reached its peak, the forest responded, branches swayed, leaves shimmered with ethereal light, and the earth beneath their feet hummed with power. The breach in the clearing sealed slowly, the shadow retreating like a tide pulling back from shore. The echoes quieted, singing now a lullaby of peace and protection. Yet, as the first light of dawn touched the treetops, Cole knew the balance was delicate. The darkness might rest, but it never truly sleeps. Black Hollow had been given a reprieve, but the echoes stirred again, a reminder that the past and present are forever entwined, and the fight for the town's soul was far from over. The days that followed the sealing of the breach were filled with a cautious optimism. The town of Black Hollow seemed to breathe easier, the oppressive weight that had clung to the air lifting slightly as if the forest itself exhaled a long-held breath. Yet beneath the calm surface, an undercurrent of tension pulsed, a subtle reminder that peace was often just the quiet before the storm. Cole and Alara found themselves drawn repeatedly to the edge of the forest, standing in the twilight shadows where the trees whispered secrets only half heard. The echoes had grown more elusive, their voices faint and tangled as though something else was stirring, a veil thinning between worlds. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, Cole noticed a flicker of movement just beyond the tree line. A figure stood at the boundary between light and shadow, barely visible yet unmistakably there. As he stepped closer, the figure vanished like mist, leaving behind a chill that sank deep into his bones. Alara joined him moments later, her expression troubled. "The veil is thinning," she said quietly. "The boundaries between our world and the realm of echoes are weakening. The forest is no longer just a place of memories, it is becoming a crossing." Their fears were soon confirmed when strange phenomena began to ripple through Black Hollow. At night, lights flickered in the woods, faint glimmers that danced just out of reach, like will-o'-the-wisps teasing travelers. Shadows twisted into unfamiliar shapes, and soft voices whispered from the darkness, speaking in tongues only half understood. Some townsfolk reported dreams where the past and present collided, vivid visions of ancient rituals, forgotten faces, and moments of terror and hope intertwined. The echoes were no longer distant memories, they were bleeding into the waking world. Determined to protect their home, Cole and Alara convened a gathering of the keepers, elders, and watchers beneath the ancient oak. The air was thick with urgency as they shared their experiences and fears. "It is as if the forest itself is a veil, and that veil is tearing," Alara explained. "If we do not act, the realms will merge, and Black Hollow will be lost between worlds." The elder Martha spoke then, her voice grave. "There is a way to strengthen the veil, an ancient rite performed at the twilight of the seasons, where light and dark meet. But it requires a sacrifice, not of blood, but of presence. Someone must remain between worlds, a guardian to hold the barrier." Cole's heart tightened. The weight of such a responsibility was immense, and the decision was not theirs alone to make. The town looked to him and Alara, their keepers, for guidance. After long deliberation, a plan formed, a ceremony at the next twilight, where the veil was thinnest, would be held. The guardian would stand watch at the edge of the forest, becoming a living bridge between the realms. The day of the ceremony dawned with a strange stillness. The town gathered, lanterns in hand, at the forest's edge. The ancient oak's branches reached skyward like supplicants, and the air hummed with anticipation. Cole stepped forward, the wooden talisman heavy in his hand. He spoke words of binding and protection, weaving the stories of Black Hollow into a protective charm. As twilight deepened, Elara stepped into the clearing, her figure glowing faintly with the light of the gathering. She offered herself as the guardian, her voice steady and resolute. "I will stand between the worlds," she declared. "To hold the veil and protect Black Hollow, no matter the cost." A hush fell over the crowd as Elara walked toward the edge of the forest. The air shimmered, and shadows danced around her like living smoke. She became the bridge, the living guardian, her presence anchoring the fragile veil. Cole watched, heart heavy but proud, as the forest seemed to breathe around her, alive and watchful. Days passed with Elara standing sentinel, the veil holding strong under her watch. The strange lights and whispers began to fade, and the forest's heartbeat returned to a steady rhythm. But the cost was clear. Elara's eyes held a distant look, her smiles fewer, her presence both part of this world and the next. Cole remained by her side, determined to protect her and the town they both loved. He understood now that the echoes of Black Hollow were not just memories, they were a living, breathing force, intertwined with the fate of everyone who called the town home. And as the veil held firm, so too did the heartbeat of Black Hollow, fragile, resilient, and eternal. The weeks following Elara's acceptance of the Guardian's role passed with a strange rhythm, days blurred into nights, and nights back into days, each marked by the soft hum of the forest's ancient heartbeat. Elara stood at the boundary where the forest met the town, her figure a shimmering sentinel, a living bridge between two worlds. Her presence held the fragile veil intact, yet with every breath, Cole could see the toll the role exacted upon her. The townsfolk respected her sacrifice, but behind their quiet gratitude was a lingering worry. Children whispered her name in fearful reverence, elders spoke of her with a mix of awe and sorrow, and Cole, burdened with both hope and dread, watched over her like a guardian himself. But peace was a fleeting thing in Black Hollow. The forest's whispers had grown urgent again, soft but persistent, like a warning echoing through the ages. Shadows lengthened, twisting unnaturally at the edges of vision, and the night air thickened with the scent of damp earth and something older, something primal. One evening, as the wind carried the first cold breath of approaching autumn, Cole felt it deep in his bones, the stirring of a storm unlike any before. Gathering the keepers and elders in the town hall, Cole spoke with the urgency of a man who carried the weight of the world. The veil is holding because of Elara's strength, but the forces beyond it grow restless. There is something coming, something that seeks to tear the veil apart and consume Black Hollow. Martha's eyes narrowed with concern. "We've faced shadows before, but this is different. The balance is shifting." Jonas, the blacksmith, clenched his fists. "Then we fight. We stand together, or we fall divided." Plans were drawn, and preparations began. The town rekindled the ancient fires, crafting talismans and weaving protective charms into clothing and homes. Hunters and watchers took to the forest paths, eyes sharp and weapons ready. Cole spent hours with Elara each night, studying the growing strain in her gaze and the faint flickers of the otherworld she now inhabited. He knew the coming battle would test them all, body, mind, and spirit. As the days shortened and the wind grew colder, the forest's unrest culminated one stormy night. Lightning cracked the sky, illuminating the twisted shapes that moved through the trees, figures born of shadow and malice, creeping closer to Black Hollow's heart. The town rallied beneath the ancient oak, flames roaring higher than ever before. The keepers led the chants, their voices a steady shield against the encroaching darkness. Elara stood at the edge, her form glowing faintly as she held the veil steady. But even her strength was tested as the shadows surged forward, twisting into monstrous shapes that clawed at the edges of the light. Cole fought alongside the Watchers, his heart pounding with fierce determination. The battle was brutal, shadows lashing, claws tearing, voices screaming from the depths of the forest. But the town held firm, united in their will to protect their home. At the peak of the storm, a great shadow broke free, a swirling mass of darkness that moved with terrifying intelligence. It sought Elara, the guardian of the veil, a final strike to shatter the boundary between worlds. Cole faced it, standing between the shadow and Elara, wielding the talisman with all the strength he could muster. With a cry that echoed through the night, the talisman blazed with light, pushing back the darkness. The forest responded, the Watchers, the trees, even the earth itself joined the fight, turning the tide. When dawn broke, the storm passed, leaving Black Hollow battered but unbroken. Elara, though drained, still held the veil, her sacrifice keeping the town safe. Cole knelt beside her, voice soft. "We've won this battle, but the war isn't over." She nodded, eyes reflecting the first light of morning. "The echoes will always be with us. But so will we, with courage, with stories, and with each other." The forest around them was quiet once more, but the heartbeat of Black Hollow thrummed stronger than ever, a reminder that even in darkness, light endures. The morning after the fierce battle was quiet but charged with a tension that neither rain nor sunlight could wash away. Black Hollow's streets were streaked with muddy footprints and shattered branches, the scars of the night's chaos still fresh on the earth and in the minds of its people. Yet, beneath the surface of this battered calm, a new unease began to stir, one far more subtle, but no less dangerous. Cole sat beneath the ancient oak with Elara, both weary but resolute. The talisman's glow had dimmed, though its warmth still radiated in their hands. The forest was silent for now, but the echoes whispered still, faint and fragmented, as if carrying a message from somewhere deep beneath the roots of the town itself. Elara's gaze drifted toward the shadows cast by the tree's massive limbs. "The battle was only a symptom," she murmured. "There's something beneath the surface, something darker and older than the shadows we fought." Cole nodded, his fingers tightening around the worn leather strap of his journal. "The forest holds many secrets, but there are some even the Watchers fear to speak of." They rose together, drawn by an unspoken urgency toward the western edge of Black Hollow, where the forest grew thickest and the land sloped down into a valley known as the Hollow's Deep. Few dared venture there, for it was a place where the trees leaned close, and the air hung heavy with whispers that sent chills through even the bravest souls. As they approached the valley, the canopy above grew dense, filtering the light until the world was dim and muted. The ground was soft and springy beneath their feet, carpeted with moss and fallen needles. The faintest glimmer of movement caught Cole's eye, a flicker of something unseen just beyond the edge of vision. "Elara," he whispered, "do you feel it? The way the echoes twist here, different. Like they're trying to tell us something." She nodded, eyes narrowing. "We must listen carefully. The answers lie beneath." The two descended into the valley, where the ancient trees stood like silent sentinels, their roots sprawling deep and tangled into the earth. At the center, a shallow pool of water shimmered with an unnatural clarity. It was still, mirror-like, but as they gazed into its depths, images flickered, fragments of long-forgotten events playing out like ghostly visions. Faces appeared, both familiar and alien, locked in moments of despair, hope, and fury. A great ritual unfolded, one of binding and betrayal, sacrifice and sorrow. Cole recognized the keeper who had shattered the pact, his eyes hollow and desperate as he made a choice that rippled through time. Suddenly, the surface of the pool rippled violently, and a voice echoed from the depths, low and ancient, like the rumbling of the earth itself. "You who seek truth, beware. The roots run deeper than you know. To heal, you must confront the darkness at the core." A cold wind swept through the valley, rustling leaves and stirring the shadows into motion. The echoes intensified, surrounding Cole and Alara with a chorus of whispered warnings and fragmented memories. Determined to face what lay beneath, they descended further into the earth, following a narrow passage hidden behind the pool. The air grew colder and heavier, thick with the scent of damp stone and forgotten history. The tunnel opened into a vast cavern, its walls adorned with ancient carvings depicting the pack's formation, and the terrible price paid to sustain it. At the center, a great stone altar bore the marks of a long-ago sacrifice, stained and cracked but still pulsing with latent power. As Cole approached, the shadows coalesced into a form, a figure draped in darkness, eyes glowing like embers in the gloom. "I am the Echo Keeper," it intoned, voice both warning and welcome. "The guardian of memories lost and pain unspoken. To mend what is broken, you must journey into the heart of the forest's shadow, and face what you fear most." Cole felt a cold resolve settle within him. "We will face it. For Black Hollow, and for all who call it home." The Echo Keeper stepped aside, revealing a passage deeper into the cavern, winding into the forest's darkest roots. Cole and Alara exchanged a determined glance, knowing the path ahead would test every ounce of their courage and strength. As they moved forward, the echoes followed, whispers growing louder, stories weaving into a tapestry of fear, hope, and unyielding resilience. Outside, Black Hollow stood on the edge of dawn, its heartbeat steady but its future uncertain. The shadows stirred beneath the roots, but so too did the light of those brave enough to face them. The passage beyond the Echo Keeper's cavern was narrow, winding like a serpent curling beneath the forest floor. The air grew colder, thicker, as Cole and Alara pressed onward, the flicker of their lantern casting long, wavering shadows on the damp stone walls. Each step echoed faintly, a measured rhythm in the vast silence that seemed alive with watching eyes and unspoken secrets. The deeper they ventured, the more the air seemed to pulse with ancient power, old magic rooted in the earth itself, tangled with grief, hope, and fierce protection. The forest's heartbeat was no longer just a distant murmur but a roaring presence all around them, wrapping tight like vines. Alara paused, her breath visible in the cold air. "This place," she whispered, "it's the forest's heart, the wellspring of the echoes and the source of the pack's power. But also where its darkest wounds fester." Cole nodded, steeling himself. "We need to find the core, whatever holds the shadow, and confront it." They moved forward until the passage opened into a vast underground chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness above. The chamber was alive with the soft glow of bioluminescent fungi, casting eerie green and blue light on roots as thick as tree trunks that curled and twisted like ancient serpents. In the center, a massive root sprawled across the cavern floor, pulsating faintly like a heartbeat. From it, tendrils of shadow spilled like ink into the darkness, writhing and curling with unnatural life. Cole's lantern illuminated carvings on the cavern walls, depictions of the original pact, the keepers, and a shadowy figure breaking the sacred bond, unleashing the curse that plagued Black Hollow. The images shifted subtly, telling a story of betrayal, sacrifice, and a lingering darkness that had never truly been banished. Suddenly, the tendrils surged toward them, shadows coalescing into a vast, looming shape, a creature born of the forest's pain and fury. Its eyes burned with a sorrowful rage, voice a rumbling growl that shook the cavern. "You seek to undo what was done," it thundered. "But the shadow is part of the whole. To reject it is to invite destruction." Cole stepped forward, talisman clenched tightly. "We do not reject the shadow. We seek balance, to heal the wounds, not hide from them." A fierce battle of wills unfolded, light against dark, hope against despair. The cavern trembled as echoes of the past and present clashed in a dance of power and purpose. Cole and Alara called upon the strength of the town, the forest, and the ancient pact, weaving stories and memories into a shield of resilience. The shadow creature roared, its form flickering between rage and sorrow. Slowly, the darkness began to recede, drawn back into the heart of the root as Cole's light grew stronger, fueled by his unwavering resolve and Alara's steady presence. With a final surge, the shadow dissolved into a shimmering mist, and the cavern filled with a warm, golden light. The pulsating root slowed its beat, steadying into a calm rhythm, a sign that the forest's heart was healing. Cole and Alara exchanged exhausted but triumphant glances. The darkness had not vanished completely, but it was held in check, bound by understanding and the strength of the pact renewed. As they ascended back toward the surface, the forest around Black Hollow seemed to breathe easier, the trees standing taller, the air lighter, the echoes softened into gentle songs. The town awaited their return with hope rekindled, ready to face whatever the future held, united by the stories they carried and the light they kindled together. The return to the surface was slow, deliberate, as if the forest itself was guiding Cole and Alara back to the world above. Emerging from the depths, the cool night air wrapped around them like a cloak, heavy with the scent of pine, earth, and distant rain. The sky stretched endlessly, dotted with stars that flickered faintly through the drifting clouds. Black Hollow lay quiet beneath the moonlight, its homes nestled among ancient trees, their shadows stretching long and calm. But the peace was fragile. As they stepped onto the soft forest floor, Cole's eyes caught a faint glow along the path, a line of shimmering embers tracing a route through the underbrush. The light pulsed faintly, steady and deliberate, as if beckoning them onward. Alara's gaze sharpened. "A marked path," she murmured. "Not of our making." Their footsteps fell softly as they followed the glowing trail, the forest growing denser around them, the whispers of the echoes mingling with the night wind. The path wound between towering trunks and over mossy stones, twisting further from the town's edge into an unfamiliar part of the woods. The deeper they ventured, the more the air thickened with a strange energy, a mixture of anticipation and warning. Shadows flickered at the edge of sight, and the forest's heartbeat thrummed louder in their chests, echoing the steady pulse of the glowing embers beneath their feet. Cole tightened his grip on the wooden talisman, feeling its warmth respond to the surrounding power. "This path, it's a summons." Alara nodded, eyes scanning the dense canopy overhead. "A call from the echoes. We must see it through." After what felt like hours, the path ended at a small clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood an ancient stone circle, weathered and worn, yet humming with latent power. Moss and vines curled around the stones, and faint symbols glowed faintly along their edges, the same markings that had guided them in the cavern beneath the lake. As they approached, a soft murmur rose from the circle, a choir of voices layered with sorrow, hope, and warning. The echoes, long silent, stirred anew. Cole stepped into the circle, feeling the ground pulse beneath him. He raised the talisman, its glow intensifying, weaving into the light emanating from the stones. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the clearing's edge, a woman cloaked in shadows, her eyes shining like stars. Her voice was a whisper carried on the wind. "I am Silva, keeper of the forest's lost truths," she said. "The pact you have mended has stirred ancient forces, forces that guard the balance and test the resolve of those who seek to protect it." Silva stepped forward, her presence both comforting and unsettling. "The shadow you faced was only a fragment of a deeper darkness, one that lies hidden in the roots of the forest and the hearts of those who dwell here." Alara met her gaze steadily. "What must we do to keep Black Hollow safe?" Silva's eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "You must journey to the Heartwood, the oldest part of the forest, where the first keeper made the pact. There, you will face trials that will test your strength, your faith, and the truth of your bond with the forest." Cole exchanged a look with Alara, a mixture of determination and quiet fear. The trials of the Heartwood were whispered of in legends as the ultimate test, a crucible where only the worthy could emerge whole. Silva extended her hand, and the glowing embers of the marked path flared brightly, casting long shadows that danced like spirits across the clearing. "The path will be marked by the echoes," she said. "Follow it when the moon is full, and prepare for what lies beyond the veil." As Silva vanished into the night, Cole and Alara stood in silence, the weight of the coming journey settling over them like a shroud. The forest around Black Hollow seemed to lean closer, its whispers rising to a crescendo, a song of warning, courage, and an unbreakable bond. Back in the town, preparations began anew. The people of Black Hollow gathered offerings, crafted charms, and shared stories to bolster the strength of their keepers. The ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its roots deep and unyielding, a symbol of the resilience and unity that would be tested in the days to come. Cole sat beside Alara as they watched the moon rise, its silver light casting pale shadows on the forest floor. "The Heartwood," he said quietly, "the final trial. It's not just the forest we protect, it's the legacy of those who came before, and those who will come after." Alara's voice was steady, though her eyes reflected the vast unknown ahead. "We carry their stories, their strength. We face the darkness together, as one." The night deepened, wrapping Black Hollow in a blanket of stars and silence. The echoes settled into a watchful quiet, waiting for the marked path to lead the way. And as the moon climbed higher, Cole and Alara readied themselves for the journey that would decide the fate of their home, and the very soul of the forest. The full moon hung low and luminous in the sky, bathing Black Hollow in a silver light that seemed both ethereal and ancient. The town was cloaked in quiet anticipation, the night air humming softly with the collective breath of those who waited and hoped. Cole and Alara stood at the edge of the forest, where the glowing embers of the marked path began to pulse faintly beneath their feet like a heartbeat. The night was cool, the scent of pine and damp earth sharp and alive, yet beneath it all lingered a subtle tension, the weight of what was to come. Their journey into the Heartwood would test everything they had learned and believed. The ancient pact, the fragile balance between light and shadow, the very soul of Black Hollow, all depended on what lay beyond the veil. With a deep breath, they stepped onto the path. The glowing embers lit their way, winding through the forest with purpose and promise. The trees towered above, their gnarled limbs weaving a canopy so thick that even the moonlight barely touched the forest floor. Every sound seemed amplified, the crunch of leaves beneath their boots, the whisper of the wind, the distant call of a lone owl, all weaving a symphony of life and mystery. As they walked, the air grew colder, heavier, thick with a power that felt ancient and profound. The forest around them shifted, the shadows deepening and swirling as if alive. The echoes whispered in fragmented tones, voices of those who had walked this path before, carrying warnings, encouragement, and riddles. Alara tightened her grip on the talisman, feeling its warmth pulse in rhythm with the forest's heartbeat. "This place," she murmured, "it's the forest's soul laid bare." Cole nodded, his senses alert to every flicker of movement and sound. "We must be ready for anything. The trials are not just tests of strength, they challenge the heart and mind." The first trial awaited them in a glade bathed in ghostly light, where the air shimmered with an unnatural stillness. At its center stood a pool of water so clear it mirrored the star-studded sky perfectly. The echoes urged caution, for this was the trial of reflection. As Cole and Alara approached, the water rippled, revealing visions not of the world outside, but of their own memories, fears, and regrets. Shadows of the past stretched and twisted, confronting them with doubts and pains long buried. Alara's reflection spoke softly, "Do you fear losing yourself? Losing the ones you love?" Cole's eyes flickered with pain as his own reflection challenged him. "Can you face your failures? Your moments when hope slipped through your fingers?" For what felt like hours, they wrestled with the visions, each confrontation a dagger to the heart but also a key to understanding. They spoke aloud their truths, fears of loss, guilt for choices made, the heavy weight of responsibility. With each confession, the water's surface stilled, its mirror clearing as if cleansed by honesty and courage. The echoes hummed a low song of approval, and the path ahead brightened with the light of a new dawn. The second trial led them to a towering wall of intertwined roots and stone, pulsating with dark energy, the trial of endurance. The roots writhed like serpents, attempting to ensnare and pull them into the earth's depths. Cole and Alara fought forward, their combined strength and resolve the only shield against the relentless grasp of the forest's ancient wounds. Each step was agony, each breath a battle, but they refused to falter. Alara's voice rang out, steady and fierce. "We are not prisoners of fear or pain. We are keepers, bound by choice and courage." With a final surge, they broke free, the wall crumbling to reveal a narrow passage that led deeper into the heartwood. The final trial awaited in a silent grove shrouded in mist, the trial of truth. Here, the echoes whispered with clarity, revealing the intertwined fate of Black Hollow and the forest. A spectral figure appeared, the first keeper, the one whose betrayal had fractured the pact. His eyes held sorrow and remorse, his voice a haunting echo. "I was blinded by ambition," he confessed. "I broke the sacred bond and cast a shadow that lasted centuries. But the forest remembers, and so must you." Cole stepped forward, voice steady. "We do not seek to repeat the past, but to learn from it. To honor those who came before by forging a new path." The figure nodded slowly, fading into the mist, leaving behind a glowing seed, a symbol of renewal and hope. As Cole and Alara planted the seed at the heartwood's core, the forest around them seemed to breathe anew. Light filtered through the canopy, leaves shimmering with renewed life. The echoes sang a song of healing, their voices a balm to the ancient wounds. Emerging from the heartwood, they were greeted by the first rays of dawn breaking over Black Hollow. The forest stood taller, its heartbeat steady and strong, a living testament to the courage and unity of its people. Back in the town, the community welcomed their keepers with tears and smiles, their spirits lifted by the promise of renewal. The ancient oak swayed gently in the morning breeze, its branches reaching skyward like hands grasping hope. Cole looked to Alara, gratitude and love shining in his eyes. "We faced the darkness, and it did not break us." Alara smiled softly, her voice filled with quiet strength. "Together, we carry the echoes, and the light." Black Hollow stood ready to face the future, its story etched into the roots and stars alike. The trials had tested them, but the bond was stronger than ever, woven with courage, truth, and the enduring power of the forest's heartbeat. The days after Cole and Alara's return from the heartwood were marked by an almost tangible shift in Black Hollow. The forest seemed to breathe with renewed vigor, leaves shimmered with fresh hues of green, the scent of pine and earth grew richer, and the once faint echoes now sang softly like a lullaby through the branches. The ancient oak, once stoic and silent, now seemed to pulse with life, its bark warm beneath the touch, its leaves rustling as if whispering secrets meant only for those who dared to listen. The townspeople gathered beneath the oak, sharing stories of hope and renewal. The air was thick with gratitude, and the wounds left by the darkness felt less heavy, replaced by a collective strength born of endurance and unity. Yet, beneath this fragile peace, Cole could feel the lingering tremors, faint but persistent ripples that hinted the forest story was far from over. One morning, as dawn painted the sky with soft strokes of pink and gold, Cole was drawn to the lake's edge. The surface mirrored the awakening sky, perfectly still and shimmering. But as he watched, ripples spread across the water, and a soft glow emerged from its depths. Curious and cautious, Cole approached, the talisman warm against his chest. The water's glow intensified, revealing shapes, ancient symbols, creatures half seen, and a figure rising slowly from the depths. It was Leora, the guardian of the lake, her form shimmering like liquid light. Her eyes held both sorrow and hope as she spoke. "The balance is restored, yet the forest still stirs. The echoes are awakening, calling for a new era, one that must be shaped by those who listen and remember." She reached out, touching the water's surface, sending waves that carried whispers and visions of things to come. Cole felt a surge of clarity. The pact they had mended was but a chapter in an ongoing story. The forest, the lake, the town, they were intertwined in a living web, each thread delicate yet powerful. Elara joined him then, her presence steady and strong. We must prepare, not just to protect but to understand, to become true keepers of the echoes and the light. The town rallied once more, not out of fear, but with purpose. Elders shared forgotten tales, children listened wide-eyed, and the keepers crafted new rituals, symbols of unity and growth woven into the fabric of Black Hollow's daily life. The ancient oak became a gathering place for learning and remembrance, its roots grounding the past while its branches reached for the future. One night, as stars blanketed the sky, Cole and Elara stood beneath the oak, feeling the heartbeat of the forest resonate through their souls. "The echoes will always be with us," Cole said softly. "But so will the light we carry." Elara smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars. "Together, we will guide Black Hollow through whatever darkness or dawn comes next." The forest sighed in quiet harmony, a song of endings and beginnings woven into the rustling leaves and shimmering waters. The story of Black Hollow was far from finished. It was alive, breathing, and waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The peace that settled over Black Hollow after the trials of the Heartwood felt like a fragile dream, a delicate thread woven through the fabric of the town's daily life. The forest sang with renewed vigor, and the echoes became gentler, like soft murmurs of a lullaby. Yet, beneath the surface of this serene tapestry, shadows were gathering, subtle, creeping, and patient. Cole and Elara, despite their triumphs, felt the weight of an unseen threat pressing ever closer. The glow of their talismans dimmed at times, flickering like candlelight caught in a breeze, warning that the forest's balance remained delicate. The whispers from the echoes grew darker at night, tangled with warnings that sent chills through the keepers' hearts. One evening, as twilight deepened into night, a stranger arrived in Black Hollow, a traveler cloaked in worn leather, eyes sharp and wary, carrying a pack heavy with secrets. His arrival was silent, yet the townsfolk noticed, their whispers weaving through the streets like a gathering storm. Cole met the stranger at the edge of town, beneath the ancient oak whose branches seemed to lean closer in curious watchfulness. "You carry the weight of the unknown," Cole said, studying the stranger's gaze. The man nodded, voice low and steady. "I am called Jorin. I've traveled through forests scarred by shadows similar to those in Black Hollow. The darkness you fought is spreading, rooted in places you have yet to see." Elara joined them, her expression serious. "What do you mean?" "Our trials were meant to heal the forest's wounds." Jorin shook his head slowly. "The pact you mended holds strong here, but beyond the borders of your town, the shadows gather in force. Old powers awaken, forces that remember ancient betrayals and seek to consume all light." His words hung heavy in the cool night air. The echoes around them seemed to shudder, their voices rising in anxious chorus. Determined to understand the threat, Cole, Elara, and Jorin ventured to the forest's edge where the marked path had once guided them. Now, it twisted beyond the familiar boundaries, leading deeper into wild, untamed woods where darkness clung like a living thing. The trees here were older, their bark cracked and blackened, their leaves brittle. The air was thick with decay and silence, so profound it pressed against their chests like a physical weight. As they journeyed, signs of corruption appeared, roots twisted into grotesque shapes, animals fleeing or hiding in fearful silence, and patches of earth burned and barren. The shadows seemed to pulse, a malevolent heartbeat syncing with the forest's deeper rhythms. Jorin warned, "These are the blighted lands, places where the darkness has taken root and spreads like a poison. If left unchecked, it will consume everything." Elara's grip on her talisman tightened. "We must stop it. We can't let Black Hollow become a shadow of its former self." Their path led them to a ruined temple, half swallowed by the forest, its stones cracked and overgrown with vines. Inside, ancient carvings told a story of a time before the pact, a time when darkness ruled unchecked, until the first keeper rose to bind it. At the temple's heart lay a pool of black water, its surface swirling with shadow and malevolence. From it, a voice rose, deep, ancient, and filled with rage. "You meddle in forces beyond your understanding," it snarled. "The darkness will reclaim what was lost." Cole stepped forward, talisman blazing with light. "The darkness will not consume us. We are the keepers, the bearers of light and memory. We stand for Black Hollow and all who call it home." A fierce battle erupted, light clashing against shadow in a tempest of power and will. The forest trembled, echoes crying out in fear and hope as the ancient forces waged their timeless war. In the end, the darkness recoiled, driven back but not defeated. The blighted lands remained scarred, a warning of the storm yet to come. Returning to Black Hollow, Cole, Elara, and Jorin vowed to prepare the town, not just to defend against the shadows, but to confront the deeper darkness awakening in the wilds beyond. The ancient oak stood tall as ever, its branches reaching into the sky like fingers weaving the future. The echoes whispered around it, tales of battles fought and yet to come, of light flickering bravely against encroaching dark. And so, Black Hollow stood, resilient, united, and ready to face the gathering shadows. The nights in Black Hollow had grown colder, heavier, as autumn deepened its grasp on the land. The fog rolled in thick from the forest, curling around the houses and the ancient oak like a living shroud. The echoes, once gentle whispers, now stirred with unease, ripples of fear that crept into the dreams of the townsfolk, leaving behind a trail of restless sleep and shadow-haunted eyes. Cole and Elara could feel the tension gnawing at the edges of their minds. Jorin's warning had been clear, the darkness was no longer confined to the blighted lands. It had begun to seep closer, threading through the trees and soil like ink bleeding into water. One night, as the moon hung full and pale, the forest erupted in unnatural silence. Not a leaf rustled, not a creature stirred. Then came the first scream, shattered and desperate, echoing from the edge of the woods. Cole grabbed his talisman, its glow pulsating wildly in his hand. Elara was already moving, eyes sharp and breath steady. They raced toward the sound, following a trail of faint, flickering lights that hovered like dying embers between the trees. The clearing they reached was bathed in an eerie, unnatural glow. Shadows writhed and twisted, taking on shapes that were almost human, but not quite. Pale, translucent figures drifted through the trees, wraiths, the echoes of those lost to the darkness, caught between worlds and filled with a sorrow that twisted into rage. Their hollow eyes burned with an otherworldly fire, and their voices were like broken glass scraping the silence. Jorin joined them, drawing a circle in the dirt with ancient symbols. "The wraiths are drawn to pain and fear," he warned. "They seek to spread despair and break the bonds that hold the veil." Cole stepped into the circle, the talisman flaring brightly. The wraiths circled closer, their chilling touch like frost biting into skin. Elara raised her voice, chanting words of binding and protection taught by the keepers. Light poured from her hands, weaving into the talisman's glow, creating a shield that shimmered like spun silver. The battle was fierce and relentless. The wraiths lunged and swirled, their cries echoing through the forest like the cries of lost souls begging for release. But Cole, Elara, and Jorin stood firm, their unity and resolve forging a barrier against the encroaching darkness. One by one, the wraiths were drawn into the circle, their forms dissolving into sparks of light that drifted upward and vanished into the night sky. When the last wraith faded, the clearing fell silent once more. The forest exhaled, releasing the tension that had gripped it so tightly. Cole sank to his knees, exhaustion heavy in his bones, but relief shining in his eyes. This was only the beginning. The wraiths are a symptom, they're being drawn here for a reason. Elara nodded, her gaze distant yet resolute. We need to find the source, the heart of the darkness that's calling them. In the days that followed, the town fortified its defenses. Watchers patrolled the borders, and the keepers strengthened their bonds with the echoes, seeking guidance and strength. The ancient oak became a beacon, a gathering place where the people found courage in shared stories and collective hope. But beneath the growing light, the shadows continued to gather. One evening, as twilight bled into night, Cole stood beneath the oak, feeling the pulse of the forest beneath his feet. The talisman warmed in his hand, and the echoes whispered secrets of old, a warning and a promise. He knew the path ahead would be darker and more perilous than ever. But with Alara and Jorin by his side, and the strength of Black Hollow behind them, he was ready to face the night of the wraiths, and whatever darkness lay beyond. The story of Black Hollow was far from over. The echoes sang on, weaving tales of bravery and shadow, light and loss, a song that would endure as long as the forest stood. The days that followed the night of the wraiths were thick with unease. The forest's once soothing whispers had grown urgent, weaving an unsettling melody that rustled through the leaves and carried on the cold winds. Black Hollow's residents moved with careful steps and watchful eyes, their quiet routines punctuated by the low hum of tension, like a storm gathering just beyond the horizon. Cole, Alara, and Jorin found themselves bound tighter than ever, their shared burden heavy and relentless. Each night brought new reports, missing livestock, strange lights flickering in the woods, fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures slipping between the trees. The blighted lands had begun to creep outward, tendrils of corruption crawling steadily toward the heart of the forest and the town they swore to protect. One crisp morning, as frost still clung to the branches, the trio gathered in the town hall, poring over maps and ancient texts borrowed from the keeper's hidden archives. A single name kept appearing, a place whispered in the oldest legends but thought lost to time, the Hollow Root. Jorin traced a trembling finger over the map. If the darkness has a heart, it's here. The Hollow Root lies deep beneath the oldest part of the forest, where the first pact was made. If we can reach it, we might find a way to stop the spread. Alara's eyes narrowed with determination. Then that's where we go. But it won't be easy. The deeper we venture, the stronger the darkness becomes. Cole nodded, the weight of responsibility settling firmly on his shoulders. We prepare, then we face it. For Black Hollow. Their journey began at dawn, the forest a cathedral of towering trees and whispered prayers. The marked path glowed faintly beneath their feet, guiding them through thickets and shadows, over moss-covered stones and tangled roots that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The deeper they went, the heavier the air became, thick with decay and power, and the scent of earth turned sour. Shadows clung closer, flickering at the edge of their vision like restless spirits. At the entrance to the Hollow Root, they found a cavern mouth twisted and blackened, framed by ancient stones etched with symbols of protection and warning. The air was cold, filled with a low hum that resonated through their bones. Alara stepped forward, chanting a warding spell as they entered, the talisman glowing brightly to push back the encroaching dark. Inside, the cavern stretched vast and endless, walls slick with moisture and roots that twisted like serpents. The echoes here were louder, voices of pain, anger, sorrow, woven into the very fabric of the stone and earth. As they ventured deeper, they encountered trials unlike any before. Shadows took form, monstrous shapes born of fear and regret, testing their courage and resolve. Cole faced visions of loss and failure, while Alara confronted the haunting memory of a betrayal that had once nearly destroyed the pact. Jorin's knowledge and steady hand proved invaluable, guiding them through traps both physical and spiritual. Finally, they reached the heart of the cavern, a vast chamber dominated by a massive root that pulsed with dark energy, veins of shadow twisting through its core. At its base lay a pool of black water, swirling with malevolence. The source of the corruption. The shadow rose from the pool, a towering figure wreathed in darkness and flame, eyes burning with ancient fury. It spoke in a voice that shook the cavern walls. You trespass in the heart of what was broken. The darkness is eternal, it cannot be undone. Cole stepped forward, talisman blazing with light. We do not seek to destroy the past, but to heal it. The darkness will not consume Black Hollow, not while we stand. A fierce battle erupted, light clashed with shadow, hope with despair. The cavern trembled as the ancient power unleashed itself, threatening to swallow them whole. Drawing on their unity and the strength of the pact renewed in the Heartwood, Cole, Elara, and Jorin wove a web of light and protection, binding the shadow and cleansing the root's corruption. With a final, blinding surge, the darkness was sealed, its fury quelled, but not destroyed. The cavern hummed with a new energy, a fragile balance between light and shadow. Emerging into the dawn light, they found a forest transformed, leaves glistened with dew, birds sang tentatively, and the echoes sang a song of cautious hope. Back in Black Hollow, the people welcomed them with tears and cheers, their spirits lifted by the courage and sacrifice of their keepers. Cole stood beneath the ancient oak, talisman warm in his hand, and looked to Elara and Jorin. The darkness remains, but so does the light. Together, we will watch, guard, and guide. This is our home. Our story. Elara smiled, eyes shining with quiet strength. And the echoes will always remind us of where we've been and where we must go. The forest breathed deeply, alive and watching, as the story of Black Hollow wove on, an eternal dance between shadow and light. The days that followed the cleansing of the hollow root passed in a fragile peace. The forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, its vibrant green canopy shimmering in the sunlight like a renewed promise. Yet beneath the surface of this calm, a subtle tension lingered, an unseen pulse that quickened at the edges of the keeper's senses. The darkness was quelled, not destroyed, and the shadows whispered of a rising veil, an approaching storm that threatened to engulf all. Cole stood atop the ancient oak's gnarled roots one evening, gazing out at the horizon where the fading light bled into encroaching dusk. The talisman hung heavy around his neck, warm and pulsing like a heartbeat, yet a faint chill ran down his spine. Elara joined him quietly, her eyes reflecting the deepening sky. "The forest is restless," she said softly. "The echoes carry warnings I can barely understand." Cole nodded. "We've pushed back the darkness, but it's gathering elsewhere. The veil, it's rising. Soon, it will cover everything." The veil was not a physical shroud, but a creeping sense of uncertainty and fear that thickened the air, darkening the edges of dreams and twisting the whispers of the echoes into uneasy murmurs. Black Hollow's nights grew longer and colder, shadows lengthened, and the wind carried strange voices, echoes of a forgotten past that clawed at the hearts of the living. The town prepared once more, not for battle, but for vigilance. The keepers worked tirelessly, teaching the people new rituals of protection and remembrance. The ancient oak became a place of gathering and guidance, its roots holding the stories of countless generations, stories that were now more vital than ever. One night, as a pale moon hovered low, a sudden storm erupted. Lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the forest in stark flashes, thunder shaking the earth beneath their feet. The veil stirred in a tempest, and from the depths of the woods, a new shadow emerged, a figure cloaked in shifting mist, its eyes glowing with a cold, relentless hunger. Cole, Elara, and Jorin faced the apparition together, their talismans blazing with fierce light that pierced the storm's darkness. The figure's voice was like the crackling of ice on a frozen lake, sharp and unforgiving. "I am the Veilborn," it declared, the harbinger of the rising shadow. "Your efforts have delayed the inevitable, but the veil will fall, and all will be consumed." The battle that night was unlike any before. The Veilborn wielded powers born of fear and forgotten memories, twisting the very fabric of reality around them. The forest groaned, branches snapping like bones, the earth trembling as the keepers fought with every ounce of strength and will. Elara's voice rang out, steady and commanding, weaving words of ancient power that shimmered like silver threads in the storm. Cole and Jorin moved as one, their lights intertwining to form a shield that held back the relentless assault. Hours passed in a blur of fury and determination until the first light of dawn broke through the storm clouds, bathing the forest in soft gold. The Veilborn shrieked, its form unraveling like mist before the sun's warmth. With a final surge, the keepers bound the shadow in chains of light, sealing it deep within the earth, hidden, but not gone. Exhausted but unbroken, they returned to Black Hollow, knowing the rising veil was a test of endurance, courage, and faith. Cole looked to the townsfolk gathered beneath the ancient oak, their faces illuminated by dawn's gentle light. "This is our home," he said firmly. "Together, we hold the light against the darkness. The veil may rise, but so will we." The echoes sang softly once more, a song of hope, warning, and the eternal dance between shadow and light. The morning after the battle with the Veilborn dawned cool and quiet, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and pine, and a gentle mist curled through the trees like a whispered secret. Black Hollow stood at the edge of a new day, one that felt heavier, more profound, than any before. Cole, Elara, and Jorin gathered beneath the ancient oak, its great branches stretching wide like protective arms, leaves shimmering softly in the pale light. The townspeople had assembled as well, their faces drawn but resolute, eyes reflecting the flickering flames of lanterns and the steady pulse of hope. The keepers felt the weight of the moment, the final chapter in a story that had woven itself through centuries, binding shadow and light, loss and courage, despair and hope. The rising veil had been held back, but it had come at a cost, one that none could ignore. Cole's voice was steady but quiet as he addressed the crowd. "Black Hollow has stood through darkness before. We faced shadow, fear, and loss, but we never gave in. Tonight, we will stand together one last time, to light the way forward." Elara stepped beside him, her gaze unwavering. "The echoes of our past are not just memories, they are the strength of those who came before us. We carry their light, their sacrifices, and their love." As twilight settled, the townsfolk lit lanterns, their warm glow casting dancing shadows that chased away the chill. The ancient oak became a beacon, its roots and branches alive with the pulse of the forest's heartbeat. Cole, Elara, and Jorin led a procession into the heart of the forest, following the glowing embers of the marked path one final time. The air hummed with power and promise, the echoes singing a song of unity and courage. They reached the clearing at the heartwood, where the great root pulsed with the gentle rhythm of healing. The talismans flared brightly in their hands, weaving light into the forest's song. Together, they called upon the strength of Black Hollow, its people, its stories, its endless cycle of shadow and dawn. The veil, the dark, looming force that threatened to consume all, began to shimmer and ripple as the light grew stronger, pushing back the encroaching darkness like the first rays of sunrise breaking through a storm. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the echoes rising in a crescendo of hope and remembrance. Cole raised his talisman high, voice ringing clear. "This is our home. Our light will not be extinguished." Elara's voice joined his, steady and sure. "The shadows may come, but they will never own us." Jorin added his strength, the three weaving a tapestry of light that spread through the trees, the earth, and the very air around them. The darkness writhed and screamed, then dissolved like mist under the sun. The veil lifted, revealing the forest bathed in golden light, alive, whole, and free. The echoes softened into a gentle song, a lullaby for the weary and a promise for the hopeful. Back in Black Hollow, the people embraced one another, tears mingling with smiles. The ancient oak stood tall, its leaves shimmering with renewed life, its roots deep and strong. Cole looked to Elara and Jorin, gratitude and love shining in his eyes. "We faced the darkness, and we carried the last light. Together." Elara smiled, her voice filled with quiet strength. "This is only the beginning. The story will live on in every heartbeat of this forest, and in every soul that calls Black Hollow home. The forest sighed in contentment, a song of endings and beginnings woven into the rustling leaves and the shimmering stars above. The echoes of Black Hollow would never fade, they would live forever in the dance of shadow and light.